Come on. Come on.
Put your emojis together for Auntie Miracle B.
Lil' P on the track, boy.
What's the business? What's the business? What's the business? Say fly. Phone jumping off the chain like what's the business?
Sandwich in my pocket, what's the business?
I'ma pull up with the yay like what's the business? Eating lunch with the blood like what's the business? AR double drum like what's the business? What's the business? What's the business? What's the business?
What's the business?
What's the business? What's the business? What's the business? What's the business? What's the business? What's the business? What's the business? What's the business? What's the business? Catch me sliding to the trap like what's the business?
Murder children with no remorse, that's the business.
Grinding trying to make a stack like what's the business?
Using COVID to postpone trial, that's the business.
I'ma pull up on you like what's the business?
Read my Bible, subpoena Jesus, that's the business.
She gon' give it to the kid like what's the business? 30 shots in the clip like what's the business?
Babbling Brooks saying nothing for the record, that's the business.
You don't gotta choose it like what's the business?
Gang, gang.
All my niggas on the job, what's the business? Tryna rob and you get dropped, what's the business?
Is it noted for the record, what's the business?
You a walking stain, what's the business?
What's the business?
I'ma hit your chest brain, what's the business?
Hey,
We be running through a block like what's the business? 100 shots for
Hey.
a op like what's the business?
gang, gang.
Phone jumping off the chain like what's the business?
It was the tents on the windows, that's the business.
I'ma pull up with the yay like what's the business?
Hey,
Eating lunch with
hey,
the blood like what's the business?
hey. Would it be fair to say, that's the business.
AR double drum like what's the business?
Jury nullification for the record, that's the business.
What's the business? What's the business? What's the business?
Hey,
What's
that's
the
the
business? What's the business? What's the business?
Hey,
What's the business? What's the business? What's the
secret baby
business?
mama.
What's the business? What's the business? What's the business? Bro say he need them pounds. What's the business?
Is that lawful law for the record? That's the business.
Hit my line when I'm in town like what's the business?
Or be biased, B-I-A-S-T, that's the business.
They claiming it's a drop like what's the business? I'ma bring them round them out like what's the business? Killing overflow like what's the business?
My box fort in
Killing
the
for
court,
these hoes like
that's
what's the
the
business?
business. Build my box fort in the court, that's the business.
Never leave without that pole like what's the business?
Hey,
Blowing Cali out the door, what's the business?
gang, gang.
Stupid link on the cane, what's the business? I'm a guy, Charlemagne, what's the business?
My parole officer hasn't been born yet, that's the business.
Pouring money, that's my lane, what's the business?
Farted in court and left to sustain in the chair, that's the business.
Thumbing through a whole thing like what's the business? Phone jumping off the chain like what's the business?
Staring at the camera for a close-up in the courtroom, that's the business.
I'ma pull up with the yay like what's the business?
Hey,
Eating lunch with the blood like what's the business? AR double drum like what's the business?
did you see a license plate? That's the business.
What's the business? 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 What's the business?
And my mama's raggedy house in Government apartments, that's the business.
What's the
Ghetto
business? What's the
fabulous,
business?
what's the business?
Ghetto,
Ghetto, that's the business. See that roach on the counter? That's the business. Hey, in a red solo cup. Hey. All right, hold on. Let me get everything together here. I'm so confused. I'm confusing myself. Hold on. Let me. This is sad. Okay, stop screen. Okay, here we go. And start camera. Hey everybody. How's everybody doing today? Got my license plates. What's going on? I love what's the business. I love what the business is. How everybody doing today? Hey Janice, AO, Shannon, Della, welcome. Bright Street, I know I saw you earlier. Yes, roaches in my cereal. That's the business. Yes. Hey James. Hold on, I'm trying to get this. Okay, here we go. Now I can scroll up. Christine, Minnie T, Kayla, Chalisha, Daniel, Bobby, Samuel. Oh, Seamus 615. Yes. Welcome. Let me see. Anybody else I missed? B.A. Smith. Welcome. Love you guys. Thank you guys for coming this evening. Hey. Yes, y'all haven't seen me. I got to make me some new hair. I am I'm doing like Mariah first album, you know. You treated me kind, sweet destiny. And I got the fan. I got the fan. You know, you gotta do the whole fan. You can't really tell. Anyway, thank you. I think I love my hair. Munchkin, come here. And Paisley just got a haircut. Paisley, come here. I know y'all can see Munchkin. Come here. Yes, you treated me kind. And here is my co-host, my little sock gremlin, Paisley. Oh, there you go. He got his little bandana on because he went and got the bath, and he is so fresh and so clean. So fresh and so clean. Yes. Hey, everybody. I'm being a big diva right now, and I am not being cooperative at all. How's everybody doing today? Look, I had a dream because I haven't been feeling well for the last couple of weeks because of this the weather. And so I had a dream. Paisley, when my husband goes off to work, Paisley will go and potty and whatnot, and then they will bring Paisley come in the room. And since my husband's bought him stairs, he now jumps in the bed and he jumps on my stomach or my hip and bothers me. But I had a dream that Paisley looked over at me because I love to try to sleep, and he likes to like try and bite my hands and my arm and stuff like that to play. And I dreamed that he looked at me and he said, "Mom, I know that you're trying to sleep, but you're going to wake up and you're going to play with me." Anywho's, I mean to come back because I need to do my Carly Russell commentary. And y'all need to hear this from somebody who actually lives in the state and knows these places that she said that she was. And the what is it? The interstate. I don't even know what to say about Miss Russell. But you know, my thing is being from Alabama, you know, Alabama, the state as a whole does things to embarrass me like on a daily basis. I mean, think about it. We've elected, well, I didn't, but we've elected a football coach in the Senate. And we have a state that said, I don't care what the Supreme Court says, We're going to be as racist as we want to be, and y'all can't do nothing about it. So we got that going on. That embarrasses the hell out of me. Thank you, Cindy. That embarrasses. Hey, Vicky Bell. Embarrasses the hell out of me. So these good white folks were like, you know what? We're not going to be embarrassed this time. So when Carly came up missing, they said, we're going to put out the bat signal, and we want people to know that just because these dumbasses do shit, we're not going to drop the ball here. When homegirl said there was a toddler off the interstate, I immediately said, what? A toddler? So you do know that they're gonna want to know about this kid that's running on the interstate. And the part of the interstate that she was on, if anybody's ever been to Birmingham and they've gone to the Galleria, that's the last remaining mall we have left. Huge mall, and then it's the Hoover Met. That's where they play soccer and football, or soccer and baseball games. Big, and it's a big SEC lawn decoration. It's huge, but it's lights all over the interstate, and you can see cameras. You can see the cameras. Because I go there, to get my to the hair salon. And I was like, oh hell, she did not say here. Wasn't no way none of that could have happened. But anyway, I'm going to do a separate video about Miss Russell. So we're going to get into our leprechaun dumpster juice. Yes, Carly is the young lady who went missing. And when I heard about the story, I said, yes, Minnie T, I said this because allegedly the boyfriend was cheated on her with a stripper. That's the word. So, I told my husband a long time ago when we first started dating, young women do things sometimes if they think the relationship's going to end and they're not, well adjusted or whatnot. And so one of the things they do is they will fake a tragedy like a suicide or some type of event where they're hurt. So the man can come back and be like, oh, she's gone and she hurt her, so she's been in the hospital. Now I know I love her. Then we have the fake a pregnancy, or we get pregnant on purpose to try and trick them because we think that a baby will keep a man for some reason. I don't know. But I knew that when I heard this story and she came up missing and she left her wig and her phone in the car, it was a lie. If it don't make sense, it's not true. Thank you, Vicky. If it don't make sense, it's not true. It's not true. And listen, I've gone to that spa that she works at, the Woodhouse Day Spa. Oh, and it's not, and those robes are freaking awesome. I have to say, I mean, they're awesome. I mean, it is a wonderful place. I think I saw the whole there last month when I was there getting my facial. But she left her wig and the phone in the car and her food. But she took the robe and a roll of toilet tissue that she stole from the job. Who steals a roll of toilet tissue? Now, we still don't know exactly where she went for these 40-something hours. But somebody had to be off in the woods for her. Yes, she left her phone unlocked. And why would you be doing these crazy internet searches about how do I steal money out the cash register and not get caught? The plot to Taken. Why? Who does this? Who Googles the crime that they're about to commit? But look, when I go to the Woodhouse, they have a whole bunch of toiletries in the bathroom. So they have brushes, they have toothpicks, not toothpicks. What is it? They have cotton balls, they have hair ties, they have brushes, they have razors, they have a whole bunch of stuff. And I do load up on like hair ties, brushes, and disposable razors. I load up, but I don't work there, and I've never stolen a robe. I mean, like I said, the robes are nice, but like whatever. Anyway, like I said, I'm gonna do a stream or a upload on her. I'm also gonna do a upload on Sarah Boone. And I got a question to all my white people. What is with y'all putting people in suitcases? Sarah Boone is the one that had her boyfriend, and they were, according to her, playing a game, and she stuck him in the suitcase. And so he's in the suitcase going, like, Sarah, I can't breathe. She's just like, so that's my name. Don't wear it out. Well, you can't breathe. That's the way I felt when you cheated on me. And then she goes upstairs and goes to sleep, and then wakes up the next morning and realizes, oh, Boo thing is not the suitcase. And then I don't know what it is with y'all's suitcases. Like I don't want to go that way. If I ever meet any of my white friends in real life, please don't put me in a suitcase, okay? There was a guy that put his wife in a suitcase. Yes, Leticia Stalk put the son Gannon in a suitcase. What's with y'all suitcases? And yes, and she recorded it herself. So he's in the suitcase begging for his life. And she pulls out the phone and records it. So anyway, I hope that child comes up. She's supposed to be able to, I think she said she wants to represent herself. So I sincerely hope that occurs. Hey, Carmen. Yes, he was alive. Yes, business person. Yep. And there was one, hey, Lurker. There was one where the girlfriend beheaded the boyfriend. I can't remember the name, but they beheaded the boyfriend. Y'all doing too much out here. Y'all doing too much. Let's all love one another, and let's make fun of Darrell. I don't know if Darrell is going to his next hearing with Erica is going to be coming up in a few weeks, and I am not optimistic that it's going to be streamed. What? I hate YouTube. Anyway, let's get started. This is getting on my nerves. Make sure y'all smashing that like button. Yes, what he's going to do what he did with the Waukesha trial. He let his lawyers do all the hard work right before it was time to go to court. He's going to fire his lawyers and want to be his own attorney and do the sovereign citizen crap. And, he wants to come and mess with Erica. So we already know what he's going to do. All right. So let me go ahead and get the party started. So this stream is going to be the Darrell Brooks and Let's Fuck the Police stream. So we're going to look at all of his, most of his interaction with the police. Because, he's smarter than everybody. So let me cut this music off in the background. We're going to fuck the police. All right. And since we don't have to work in the morning, we're going to play a drinking game again. Let me see. I got my wine here. People going to complain they haven't seen my face good because y'all want to see my face expression. So, This is crazy. I don't know how to work nothing. Okay. I guess y'all want to see that, right? Anyway, I don't want me to be this big on the camera. All right, that's better. Okay. So anyway, yes. So this is going to do day, what is this? This is day 7. Day 7 with the polices. The only police I'm not going to play is Officer Skolton. And then after a little while, I will drop the link and then we can come and we can chit chat No air cases with that blonde lady. I don't know. What's her name? Caricatures is keeping up better with all that. I don't know. I just want the shit to be streamed. If it ain't streamed, hey Ashley Lynn. Yes, if we could put Darrell in a suitcase, that would be freaking fantastical and fantabulous and wonderful. I had me some libations, so I'm trying to see what we can drink to. Pick a word for us to drink to. I don't got to go to work in the morning stream. Pick a word for us to drink to. We could do, would it be fair to say? Your Honor. Grounds. We did grounds. Did we do grounds? We did grounds last time. We did grounds. Grounds for the sustained objection. No. We did objection last time. So we can do grounds then. We're going to do grounds. Grounds for the sustained. We're going to do grounds. Grounds is scary because we're going to be drunk. For the record. Look, we can put him, we can put Darrell in a clutch. He'll fit in a clutch. Oh no. You can put him in one of my wallets. He'll fit right in here in one of my wallets. Is it fair to say, such a mad jurisdiction? Okay, so everybody who wants to do grounds, type of 1. Everybody want to do such a mad jurisdiction 2, and then everybody wants to do grounds 3. Did I say that right? 3? Oh gosh, jury in the record. Look, I don't even remember what I said. Can you say it for the jury and for the record? I hate him. Okay, let's just do grounds. We'll do grounds. Make sure y'all smashing that like button. Okay, let's go ahead and get this party started. We're gonna do grounds or acts. We'll say acts for another one. We'll do grounds. Hey Beans, thank you. Look, I told you. You treated me kind, sweet destiny. This is 90s Mariah, okay? 90s Mariah. Why you so obsessed with me? But I wanna know. Lying that you're sexing me. Everybody knows. Oh, thank you, Carmen.
Darrell Brooks, case number 21CF1848. Appearances, please.
Zach Witchow.
Sir, state your name for the record, please.
I'm a
I'm
third
here as a
party,
third party intervening in this matter. As authorized representative for my client, I accept for value in return for value all of the charging instruments in this matter and make my exemption available for discharge of all obligations and charges connected with this case. I do not dispute any of the facts in the charging instrument. And for the record, I do not consent to or agree to being called that name that
That's
you
right.
have identified here today.
Shut up.
The record should reflect that the individual known to this court as Darrell Brooks is present in person in custody.
By the way, I know that sometimes when I get excited, I talk very loud and I have a mega mic. So I'm going to try and be a little bit more subdued. And I'm going to be a little less vulgar. I mean, he's still going to be at 1,000 bitches, but I'm going to be just a little less vulgar. Just a little bit. Not much, but a little.
street clothes, specifically a suit and tie and a mask. I just also want to make a record quickly.
For the record, that's business.
A number of documents were left by Mr. Brooks in the holding area just outside the courtroom. They have been put on his desk today. It's all of the autopsy protocols that were provided to him yesterday, the hard copies, that is, the diagrams that were presented in court related to those protocols,
James.
and a copy of the pretrial offer. So I just wanted to make that record.
For the record.
Hold on. Not right yet, please. So I have been advised that all of the jurors are here and ready to go. I presume the state has available its next witness.
We do. We'd also move states exhibit 162A into evidence.
As to 162A, Mr. Brooks, any position on that?
Yeah, Jack, I haven't even seen it, first of all. And second of all, again, for the record.
Mr. Brooks, I'm just dealing only with the exhibit right now. Sorry for the interruption, but I need to.
Judge Darrell is saying we don't need to hear none of your bullshit today. Keep that bullshit to yourself. I'm not interested.
Do that without interruption from you. 162A was a screen capture that related to an annotation that a witness made. I believe that was during witness number 34. Yes, that was Mr. Hallmark. And so based upon that, exhibit 162A is received, and I will so advise the jury when they come in. Sir, I'm not going to address any preliminary matters at this point. I've already addressed a number of things yesterday. The jury is to be brought out.
No, there was some things that need to be discussed about the paperwork from yesterday.
We'll take that up on a break. You can look over it. You can make a note and pass it to
I've
my clerk.
already looked over it, Your Honor. With all respect, I think there's some things.
Mr. Brooks, I'm not going to deal with it right now.
Nobody
It's paperwork.
cares.
I just wanted it notated that you left it and now it's being provided to you again.
I'm not referring to that paperwork.
I'm not dealing with the paperwork from the clerk of court's office either. I am not the custodian. We're going to bring the jury out.
That's right.
But she
Mr. Brooks?
should know that she's trying
Mr.
to
Brooks,
get me to pay.
stop. I
She's
am
trying
not
to get me to
addressing
pay
it.
something. It has to be addressed. Your
All right,
Honor,
I'm
because
going to
if I
take
don't-
a quick break and make sure the jury's ready and we'll come out for
if I don't
bench.
address it now,
Nobody cares, sir. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Hey, Mama T, Ashley. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Look at him. How does he think that this is going to help him, his case? He drives me up the wall. YouTube studio. Ugly self. Like a whole girl.
All right, thank you. The jury can come on out.
so we're not going to address this civil matter.
No.
I was told to pay for something under a civil statute.
Mr. Brooks, I am not the custodian. Bring it up with the clerk of court.
How
I'm
can
not
I bring it
addressing
up
it.
with the clerk of court? How am I supposed to do that?
How?
So that makes me wonder if it's a
Mr.
civil
Brooks,
case,
the jury's coming out. I'm not
If
going to
it's-
address your request
if
for
it's
open
civil-
records.
If it's
if
civil,
I'm not
then
the
it needs to
custodian
be
of the records,
who's
sir.
being sued. My Sesty Trust is being sued. Civil is a
Mr.
civil
Brooks, this
matter.
is an irrelevant matter that you're attempting to bring up in the presence
If it
of the
was-
jury. The
I
record
was
should
not. I was
reflect
trying to
these
bring it up
interruptions.
before the jury came out, Your Honor.
So this is a matter that is completely unrelated to this shit here. And so he needs to put it on the record that it's civil, it's a suit. I saw somebody who said that because something got mailed to them and it was certified. Certified means serious. Certified is civil is a suit. It's serious.
And I
know
told
that.
you I wasn't going to address it. Please.
Okay, so it's a civil matter. Who's being sued?
Hey, Glenn.
My Sesty Trust, because how can I be
Mr.
sued?
Brooks, you're talking about an irrelevant matter between you and the
It
clerk
wasn't,
of court.
it wasn't irrelevant
So-
when I got the paperwork from the clerk of court. I was
So you're blaming her. So you got paperwork from the clerk of court. She was nice to your dusty ass and said, hey, I'm going to get this to you so you can shut your mouth. I'm tired of these dick suckers moving. And that ain't even enough for you. It's still a problem. And look at these nails. I told y'all we need to get up a collection so we can send him a file in the jailhouse. Hey, Tony. Yes, don't make me flinch one bit. Yes.
Mr. Brooks, I'm not going to address it. The jury will
So I'm
disregard
being
these
sued.
irrelevant
This is a civil
comments.
matter. We haven't addressed subject
All right,
matter
thank you.
jurisdiction.
Subject matter
Everyone, please be
jurisdiction.
seated.
Oh, y'all, by the way, I lost my train of thought. Y'all don't get old.
The jury
So
will
we're not gonna
disregard the
address subject
statements
matter?
Mr. Brooks is making about subject matter jurisdiction. They are a misstatement of the law.
Yes. No,
All right,
they're not.
and
Just like this is a civil case.
Mr. Brooks, the jury's here. Please
Just like
show
this is a civil
respect
case.
and decorum.
According to this document.
Mr.
Civil
Brooks,
case,
please stop.
which means someone is being sued. Civil is a suit.
Mr. Brooks, you're talking about an irrelevant
I have the
matter. I'm
paperwork
starting
sent
the
by the paper
trial.
course right here that says it's a civil matter.
Can you imagine the type of, can you just imagine being his girlfriend or his wife, having to hear this from him? Can you just imagine that behavior? I would slit my own wrists. You know what? I would pretend I saw a toddler on the interstate and leave my wig in the chair to get away from him. I would do it too. And steal the robe. I would do it too.
Mr. Brooks
So
has
what's
nothing
being
to
sued?
do with
My
this
sexual
case.
trust is being sued.
I have no idea what you're talking about. So,
I got the paperwork right here.
all right, I'm
How
going to
do you not
excuse
know
the
what I'm
jury
talking
right
about?
now, given this disruption. All rise for the jury.
This should be properly addressed before the jury even comes out. That's why I tried to properly address it before we even went on the record.
Mr. Brooks.
So he thinks this is good. He thinks this is going to help him with the jury because he's being treated unfairly. He's a victim, you see. And so because he's a victim, and we got witnesses that all of this victimhood and victimology is going on. Okay. So, hey, Beverly, welcome. So yes, the victim is here, and y'all, I have to do this whole thing so they'll see how I'm being attacked. Just like he did in the jail. It wasn't him when he did his interview. It wasn't him. It ain't his fault. It's Erica's fault. It's the people who ran out in the road's fault because they didn't hear the horn. It's their fault.
Stop.
I'm not gonna. This is.
You are
I
not
was
being
given
respectful
this
to this
paperwork by you, Your
proceeding
Honor,
or to
with
this
all respect.
jury.
With all
No,
respect.
it's not. With all due respect, stating that doesn't make it
I was given
respectful.
this paperwork by you,
Mr.
from
Brooks,
Monica Paz.
stop talking
and
till the
Kirk
jury
Court.
is out.
Okay,
Thank you.
So why couldn't we address this before they came out?
I'm
That
not
was the
going to
time-
address it.
That was
Bottom
the time
line.
to address it, though. We're supposed to do all the addresses before the jury comes out.
The
before we
addresses.
start The matter.
Please
I
be
was trying to
seated.
simply address paperwork that was given to me by you, Your Honor. That states that
Mr. Brooks,
it states that
you
this
have
is a
interrupted
civil
me
matter.
repeatedly. You are on the verge of being removed to that courtroom. I don't want to
On-
do
on
that.
what-
I want you to stay here.
On what
But
fact of the
you
law, Your
keep
Honor?
interrupting me and bringing up irrelevant matters. I told you yesterday, as a courtesy that was provided to you, so that you would frankly not complain that you didn't get it as quickly as possible. Okay, I am not the custodian of the records. If you have an issue with what was provided to you, how it was provided to you, then take it up with the clerk of
She
court.
can't
But from
charge
now on, I am not going to be the messenger and give you documents that you request
Gang,
to
gang.
the custodian of the records or from the custodian of the records. They will simply have to be delivered to you at the jail. But that is in response to your discussion or whatever we want to call it this morning. I'm not taking it up.
Gang, gang.
All right, it is irrelevant.
It needed to be noted for the record.
It doesn't
Because
need
it
to be
was-
noted, sir.
You
All right,
gave
the
it to
jury's
me-
coming
you gave
back
it to
out,
me in
and I'm
open
going
court.
to warn you, if you bring this up again, I will pause and I will remove you to the next courtroom for being disrespectful, for being interruptive, for being disruptive and for bringing up irrelevant matters in front of this jury. You will forfeit your right to be present for the direct examination of this witness.
I object to
Did
that,
you
Your Honor.
hear what I said,
No,
sir?
I did not. I
Oh.
object to that, Your Honor.
I object.
Well, you can object, and your objection is noted, but if you
For the
interrupt
record-
when this jury
For
comes
the
out,
record,
they will go, I will have them taken out again, and you will be removed to the next
For the-
courtroom.
you can't, what is the legal basis for that ruling, Your Honor?
Illinois versus Allen, sir, and all of the
And-
other cases that
and it
I've
doesn't
cited
say
previously.
anything-
I'll make the appropriate record. Stop interrupting me.
Shut the fuck up.
The jury's coming out. We're continuing with this trial despite your repeated efforts to disrupt.
That's a
Yesterday,
mischaracterization
sit
of the
down.
record.
Yesterday alone, sir, 17 interruptions, not including the opportunity that I gave you where you spent 15 minutes, okay, discussing what were primarily either irrelevant or baseless accusations
Like a
and
bitch.
requests not based in law or fact. I was abundantly patient with you yesterday.
And you still haven't
And-
verified by proof any of what I
And
said.
none of
Your
that
Honor.
is required, sir.
Because it
and
is. You can't verify.
Your
any proof.
belief
Where's
that
the
that's the
subject matter-
law
where's the subject matter
doesn't make it
jurisdiction?
so, Mr. Brooks. Your belief that these are legitimate legal positions
They are.
doesn't change the law
They are
and
not.
doesn't make it so.
It's
So,
clearly
again,
relevant because you didn't want to.
I'm going to step off and give Mr. Brooks 5 minutes to cool off.
I'm
And
not-
when that
I don't
happens,
need
I'm
to
bringing
cool
the
off.
jury
I'm not
out,
angry at all.
and then we will
I just wanted
continue.
to. I don't.
I don't agree to an estoppel because you know estoppel means stop. Look at him still running his mouth. Oh, his breath stink. Ooh, look at that breath. Ooh, look at that mouth. And yes, I think his mask is inside out. Look at his ugly self. I wish somebody would have shocked his ass because he needed it. If anybody needed to be shocked, it's him. Look at him. Look at the little studious student. Now, hold on. Let me. Look at his face. Look at his eyes.
All right, the jury can be brought out, please. I need to stand here because the camera needs to stay.
Lord, bless Judge Darrell's heart.
Once again, not addressing the subject matter jurisdiction yet again.
Glenn, do you know how to prove subject matter jurisdiction? Can you show me how to prove subject matter jurisdiction for the record, Glenn?
Procedural, just, but yeah.
Yes, yes, stanky boy. Stank boy fly. Stank boy fly.
All rise.
So look at his, you can see his anger in his face. The jury has to see this. This is why you don't fire your attorneys. Oh, here we go. There we go. Now I got my screen back up. Make sure y'all smashing that like button. Ugly self. So we're gonna do the
Thank you, everyone. Please be
I
seated.
said we're doing the cops today. Everybody except for Skolton.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, while you were not with us, the state moved.
Blah blah blah.
Thank you, sir. Please be seated. Sir, the first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Sure. First name Craig, Craig. Last name Learman, Liermann.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. I'd like to direct your attention to Sunday, November 21st of 2021. Did you attend the Waukesha Christmas parade that day?
Yes, I did.
Were you alone or with other people?
I was with my family.
Overruled.
Could you say that again?
I was with my family.
And I see you're wearing a uniform today. What do you do for a living?
I'm assistant chief with the Franklin Police Department.
Now you see, he asking. Zach started asking people about, what do you do for a living? What do you do for a living? And of course, Darrell is he's a plagiarist and a copycat. So he started doing the exact same thing. Just for anybody, any cat, dog, mouse you get on the stand. So what do you do for a living? Not that it matters. You look at a cute little bailiff. Hey, Vicky. By the by, for those who just came in, we're drinking tonight, and we're going to take a sip every time we hear grounds.
Were you at the parade in your law enforcement capacity?
I was not.
Why were you there?
I was there to attend the parade, just to get in the Christmas mood.
Okay. And did you have any family members participating in the parade?
I did not.
Where were you standing or observing the
Hey,
parade?
Deputy.
I was standing on West Main Street, very near the intersection of Maple, just to the west of Maple.
Do you know if you were on the north side or the south side of Main Street?
I was on the south side of Main Street.
Will you please put up for the jury exhibit number 15, which has previously been received and published.
Go ahead. Overruled.
And could we zoom in on the bottom left?
His ugly
quadrant
self.
here? Do you recognize the area on the map that you're looking at?
Yes.
What does it depict?
It's a map of the parade route, Christmas parade route.
Could you draw?
Oh, did y'all know? I saw somebody had mentioned this in the comment section, because a lot of us are still completely fixated with this case, and we still watch it continuously. But I think I saw it on Reddit. But if you look at the whole parade route, it's like in the shape of a gun. I thought that was really interesting. It's the shape of a gun.
Draw a little X for us, if you can find where you were standing with your family.
Overruled.
Do you want me to go up and touch the map? Is that
Oh,
how it
the
works, or-
screen in front of you. I'm sorry. The screen in front of you is a
Okay.
touch screen. You can use your finger.
Sure. Okay.
Overruled.
I would be right, basically right there, just west of the intersection with Maple by maybe 20 to 50 feet.
Okay. Southwest corner, Maple and Main.
Yes.
We can clear that then, please. Could we now please display for the jury exhibit 56, which has also been previously received and published.
Go ahead.
This is an exhibit has already been received into evidence. It's obviously a diagram of the intersection we're talking about. Do you recognize this intersection?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes, I do.
And could you point out for us by, again, drawing a little X where you and your family were standing?
Yes, it would be approximately right here.
Okay. So again, southwest corner of Maple and Main.
Yes.
See, it looked like a gun.
Do you recall what happened? We can take that down, please. Do you recall what happened at approximately 4:39 p.m. that Sunday afternoon?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
Can you tell us?
Sure. Standing at that location.
Make sure y'all smashing that like
The
button.
parade was coming from my right to my left, so from the east to the west. There was a break in the parade in front of me. To my right was the Milwaukee Dancing Grannies. To my left was a group from the Catholic community of Waukesha, and there was a break in the parade right in front of me, an opening. I heard the crowd become more excited than normal. So I felt like something was coming, but I didn't know what. Didn't know if it was a unusual parade thing or what, but people became more excited, so it kind of grabbed my attention. Then I realized something wasn't quite right. I could see a vehicle traveling
The vehicle.
from the east to the west.
Yeah, the vehicle.
At first, I could only see the top portion of the vehicle from maybe the windshield up, because there was people obviously standing along the route, so they kind of obstructed my view. But I could see that the vehicle was traveling at a much faster rate than any of the other participants, so clearly something was wrong.
Could you describe the vehicle for us?
At first, I could only tell that it was probably like an SUV, because of, again, my vision was obstructed by the people that were standing watching the parade. As I got closer, I could see that it was a red Ford Escape SUV.
What happened as the SUV got closer to you?
As it got closer to me, I could hear that the engine was revving very high. The RPMs were much higher than normal, almost like it was maybe in the wrong gear, or there was something mechanically wrong with it. It was revving, like I said, revving much higher than a typical car. It definitely grabbed your attention.
Okay, what happened next?
As I got closer, I could hear something, which I didn't know if it was like the engine sputtering, or I didn't really know what it was.
Or the car was
again,
ragging.
kind of unusual. But then as I got closer, I could see that it was, again, traveling at a high rate of speed. I was concerned at that point in time that either there's some sort of mechanical issue with the car possibly, or maybe some parade participant was having a medical emergency, but the vehicle was clearly not under control.
So they was giving your goofy ass the benefit of the doubt. Even then, even on the parade route, they were giving you the benefit of the doubt.
In relation to everything else that was going on.
How close did the SUV get to you?
Look at him.
As it passed me, it came
My first
more
lawsuit.
towards my side of the street, so it would have been
Play
traveling essentially west in what would be the eastbound lanes normally. So when it passed by me, it was very close, probably maybe 10 feet away at most.
Were there parking spaces in front of you where you were standing?
I believe there were, yes.
Do you recall if the vehicle passed through the parking spaces in front of you at all?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
Yes.
Could you describe the lighting conditions at that time? What were the sunlight, street lights, things like that?
It was, if I remember correctly, it was getting to be towards dusk. I don't believe the street lights were on at that point in time, but it was getting darker, but it was still, like I said, I would describe it as maybe dusk.
So it was better lit than when Carly Russell reported the toddler on the freeway. Look, and my mom believed the story too. She's like, "You need to bring that girl home."
Slightly before that.
How good of a look did you get at the driver?
A very good look.
Okay. Can you describe, or can you give us a physical description of what you remember?
I remember the driver being a light-skinned male black, approximately mid-30s, mid to late 30s.
Ugly.
Had very facial hair.
Leprechaun.
And what I would describe as like dreadlocks.
Shit locks.
Longer hair.
Shit locks, yes.
What was the driver doing as he passed you?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Hearsay.
As he was driving by, the window was open.
Mm-hmm.
He stuck his head and actually like the upper portion of his body out the driver's window,
Out the window.
and looked back behind him.
Mm-hmm.
The window you're talking about, which
He was
window
hitting them
is that?
switches.
It would be the driver's window.
Mm-hmm.
And he actually stuck his head out the window.
Objection, lead the witness.
Overruled. He may answer.
Correct. To the point where it crossed my mind he actually may fall out. That's how far out I perceived him to be.
Hearsay.
What direction was the driver looking when he stuck his head out the window?
Objection.
He was looking behind him.
From the direction that he had come from?
Correct. Correct.
Hey, Sandy,
happened
thank
next?
you.
At that point, when when he looked back and then he kind of turned towards the front,
Mm-hmm.
Based on his body language, my heart kind of sank because I felt like what I thought could be maybe a medical emergency or something like that. To me, clearly, I felt like it was an intentional act. So that obviously upset me a little bit. And then the driver, after he had leaned back, he turned forward.
Uh-huh.
He grabbed the steering wheel.
Uh-huh.
He pulled himself up off the seat.
That's right.
And cranked the steering wheel to the right.
That's right.
So let the record reflect that the witness used both hands at the 10 and 2 position to simulate the driver's hands on the steering wheel.
Now remember, Darrell copies. So this is where it started when, he was like, let it reflect that, put the hand here, they did this. And then Darrell was like, you had the upper portion, you used your left hand and you put it here and you went up, and that's where that came from. Unoriginal prick. I hate him.
Objection to that.
Overruled, the record will reflect.
What happened as the driver cranked the steering wheel to the right?
Unfortunately, when he did that, he essentially steered the vehicle across the parade route at a diagonal angle directly through a group of people that were walking with the Catholic community of Waukesha.
That's how I got hurt.
Based on your memory of where those people were in the road and the SUV's path of travel, what would have happened if the SUV had simply maintained a straight path instead of veering to the right?
Objection. Speculative.
Speculative.
Overruled, he may answer.
I believe that there was a gap between where the Catholic community from Waukesha were standing and the parade spectators. So there should have been an open alleyway if he would have went straight.
Ugly self.
What happened next?
Demon.
Unfortunately, when he drove through that group, he struck many of them. A lot of them kind of bouncing off the hood, and some of them, unfortunately, actually ran over. You can see them people come out from underneath the vehicle.
Did you see the vehicle at any point attempt to strike the word attempt? Did you at any point see the vehicle slow down?
Hell no.
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled.
No, not at all.
Hell no.
Did you see brake lights?
Nope.
Hell's to the no.
Did you hear a horn honking?
Nope. Not at all.
Beep, beep.
I'd like to put up for the witness only, please, exhibit number 133.
You got me rolling, and it kissed me right and dirty.
This is a 5-second clip.
Dirty.
We're going to just play it for you once. Let me know if you recognize what you're looking at after you watch it, okay?
Objection.
Overruled.
Okay.
Hearsay. How?
Do you recognize that clip?
Yes.
What does it depict?
That depicts the red Ford Escape traveling through the closed parade route from the east of Maple through that intersection with Maple on Main Street to the west.
Make sure I'm smashing that like button.
Very close to where I was standing.
Does that video accurately depict the events as you saw them unfold that day?
Yes, it does.
Move exhibit 133 into evidence. And
Come on, objection.
Objection.
Overruled, exhibit 133 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
We can just wait for the bailiff to give me a signal.
There's a delay to the moment.
See, I typically don't like to play the directs, but they're not long. The crosses are interesting. Hey, Wisha Karen Wood. Hey, Jay Jones. I love miss all of y'all too. Look at him.
Could you just tell us which part of the screen does the SUV enter?
Objection. Lead the witness.
Overruled.
How is that leading?
It enters from the right side of the screen
Idiot.
and progresses across to the
Wonderful.
essentially
Thank
kind of
you.
the left side
Thank
of
you.
the screen.
Thank you.
Okay, let's play this once then.
Why was he playing so fast? at normal speed.
Shut up.
Mr. Brooks, it's not your time to ask questions. You'll have an opportunity to ask those previously, or when.
There he go.
Go ahead.
Man, shut the hell up.
Could we put up for the witness only, please, exhibit number 132? So same concept here. I'm just going to play a few seconds for you. You let me know if you recognize the area depicted in the video and what happens as it plays.
Hey, Spawn. Thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome, everybody. I miss all of y'all, too. Y'all need to give me a new body for Christmas.
Okay. Do you recognize that video?
Yes.
What does it show?
It shows the same red Ford Escape SUV that I've been talking about come in from the right-hand side of the screen across to the left-hand side of the screen, striking at least one person there.
And do you see the vehicle changing position in the road towards the end of that video?
Overruled.
Can I see it again?
Sure.
For the record, how long is this clip?
It is 11 seconds.
Thank you.
Hey, T. What time is it? Well, in Alabama, it's 7:32.
From my
Central.
perspective, the vehicle travels straight through the video from right to left.
Okay.
Civil means suit.
Is this an accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes.
Objection.
Exhibit 132 into
Come on,
evidence and
objection.
request permission to publish.
Exhibit 132 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Wait for the bailiff.
Look, she got on a Tommy shirt. I didn't know they still had Tommy. She got on a Tommy Hilfiger. Interesting. Oh yeah, y'all in California. I'm going back
Okay,
back to Cali. Oh, South Africa, awesome. Can you come and take Elon back with you, please?
I'd like to go back to the 6-second mark. Set it to 40%, please.
Y'all notice that every time that they show the video, he always leans forward because he cannot get enough of this. It's not that he can't hear because there's no sound, but he has to always go up because he is, he got to, take inventory of his handiwork.
And play from there.
Come on, I need you to come on with the ground, sir.
Go ahead.
Oh, he enjoyed every minute of this.
Can we go back to the 6-second mark?
This was as close to Broadway or a blockbuster movie as he would ever get.
It's the relevancy and keep going back.
Shut the fuck up.
I presume you have a question for the witness.
I do, yep.
All right, overruled.
Can you, using a little X again, can you draw on the screen the approximate area where you would have been standing at this time?
Sure. It would have been somewhere down in that area.
Okay. So the sidewalk running kind of up the middle of the screen here,
Look at all
that'll
these
run
people.
into Maple.
Sitting
Yes.
ducks.
And then you would be on the other side of Maple.
Yeah.
Overruled. His answer may stand. Just
Sit
caution
in
the state
ducks.
about leading questions. Thank you.
Do you know what side of the street this camera is on, north or south?
Overruled. He asked if he knew.
This camera would be on the south side of Main Street.
And what direction is the camera facing?
This camera will be facing to the west.
Now look, for those who say there's no white people, it was a white crime. Here go a sister right here. You can tell this is a sister right here. So black folks in Waukesha, there's a sister right here.
And can we back up a little bit, maybe to the 3-second mark?
Hey, Mama T.
Yes.
Okay, we're at the 3-second mark. Do you see the SUV that you've been talking about in the video right now?
Objection, lead the witness.
Overruled.
Oh my gosh,
Yes.
an
Can you
idiot.
please circle it for us? Thank you. We can clear that.
No, no.
Now,
Oh,
paying attention to
you
the
don't blame Elon?
tail lights. Let's play again at 40% from that spot, 3 seconds.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Well, I don't blame you. We don't want him here either. His Teslas are nice, though. I can't even lie. Teslas are nice. Look at him. Why you confused? Quit frowning. Fix your face. Fix your face.
What did you see the taillights of the SUV doing in the last few seconds of that video?
Objection, what's the relevancy?
Shut up.
Overruled. He may answer.
I didn't see the taillights on as far as like brake lights. I didn't see
But he
any
didn't
brake
break.
lights.
He didn't break. But one time.
But the rear facing lights were illuminated in some way, correct?
Objection, lead the witness.
Sustained.
Next,
Please.
tail lights, not brake lights.
You got one.
Please rephrase.
Sure. Did you see any lights on the back of the vehicle?
You got one, y'all.
Yes,
Which ones?
taillights.
And what did you see the taillights doing in that portion of the video?
Objection, lead the witness.
Overruled.
The taillights were on.
But the position of the vehicle, did you see that change?
Objection, lead the witness.
Overruled.
I did not.
Okay. You testified earlier that you thought there might be some type of mechanical issue. Did you maintain that opinion?
No.
Why not?
Objection,
Yeah.
speculative.
Overruled.
Okay, we should have used objection then.
Based on the body language that the driver had exhibited as he passed me,
Let's switch it from grounds to objection because he ain't been doing grounds yet. Or we can do grounds and objection because we need to catch up. So we're going to do grounds and objection. Hey, y'all.
there was no panic. There was no distress, like he was trying to stop the vehicle. In fact, he seemed to me like he was excited about what he was doing.
Would please put up for the witness exhibit number 34, again for the witness only.
Go ahead.
134, excuse me.
I don't want to cry.
134.
We're going to play, this is a
Wanna
16-second
cry.
clip. We're just going to play the first 7 or 8 seconds for you.
Oh, we going to drink. Mm-hmm. Hey, Ian. Oh, I know this is somebody across the water. The way you spell realize.
That's good. We played 6 seconds. Do you recognize that video?
Do I recognize the vehicle in the video?
Yes.
Yes.
Objection, that wasn't the question, Your Honor.
Oh, objection. Yeah.
Overruled. He may answer.
The answer was yes.
Yes.
Okay. This is based on your recollection of the scene that day. This would be where in relation to where you were standing?
That would be west of my location.
What happens to Main Street as you go west of where you were
Thank you,
standing?
Ian.
Objection, lead the witness.
Overruled.
Approximately a block to the west, the road takes a sharp turn to the left or south.
You testified earlier that the driver's window was down when it passed you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does this video accurately depict how the SUV looked, including that window, at the time you saw it?
Objection, speculative.
Objection.
Window was open.
Overruled. He may answer. He's testifying about what he recalled, not what someone else thought.
He don't know what that means.
Yes.
I move exhibit 134 into evidence and request permission to publish.
Objection.
Objection.
Hearsay.
Hearsay.
The objection's overruled. Exhibit 134 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Glenn was here. You know, he bounced in and out. Him and Tony bounce in and out. Oh, you're in Wales. Oh, awesome.
Okay, we'll play this once at full speed.
We love Diana. Even us bumpkins in the South love Diana. She should be queen right now. I would have watched the coronation if Diana was being
The video that we just played,
queen.
Exhibit 134. That's how you recall seeing the video that day, the vehicle that day?
The vehicle.
Yes.
The vehicle.
Now, if we could put up for the witness only, Exhibit number 9, please. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
What is it?
That's the red SUV that I saw in the parade that day. The damage done depicts in the front of the vehicle is consistent with what I saw.
Yes.
The driver's window is open, like I saw.
You're right, Steve.
And that's the driver that I saw driving the vehicle that day.
This Exhibit 9 appeared to be a screenshot from the video that we just saw, Exhibit 134.
Oh, go ahead, Glenn. Yes. Go nuts. We
Move
love
Exhibit 9
you,
into
Glenn.
evidence and request permission to publish.
Objection.
Oh, objection.
Exhibit 9 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
We want Diana to be queen. Diana is queen forever. Don't do Nemo like that, Shannon. Look at him. Look at this bitch. Oh, how do you know it's me? Who is you? Who is you? How can you tell with the path of the travel of the vehicle? The window have any tints? Is you hear a horn honking? Can you see who that is right now in the video? Can you see? Yes, we can see. It's you. Yes, Glenn, please type, Glenn, please. When I drop my link, I hope you come up.
Does that come up in the chat box yet? Okay, thank you.
Look at him. Come on, think of a lie. Get your lie right. He's like, look at his face. I don't, hold on.
Okay, thank you.
Look at his face. Yep, that's me. I don't give a shit. Fuck it. Whatever.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Look, every time he do this, see, he listening.
Okay.
He listening.
Thank you.
He's seeing what stuff I've noticed. He's very observant.
What
of
did you
stuff
do
around
after the SUV drove out of your field of view?
Checked on my family. They're physically unharmed. So then I went into the road to see how I can help people.
Did you?
Yes.
Who?
Stepped out into the road. I looked to my left, to my right, in each direction. I would estimate probably 12 to 15 people in each direction that were lying in the road in various positions. I just walked up to the first people that I saw to my west, which would have been people that were with the Catholic community of Waukesha.
And did you attempt to render any medical aid to anybody in that group?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
So I happened upon two people. One was an adult male, and then one was a small child, probably 8 to 11. The adult male was conscious, was lying on his side. I believe it was the right side of his head on the ground. He complained that he couldn't move his legs. And then the young girl was unconscious. She was laying on her stomach, face down, with her head tucked essentially down underneath her, like onto her chest, essentially.
The adult male that you described, did he provide you with a first name?
Yes, he did.
What was that?
Jason.
The
Ah,
girl
thank
that
you.
you mentioned, did you ever learn her name?
I have an idea who it is now. I did not learn it that day though.
Okay. What happened as you came upon that girl with her head tucked down into her chest?
Oh, thank you.
I believe there was at least one other Good Samaritan that had come down to assist her. She was not, like I said, she was not conscious. She was breathing, but the breaths were more like snoring. I recognized that she was not getting good quality breaths. Could be characterized as agonal breathing, possibly, but she was not breathing normally.
What did you do?
I told the other Good Samaritan that we needed to get her in a better position so she could get adequate breaths, because where she was not. At first, the person was a little reluctant because they didn't want to hurt her more by moving her.
He's a clown
but I
demon.
convinced them that she's not breathing appropriately right now. We have to move her carefully so that she can have an opportunity to breathe.
So did you?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you help
What
anybody
you were,
else?
Munchkin?
The group that you've identified as the Catholic communities.
Objection answered.
Objection.
Overruled.
Eventually, there was several people that came and helped the young girl with various levels of medical training.
Come on, we drinking to
One was like
objection.
a retired military medic, and there was at least one nurse. So they were helping her to the point where I really could not provide any additional aid. So I kind of walked around to see if there's anybody else I could help.
Was there?
Yes, there was many people at that point.
Did you help anybody else?
Yes.
Who?
I actually ran into an officer who was also off duty from Franklin that I recognized. I didn't attend the event with him, but I ran into him. We worked together then to help at least one other person into the back of a sheriff's squad that had come onto the parade route to try to help get people to area hospitals.
What type of vehicle was that?
It was a
There's been an objection.
Oh.
It's not speculative. The witness may answer. Go ahead.
Take a drink. Objection.
it was a marked Waukesha County Sheriff's SUV.
What happened next?
By that time, there was a lot of
This bitch drove on after he ran his people over. You treat, I ran over back in college. I ran over a puppy or a kitten. I didn't intend to do it, but I ran over him nonetheless. I didn't stop because I was late for school, trying to get to class. But I mean, I would have stopped, or I did have a feeling after I ran over the little animal, like, oh crap, I ran over this little dog or the little cat or whatever the heck it was, the squirrel. Like, oh, I ran over that, and he just, there's nothing there. Nothing there. It boggles my mind how you can do this to other human beings and not even be remotely concerned. I mean, at all.
medical equipment that was arriving on scene. I know there was a longboard that we tried putting some of the victims on, but the longboard wouldn't fit in the back of the SUV because it's a hard seat, and it just wouldn't fit in there. So we ended up using like a makeshift stretcher out of a blanket, and then we carried one of the victims into the back of the sheriff SUV. And then the officer who was with me from Franklin, he actually rode with her in the back, or female victim, and went to an area hospital.
Do you recall the first name of that female victim?
I believe it was Marisol.
Marisol.
Objection, legal witness.
It's a clarification.
Legal witness.
Overruled.
Yes.
Did you eventually leave
this
the
is all
downtown
Erica's fault.
Waukesha area?
This is all Erica's fault.
Yeah, approximately 5:30 after all the victims that had been lying in the road were taken care of. There was nothing left for me to do at that point.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Dun, dun, dun.
Any questions for this witness, sir?
Yeah.
That's a yes.
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
See, Darrell has not learned code switching. So when he was like, yep,
Any questions for this witness, sir?
Yeah.
See, code switching. So for those of y'all who don't know what code switching is, I'll give you an example. So I'm talking to you like I would normally talk to people. Well, I mean, a lot of people say I talk, white anyway, but whatever. But if I'm just talking to you normally, and then here's a perfect example. When I used to work in retail, me and my husband, we were, I was on the phone. We weren't married, of course, but I was on the phone. I'm like, I'm so sick of these bitches and this and this and this. And I hate these bastards that come in this bitch. Oh, and so somebody was at the restaurant. I was talking to them. I'm like, hi, welcome to Macy's. How can I help you today? Is there anything I can do for you? Well, whenever you need something, just let me know. And I'll be right here waiting for you. Okay. Thank you. And he was just like, my God. Wow. That's code switching. This is something that us, those of us of a darker persuasion learn, well, I should say, the ones of us that are successful and that have learned how to, move back and forth. And we meet people where they are. That's it. We meet people where they are. That's code switching. Let's continue.
That's a yes.
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Bitch.
Would you happen to be on duty today, right now, if you weren't testifying?
Because that's relevant.
Yes.
And so right now, would it be fair to say that you are on the clock?
Now, this is when he wants to intimidate you. It's when he stand up and he crosses his little baby chest over his fingers over his little bird chest. See, that's when he getting ready to intimidate. Y'all bear witness to my authority. I'm gonna stand up. Look, I'm gonna stand up. I'm gonna stand up.
Yes.
So on the clock, would it be fair to say that you're getting paid right now?
Something you know nothing
Yes.
about.
Would that be for your testimony or just because you would be on the clock otherwise?
These would be my normal work hours right now.
So you're being paid to testify right
Bless
now.
you. Thank you.
Objection.
Grounds.
That's an answer.
Oh, grounds.
He may answer.
He said grounds twice for 2 steps.
Yes.
Any idea why you would be getting paid to testify?
What?
Because these are my normal work hours. This is when I'm working and I'm been subpoenaed by the state to be here.
Uh-oh. He said subpoena.
So the state's paying you to testify?
No, his ass cheeks.
The city of
did.
Franklin is paying me.
To testify.
These are my normal work hours.
So testifying in open court is part of your duties as an officer?
Dumbass. This is what I don't understand. You have just been identified. There's a picture of you hanging out of a window with a banged up hood, scrunched up front end of your vehicle. Your face is right there with the window down, hanging out of the car. But you, hey, Monica, but you ask about who's paying you, and it's part of your job being in law enforcement to testify, and who pays your salary? Like, really, bitch? Who pays your salary? But we got you, your face committing a crime, but who paid your salary? That's relevant. That's important. Let's continue.
Yes.
So you've done this more than just this time, then would that be fair to say?
Well, you're not the only
Yes.
idiot that's
And
committed
each
crime.
time you were paid to do so?
Yes.
Look at this fool.
You made mention to the state of Wisconsin. Is that who you were subpoenaed by?
Yes.
Do you recall by whom?
No.
You were in fact subpoenaed though, would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And you don't recall by whom the subpoena
Who
was
cares?
delivered to you? The name on the subpoena?
No.
It was certified, and certified means
So would it be
serious.
fair to say that upon being subpoenaed, you were in touch with the state of Wisconsin?
Specifically, Waukesha County DA's office.
Do you recall who those interactions were with?
Not specifically.
What a freaking idiot, man.
So it'd be fair to say you had an interaction with the Waukesha County District's Attorney's Office, but don't recall who you spoke with.
Who cares?
I spoke with a group of people from the DA's office.
Look at his face. He's like, what the fuck is this? What is this? He's confused. I'm confused. I'm ready. What's he talking about?
Do you remember anyone by name?
One of the people was the gentleman, the DA at the table.
My
Let
baby.
the record reflect that
Look at him.
the witness
Look.
made a hand gesture towards the prosecution table and identified Attorney Whichow.
The record will so reflect.
I love it.
So you knew that it was a strong possibility that you would be called to testify then, I'm assuming.
Well, bitch, if you got a subpoena, yeah, it was a very high probability that he would testify. Maybe cut on another light.
That'd be fair to say.
Yes.
I'll be right
Did
back.
you seek to testify?
Did you seek to testify?
I don't understand the question.
Were you
SEEKT.
actively seeking to testify? Like, did you, on your end, did you reach out and volunteer testimony?
Who the fuck? Hold on. Did you volunteer to testify? Did you volunteer to testify? I want to do it. Hey, Sierra. I want to volunteer. I wonder what dead person they got their suit from. Somebody had to have died. That's a funeral suit, I think. I'll be right back.
After the incident, I did complete a report of what I saw that day and gave it to the Waukesha Police Department.
So after that report that you submitted, you didn't follow up on what was happening in the matter at that point?
No.
So it'd be fair to say after you gave the report on the incident, you just went back to work and continued your normal duties. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Did you follow much in the aftermath of the matter at that point after you submitted your report?
Not really.
Don't recall seeing any news reports related to the incident?
I may have saw some.
You made reference at one point to, well, let me back up.
Back that ass up.
Today, the first time you ever saw those exhibits, videos and still frame photo?
No.
So you've seen that before today?
Yes.
What is the
How
relevancy?
many times?
I believe probably once a piece.
Do you recall who you were shown them by?
The
Same.
table. Yep.
Same attorney?
Yes.
Let the record also reflect that, again, he's made a right hand gesture to the prosecution table and identified as Attorney Whichow. Again.
Record will so reflect.
You got him. You got him,
Do you
boy.
recall-
Here's Tanya. You got him.
Around what date that was? Was it recently? Was it some time ago?
It was recently.
And what would you define as recently? A few weeks, a few days, a month?
Your ass.
A few weeks.
That's the time. Your ass.
And exhibit.
Zibbit. What's a zibbit?
I want to say it was 133,
Exhibit.
or maybe 132.
Oh, whatever. One of them.
You recall seeing the vehicle that you saw that day going through
That
the
vehicle.
parade route. Would that be fair to say?
Can I see the exhibit? I'm not sure which one
Thank
specifically
you,
you're referring to.
Sierra. Exhibit.
Let's try exhibit 132.
Come on, get that exhibit going.
The state, put that up, please. For the witness only or for everyone?
For everyone.
All right, go ahead.
So they he and the kiki at the table. Look, they smiling. Uh-oh. He kiki.
I don't have it on my screen.
It takes a moment.
Okay.
Should have it now. Let me know when you have it in the jury box.
I have it now.
No, I need the jurors
See
to
they
let me know when
and
they get it,
kiki.
since there's a more of a delay.
Oh,
for the
thank you
jury box.
guys. I miss
And
you all
those monitors.
too. Like those of y'all from California, is he not like acting like a stereotypical like cholo acts, with the plaid shirt, have y'all seen Training Day, like Baby Joker? Was it Baby Joker? No, that was in Friday Returns or something. Said next Friday. Baby Joker, fuck you, daddy, but Baby Joker, that's the stance that he's taking is like one of those stereotypical characters. Munchkin, I don't know where that dog is. Paisley, next Friday, yes.
Thank you. It's on in the jury box. Go ahead.
You made reference when shown this exhibit. You made reference to be in position around like right in that area. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
If you could play the video from, I don't know, maybe starting at around 5 seconds.
Right. I don't know because, I didn't bother to actually watch any of these in my discovery. I'm just, coming into court and whatever they play, I'll just ask questions about that. But as far as me knowing what the hell going on, fuck it. I'm the smartest person in this bitch anyway. Paisley, tired of him.
Clear the annotation. You don't want to capture them anyway, do you?
Look at it. He looking.
Oh,
Bitch,
no, okay.
bitch, quit interrupting me, bitch. Remember my train of thought, bitch. Stop. Why you leaning down like that? Stank ass.
Did you see the vehicle pass
The
the
vehicle.
position where you were standing in that exhibit?
Yes.
Exhibit.
You made reference to the driver of the vehicle hanging out of the driver's side window. And I think your words were,
Oh Lord, here you go. Come on.
you were concerned that the driver may fall out of the vehicle. Do you recall saying that?
I mean, you are like 2 inches tall, so I would be concerned too.
Yes.
Is it fair to say from that exhibit video that the driver of that vehicle is not hanging out of the window?
In that portion of the video, he is not hanging out the window.
So what?
But bitch, you're in the video though. You may not be hanging out the window, but the window is down and your face is there. Why would you do that? Why? Yeah, there go Paisley. Yep.
So what portion? Let me back up.
Back it
In
up.
any of the exhibits that you were shown,
Get them exhibits now.
does any of them depict the driver hanging out of the window on the verge of falling out?
No.
Oh, he got him. Got him. Got him. Bruh.
So at what position were you in when you observed what you say as the driver hanging out of the window and you being concerned that possibly they would fall out? where were you positioned at that time?
I would have been standing on the south side of Main Street, just west of Maple, by a few feet.
Do you know of any reason why the exhibits are not depicting what you say you saw?
What?
That portion of the video only covers from a distance where I was.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been the very tail end of it. When it's going to the west, that video is probably from several hundred feet to the east of where I am. So
Several hundred feet? How would you estimate that distance?
Because it's an estimate.
just I know where that video was taken from and where I was standing. That's an estimate of about how far.
Yes, AL. Hey,
And you
Kimberly.
know that for sure?
It's an
It's
estimate.
an estimate.
So it would be fair to say you don't know for sure.
That's what estimate means.
Grounds
Sustained,
for the sustain, Your Honor.
Grounds again, baby.
argumentative, sustained as to the form of the question. Please rephrase
Would
it.
it be fair to say that in the exhibit that was just shown,
Hey, Sherry. Welcome, welcome.
that from the position that you said that you would have been positioned at, would it be fair to say that the vehicle passed that position pretty quickly?
Yes.
So how were you able to get a look at the driver if it passed your position quickly and we can see lots of people standing in that position?
Bitch.
When the
Because you were the only dumbass running people over. That's why. Hey, Tammy Lynn. Love you too, honey. Welcome, everybody. Oh my gosh. Please make sure y'all hitting that like button in or out, please. And thank you.
vehicle passed by me, it was
Oh, Lord.
the vehicle at that point in time was me and my family.
Go ahead.
So I was very focused on what was going on.
Tell him now.
Very focused.
Tell him.
And it passed directly in front of me,
Directly.
about 10 feet away.
Away.
So all my attention was directly on that vehicle.
On the vehicle.
That's how I noticed that.
That's how he know you.
And you saying it passed 10 feet in front of you.
Approximately, yes.
Does this exhibit that was just shown depict what you are saying now? That it
Oh, come on. Stop it. Stop it. Okay? Because the video didn't depict what you say that you saw. Listen, I wasn't on one of the planes that flew into the building at 9/11, but I saw it. I had to actually see it firsthand to know that it happened. I had to actually be on the plane to know that it was hijacked and it happened. I don't understand this line of questioning, is what I'm saying. I don't understand. So because they didn't catch it and even pause it at the right moment, then it didn't happen. But obviously it happened because we see your dumbass right there in the window. You right there. There. Boom. There. We saw you.
passed 10 feet in front of you.
Yes.
So can we pull that back
Hair
up?
ball with dreads. Thank you.
Sure. 132.
And whose face like the
Is it shown
next
to
snot
everyone?
ball.
Yes.
And if the jurors would let me know when it's on the screens in the jury box, please.
Go ahead.
You
You want it played? They haven't yet, they confirmed. Do you want it played from a certain spot?
I'll get to that.
You gonna quit with Beavis and Butthead.
Just so we're clear for the record and for the jury,
Mhm.
your position would be somewhere in here as you testified. Would that be fair to say?
Correct. But
Can we pull that X down?
Hold on, he was, let him,
See, Darrell is dumb. So he's trying to say the X is right here. So he's standing, he's definitely in the frame of this still frame of the video. That he's like literally right here. But he's saying that he's further down the block. But this is as far as he can put it on this picture to show approximately where he was, but he wasn't here. He was down there. He was further down there. That's what he keeps trying to tell him. He was down there. He wasn't here. That's why it didn't show in the video because he wasn't right there.
Finish. You interrupted him.
Okay.
Given the angle of this, it's very hard for me to show precisely where I am. If I can draw an X, I'm trying to draw it as far.
Use your finger.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Like as far down here as possible. It's not right. It's not like any of these people here. It's actually because this is still all this video here is still on the east side of Maple. I am on the west side of Maple. So when I put an X here, I am essentially, I'm going to call it way down there, several hundred feet. I'm not any of these people pictured.
The mass.
Does that make sense?
No, it actually doesn't.
It don't make sense. It don't make sense. I know, Munchkin. It doesn't make sense to say that I was not any of these people in this picture. I'm further down the street. Does that make sense? No, it don't make sense. They run as black.
Feet. I'm not any of these people pictured. Does that make sense?
No, it actually doesn't.
How?
I was referring, so I probably had it a little coming this way. So by what you're saying, you would have been approximately in this area.
That be fair to say?
Would that be fair to say?
Yeah.
Object to the annotation. The witness drew twice now where he was, and I think adequately explained it.
Grounds.
I'm going to sustain the objection and direct Mr. Brooks to have the witness put where the area that he was in.
Okay.
So we'll clear the annotation and go ahead. You could do that, sir.
I know. Whoever just did that, I know. I'm signed too.
Now, did you mean to put that arrow?
I did not mean to put that arrow there.
Let's clear it again. We'll have you do it. I know it's a touchy screen, so do it again.
He said, I'm down there.
So you and your family were approximately in the area of where you drew the X. Would that
Lord
be fair
have
to say?
mercy.
Yes.
Would it also be fair to say that there are quite a few people in that area?
Yeah.
Yes.
It'd be fair to say that. Yeah. Freaking idiot.
Would it be fair to say that you can see, I guess it would be some type of lights from the vehicle that passed? Would that be fair to say?
And I love how he says the vehicle that passed, the vehicle that approached. It's never the vehicle that is that was y'all know what I mean.
Yes.
And you estimate that where you can see those lights and where you would have positioned that is 10 feet.
Can you repeat the question?
You don't know.
Would you say that where you can see those lights at that you just said that you can see, and the position that you drew yourself to be positioned in, you would estimate that that's 10 feet?
Yes.
I'll object and move to strike. I think this is a misleading question. We're at the beginning of the video. Those taillights are not the vehicle in question.
Go ahead.
Where did the taillights come from then?
Out your ass.
A different vehicle.
Hold on.
Oh,
So
Wait a minute.
would it be fair to say that
hold on. There's been an objection.
Damn
There's
it.
been an objection. I believe the question mischaracterized the evidence.
Hold on. Dang it.
It's 10 feet.
There we go.
Can you repeat the question?
Would you say that where you can see those lights at that you just said that you can see, and the position that you drew yourself to be positioned in, you would estimate that that's 10 feet?
10 feet.
Yes.
I'll object and move to strike. I think this is a misleading question. We're at the beginning of the video. Those taillights are not the vehicle in question.
Where did the taillights come from then?
Your ass.
A different vehicle.
Oh,
So
Mommy, please. Change my diaper, mommy. I need help. Please help me,
Would it
mommy.
be fair to say that they
Hold on,
different
there's been an
vehicles, 10
objection.
feet?
There's been an objection. I believe the question mischaracterized the evidence. So strike the question, strike his response. Please rephrase. If you want to watch the video again to establish what you're asking, that would be fine.
Before I play,
Play.
do you recall there being any other vehicles positioned by where you were standing there with your family?
Position with the R.
Hold on, are you talking about at the time that we're seeing this, or
At the time that we're looking at right now, do you recall any other vehicles being present, positioned where you were standing with your family?
I believe there was a vehicle to my left, which would have been immediate to my left was the group that was walking with the Catholic community of Waukesha, and just to the west of them was some sort of vehicle that was participating in the parade.
So it would have been a little bit further west.
Yes.
He's just like, Lord Jesus, this dude is dumb.
From your recollection, would you say that that was the vehicle that you said would have been positioned a little further west?
Sir, do you mean the vehicle in the photo?
Yes, the vehicle that.
Thank you.
The vehicle in the exhibit. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I just want to make sure we all understand.
Okay.
We don't.
It's possible that's the vehicle.
But you don't know for sure.
That's what possible means. Oh, Lord. Any positions.
Can you
Got these dusty Darrell
play a little bit of it? I'll tell you when to pause. Can we bring the X off?
We can, and we will. Go ahead and play.
Now he was half polite, here, halfway.
Pause. Would it be fair to say that it looks like the vehicle that's traveling with direction, would that be west?
Look at his nails.
Which vehicle are you referring to?
The vehicle that just drove through the middle of the screen.
The vehicle that you were driving in the parade, the one that killed people, is that the vehicle that you talk about? Or are you talking about the other vehicles that's for the parade? The music vehicle and the carrying the floats and stuff. Are we talking about that vehicle or the one where you was being a murdering bastard? Which vehicle?
Yes.
Would it be fair?
Hold on. For the record, the video was paused at 4 seconds. Go ahead.
Come on,
Does
bitch.
the vehicle appear to be in the middle of the street? Would that be fair to say?
Oh, he got him. He got another one.
At that point, yes.
Here it comes, y'all.
And would you estimate the middle of the street to be 10 feet from where you were positioned at?
Positioned.
No, it would be a little further than that.
In that vehicle.
And with all the people in that general vicinity,
Yo, hold on.
would that in any way be hard for you to focus on?
Vicinity. I don't know why my thing is not where I can just hit. Oh, there we go. Vicinity, y'all. Hold on.
And with all the people in that general vicinity, would that in any way be hard for you to focus on if you could actually see who was driving the vehicle?
Huh? What?
No, when I gave the description, the vehicle was right in front of me and there was nobody in my way.
Do you see yourself? Did your position move closer to the vehicle, as we can see that it's in the middle of the street and you just testified to that?
Huh?
Did you move closer to the vehicle or did you move back from the vehicle? What did you do at that point when you noticed that the vehicle was approaching your position?
It happened very quickly. I don't know that I moved in any direction when the vehicle came by.
Vicinity. Yes.
So to your recollection, you pretty much stayed where you were at.
Where you
Yes,
at?
it happened very quickly.
Where you was at? Oh, he
So it'd
dropped
be
the
fair
soap.
to say that it was. Well, let me back up. What will you
that ass
define
up.
as very quickly? Few seconds?
Yes.
And in a few seconds, you were able to see the driver of the vehicle hanging out of the window and almost falling and doing all that in just a few seconds?
Yes.
Yes.
How long do you think it take to look and see somebody hanging out the window and about to fall? How long does it take? Crazy. Yes, he massacres the English language. Like, dude, if there's no proof that the American school systems are a fail, Darrell is the prime example. And for y'all who are over across the pond, that this is normal. This stupidity is normal. This is what I have to deal with on a daily basis. A bunch of dumbasses.
And you also made mention to the driver of the vehicle looking behind them. Do you recall saying that?
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
come on.
In your recollection, you witnessed the driver hanging out of the driver's side window.
Hanging out, yep.
Being concerned that they would possibly fall out of the vehicle and looking back and continuing to drive in a straight line, all in a few seconds.
He acts like that's something that's complicated. Like, listen, Numfundo, tell me if I pronounce your name wrong. But yes, I understand. America, we're we've had a downhill trajectory for a while. It has gotten really, really, really insane now. And, you know, there's a thing, there's been an anti-intellectualism thread that's been running all through all facets of life. If you are educated and if you have read a couple of things, then you are, you're a shill and you're an idiot. We don't like, for instance, y'all remember George W. Bush, right? George W. Bush was not the brightest bulb in the box. Okay, not the brightest bulb in the box. At the time, you know, you thought that he was maybe the Antichrist, but he wasn't the brightest bulb in the box. But he was one of those people that people wanted to have a beer with. Not him being intelligent and using, you know, cogent, full, proper sentences. So then when Obama became president, and, you know, Obama was very intellectual and he was very known for his oratory. And people didn't like him because he was too smart. And I felt great. I was like, oh, we have a president that can speak in a complete sentence again. Yay. And then they went, turned it back around. And then the last dude couldn't speak in anything except for, you know, it's the greatest. And I am the greatest. Everything is the greatest. Bigly. And they went for that. Like I said, we're dumb in this country for some, well, I'm not, but as a whole, that we like stupidity. We love it. I feel like I was transplanted here, A, in the South, and B, in America in the wrong time. I should be in the UK. I should be in Buckingham Palace. That's where I belong. I belong in Buckingham Palace. I would have been a great token ethnic princess. I would have been better than Meghan. Okay, I would have been better than Meghan because I'm off topic, but I'm gonna get back to this in just a second. This is why I don't like Meghan Markle. Okay, for all of my people across the pond. So Meghan Markle had the wonderful privilege of, you know, looking what's the word I'm looking for? She didn't have a look. She didn't look black. She didn't look white. She was just, I can't think of the word right now, but y'all know what I'm saying. Her mother is black, like she's black. So her mother, I watched that Meghan Harry special on Netflix. I was curious and I was bored. I had nothing to do, so I watched it. So Meghan was telling a story about her mother, and she said that people thought that the mom was her nanny when she was growing up. And she said that she was with her mom one day, and a person yelled a racial slur at her. And so the mother had a very visceral reaction, like she grabbed the steering wheel, but she never discussed it with Meghan. She never took that particular opportunity to say, listen, sweetie, you might look ambiguous. That's what I'm looking for. You might look ambiguous, but Black folks know, we can tell by your roots that you're Black, okay? But you look ambiguous. But some people believe that if you have one drop of Black blood in you, then that means that you are Black. You can look white, but if you have one drop, it's a one drop rule. One drop, you're Black. So you might experience what I experienced, okay? So then when she got over to the UK, the place where racism came from, she's surprised that people looked at her negatively. Oh, I didn't know about racism. Oh, I didn't know. So I blame her mama and I blame her. But yes, when I saw that, I was like, really? You didn't think to have that conversation with her, period, at all? In America? Ever? You didn't? So that's why my sympathy for Meghan is very, very low. It's very minimal. That you thought you were going to take your ass over there and you're just going to be welcomed into the family. You know, like they didn't know that you weren't white. That's all I'm saying. So anyway, that was me segueing off. Let me go back to dumbass.
Can you repeat that question?
You were able to see, because you testified that everything happening very quickly, and then you defined that as being a few seconds. Would that be fair to say that that's what you just testified to?
Yes.
So what I'm asking is, in those few seconds, you were able to see, in your recollection, you were able to see the driver of the vehicle hanging out of the vehicle.
Hanging out.
You being concerned that the driver would possibly fall from the vehicle. Notice that the driver was looking back and continuing to drive in a straight line. You witnessed all this in a few seconds.
Yes, bitch, yes.
I would not say continue to drive in a straight line.
Oh.
All the rest of that, yes.
You witnessed all that in a few seconds.
Yes.
Come on. Well, I'm just saying, but yeah, you're right. But I'm just saying colonialism and stuff.
We done with the video.
Oh yeah, we done with the video. I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
I'm just saying colonialism of America and stuff. You know, that shit came from over there. But you know, that's what I mean. England, all over the place, colonize everybody. That's what I'm saying. Y'all know what I'm saying. But thank you, Steve.
Just so we're clear for the record.
Whatever.
The exhibit that we just watched, the driver of the said vehicle is not hanging out of the window. Would that be fair to say?
Correct.
You made reference to the make and model of the vehicle. How were you able to determine that?
His eyes.
In just a few seconds.
His eyes.
Given my job, I know different makes and models of vehicles.
Yeah.
So I'm positive on the make and model.
So would you know the make and model of pretty much any vehicle that would pass you on a street?
Most, yes.
Most, but not all.
Some of the newer vehicles look very similar. Some might be a little difficult, but I'm very confident in that vehicle description.
If the vehicle don't fit, you must acquit.
You were able to determine that in a few seconds?
Yes.
You made mention to some mechanical problems. You believe that there may have been some mechanical problems. How were you able to come to that determination?
His ears.
That was my initial concern because of the noise that the engine was making. It wasn't a normal engine noise. The RPMs were revving much higher than normal.
Can you explain to the jury what do you mean by that? The RPMs, how that has any bearing on the engine?
So, as a female who has dealt with her share of cars that's gone and did some crazy stuff, when you hear the when you put your foot on the gas and it's supposed to just go into the gear and go, and it feels like that you're that you push on the gas and like nothing happens. It's just like that means something wrong. That's how you know.
Sounds very, very high pitched. This is very different than a normal vehicle driving down the road. Very, very high pitched would get your attention.
And so upon hearing that, from your recollection, you thought because of that sound that there had to be some mechanical problems going on with the engine.
Oh,
I thought that there could be.
But it was your first initial thought, correct?
Correct.
And you were able to hear that sound and come to a conclusion that there were mechanical issues all in a few seconds.
Because it takes forever to.
A lot runs through your mind at that point in time. Yes.
Only because you think.
And would it be fair to say, because depicting from the exhibit, that there were quite a few people in that general area, you were able to hear this engine over all the noise and chaos that was going on at that time?
Yes, absolutely.
And you can hear the engine clear over all those people.
You were killing people.
Yes. Would it be fair to say that there were hundreds, even thousands of people present at the parade that day?
Hundreds for sure in my area. Sure.
In your general area, hundreds?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that hundreds of people can get pretty loud?
Yes.
Yeah. Especially when you're killing them. Come on.
You stated that.
What?
I can't remember what side of the road you said it would be, but you made reference to an open alleyway. Do you recall saying that?
No.
Oh.
Do you recall if you were positioned by any cross streets?
Yes, there was an intersection just to my right of Maple Avenue.
Do you recall if it was barricaded at the time?
I believe it was.
Because you didn't drive with the barricades, did you?
Do you recall if any law enforcement was stationed at that barricade?
I don't recall.
So it'd be fair to say you don't recall if there could have been an exit out of the parade route at that time.
So you just questioned him about you could see the person hanging out the window looking back, and you were worried about him falling out the car, and he was looking around, and you heard the engine all in a few seconds, and that was the issue. But you also want him to know cross street and there were barricades. So if he couldn't mentally pour all that other stuff together, how was the barricade and getting off on the cross street and who was stationed there going to help? Okay. Come on.
I don't recall.
In any of the exhibits that you were shown,
Exhibits
and not the still frames, but the videos.
Video.
132, 133, and I think it was 134. Did you see yourself in any of those videos?
I did not.
Oh,
did you see your family members in?
It didn't happen then.
Videos?
I did not.
Didn't happen. Didn't happen.
To back up really quick to the mechanical issue again, you made mention to sounded like the engine was sputtering. You recall that?
Yes.
Can you define to the jury what you mean by sputtering?
Stuttering. Yeah.
I heard noises that sounded like almost like a popping, which at the time I didn't know what was. I thought it was possibly mechanical related. In retrospect, it may have been impacts of the vehicle hitting things. I don't know. I don't know.
I eat people. I eat people.
It would be fair to say that.
What?
Based on what you testified to earlier about the RPMs,
right.
You knowing that would have something to do with the engine being louder, high pitched. I think it was what you said. It would be fair. Do you think it would be fair to say that?
No.
If that is pursuant to the actual engine,
what?
How could that have anything to do with something being struck if that's engine that's inside of the vehicle?
Help him, God. Help him, God.
Repeat the question. I'm not sure what the specific question was.
It don't make no sense.
The mechanical issues that you are describing was pretty much geared towards engine trouble. Would that be fair to say? A sputtering engine.
It was very high pitched, so it could be a mechanical thing, or it could be the engine or the transmission being like in the wrong gear, so that it's sounding much higher.
From your line of work.
Oh, here we go.
Obviously, you've been doing it for a very long time.
As long as you've been committing crime.
Engine or transmission, possibly the vehicle being in the wrong gear, as you just said. Could that at any time cause someone who's driving the vehicle to lose control of the vehicle?
Man, stop.
I guess it could.
Stop.
Do you know for sure, or is that just a guess?
That's just a guess.
Oh, so that would have been his defense, that since he heard these weird sounds coming from the vehicle, that he was unable to stop. I guess this would have been right around the time where you needed to bring up the information about the throttle body. Instead of the last day, you should have brought it up now, right? The recall, yeah.
So you don't know for sure if that would cause, if the driver may have been stuck in the wrong gear. You're not sure if that would have caused them maybe to lose control of the vehicle at that point in time?
It could. I don't know.
Hey, Monica. Welcome. Monica Bueno.
From the well, let me back up.
Back that ass up.
From your recollection,
yep.
Do you recall there being any tints to the vehicle, like tinted windows or anything?
I don't recall.
Bitch, it don't matter. There was tints to the vehicle. And I've never heard that expression before. Tints. I've heard, tinted windows, or I got tint. I've never heard tints in the plural sense before. But the window was down. We saw you. The window was down. We don't need the tints because the window to the window, to the wall.
Can we pull up Exhibit 9?
Exhibit, yeah, get them exhibits up.
Can we? How do you show it to everybody? Do you say publish?
Publish, bitch,
I'm sorry.
publish.
Publish, yeah.
Shit.
It may, it is. Jury will let me know when it's in the jury box, please.
Hell, get on my nerves. Window to the wall, to the wall. Till sweat drop down my balls.
Would it
Oh,
be fair to
these
say
bitches
from
fall.
this still shot depiction that
Hell no. Thank you, Shafor. Hell no. Do y'all see this? Do y'all see this? He is asking a question about this picture with his actual face sticking out the window. Do y'all see this? What a freaking dumbass. Do y'all understand this? Let me get closer. Do y'all understand this? His face. The window is down. His face is right there. He has some questions and his face is right there.
there are in fact tinted windows of the vehicle that you identified?
Windows down.
It does appear that the windows in the back are tinted.
So you don't see any tinted windows on the side too?
Your face on the
Yeah,
side.
when I mean back, I mean driver's door back.
I apologize. I didn't know what you meant by that.
Okay.
Back driver's side window and the window, the immediate window after that
I
as
can't
well.
believe this.
Would it be fair to say that there, from this picture, there are two tinted windows that you can visibly see? With that,
But your window is down. Yo, I cannot do this. Your window is down. It's down. It's down. It don't matter how many tints is there. The one tint is not there. Your window is down. There's no tints there. There's no tints there. I know Paisley. I know Munchkin. I know he's stupid. Ain't he, Munchkin? Oh, Lord, look. Ain't he stupid, Munchkin? Look, the window down. Look, the tints is down. He's stupid. Ain't he stupid? Ain't he stupid? He's stupid. Even you know better, don't you, Munchkin? He's stupid.
that'd be fair to say.
Yes.
You can take that down.
Take it, please take it down.
In that Exhibit 9 steel frame, it would be also fair to say that the driver is not hanging out of the window at that point.
But it's you.
That is fair to say. That's correct.
It's you. Oh, Munchkin. Oh, my baby. Oh, look at my baby. Hey, Munchkin.
To your recollection, do you know who may have took any of those videos, not the still frames, but the videos that were shown?
Who gives a damn? It's still you in there. Look at you. Look at my boy. My big boy.
Were you injured in any way during the incident?
Ah, here we go. It's time for the
In your
claim.
family?
No.
You found the claims? You injured party? The tents.
Do you know if anyone filed a claim in this
There
incident?
we go.
I don't understand the question.
Filed a claim like
Much, what are you doing? Quick for you fall.
seeking to be an injured party.
Who seeks to be
Grounds.
injured? Grounds.
Sustained.
Working in law enforcement,
Here we go.
have you at any point seen the complaint in this matter? Grounds.
Grounds. Two
Overruled. He may answer.
grounds.
A complaint regarding this case?
Yes.
No.
Do you know if there's a plaintiff in this case?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Two grounds.
Plaintiff in the case?
I sustain the objection.
Thank you.
You don't have to answer.
He was like, "That's right, bitch. You was gonna answer me."
Do you even know if there's a plaintiff in this matter?
Same objection.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Hey, B
Being in law
Blanco.
enforcement for as long as you have, are you aware that there has to be an injured party to bring a claim?
Objection.
Grounds.
Argumentative.
Sustained. Also misstates the law.
And stupid. Oh, y'all saw that he just rolled his eyes. Hold on. Dang it.
And any of your
Damn it.
filed a claim in this incident?
I don't understand the question.
Filed a claim like seeking to be an injured party.
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Working in law enforcement, have you at any point seen a complaint in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Grounds.
Overruled. He may answer if he's able.
A complaint regarding this case?
Yes.
No.
Paisley.
Do you know if there's a plaintiff in this case?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Paisley. Okay.
Plaintiff in the case?
Paisley!
Sustained the objection. You don't.
Stop it. Stop.
Do you even know if there's a plaintiff in this matter?
Same objection.
Grounds.
Sustained.
I love Zach.
Being in law enforcement for as long as you have, are you aware that there has to be an injured party to bring a claim?
Objection.
Grounds.
Argumentative.
Sustained. Also misstates the law.
Look at him. This is in front of the jury. The jury.
In any of your investigations during your career,
Come
were
on.
you ever made aware at any time that the state of Wisconsin can be a plaintiff in a matter?
Lord have mercy.
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Sustained.
This is why you prepare before you come to court. You write them shits down. Write them shits down. That's all you got to do. Write them shits down.
And from your recollection, do you recall seeing any of the occupants in the vehicle at the time?
Bruh.
I don't remember seeing anyone in the vehicle other than the driver.
And we've seen you.
Were you able to get a look inside of the vehicle?
I could only see the driver. I couldn't tell you whether there was anyone else in the vehicle or not.
So even if there was a whole bunch of people, you had a whole crew of your imaginary gangsters, imaginary Marcus and Stephanie and whomever else that was in the vehicle, you were still behind the wheel. We saw you behind the wheel of the vehicle. So does it matter? Does it really matter? Look, you can have Paisley in the car. Paisley drive. He gonna be tied up in the back seat. What's the matter? What's the matter? You was driving, unless you know something that I don't know, and we've had some sort of big leap forward in science that people can, beam in and out of certain areas. I don't know how this is. Where's the relevancy? I don't know. This is very speculative.
So it'd be fair to say that you're not sure.
That would be fair.
Of course, it's Erica's fault. It's always Erica's fault. It's Erica's fault, his mama's
No
fault.
further questions.
Yeah, sit your ass down.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Yes, please. Thank you, Your Honor. If we could bring 132 back up for the jury, and while we're waiting for their screens to come up, I do have some separate questions.
Go ahead.
You testified that you're getting paid today as you sit there, correct?
Because he got a job.
By the city of Franklin?
Yes.
Okay. State of Wisconsin's not cutting that check.
The objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Hearsay.
Objection, speculative.
Overruled.
Hmm.
You may answer.
Correct. It's just the city of Franklin's paying, no one else.
Do you get paid more money if there's a guilty verdict?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. It's not hearsay. You may answer.
No.
Direct your attention to Exhibit 132 on the screen. If we could
Magical Marcus,
jump
baby.
ahead to maybe 3 seconds and slow it down to about 40%.
Like you can tell Basie was when she had that cold, she was not feeling well. She was like, oh, I just want to just lie down so bad on my stomach. You know, when you don't feel well, and you be like, oh, I just want to just lay down so bad. I just gotta lie down.
One last time,
Go ahead, Zach.
I'd like you to draw an X to depict where you and your family were standing approximately.
Go ahead, Zach.
Objection, answered numerous times already at this point.
I'd like to preserve this as an exhibit.
Go
since
ahead.
he's done it
But
10 times.
don't acknowledge that fool. I wanted to preserve it from exhibit.
Can we save that as Exhibit 132A and I'd move that into evidence?
Yeah.
Objection, relevancy.
Relevancy.
Answered numerous times.
Exhibit 132 is received.
132A. I believe.
Sorry,
A person
132A.
that's never had a job.
Objection.
Overruled.
We can see the red SUV in the roadway on Main Street in this portion of the video. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
I love me some
At
Zach.
this point in the video, can you see the driver leaning his head or body out of the driver's window?
No.
Let's go frame by frame, please.
Uh-oh. Let me go see what that dog is. I'll be right back.
And pause there. We've paused it at about 4 seconds. This is the approximate location on cross-examination where you were asked about your position and whether or not you were 10 feet from the vehicle. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
When the vehicle was 10 feet away from you, is this where it was on Main Street?
Objection,
Overruled. You may answer.
speculative. It's clearly not 10 feet.
It would,
The jury will disregard the comment made by Mr. Brooks. It's not testimony. The witness may answer.
I don't consent to being called that name. Objection to that, for the record.
could you repeat the question one more time, please?
When the vehicle was 10 feet away from you, is this, as it's depicted right now in the video, is this where the vehicle was at that time?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Grounds for the overrule, Your Honor.
He may answer.
The vehicle at this point would still be east of my location.
Okay. So it hasn't, at this point in the video, it hasn't reached you and your family yet.
That is correct.
Let's go frame by frame, a few more frames, please. And we'll pause there.
Just for the record, it was not paused when you asked it to, so go ahead and get back to the spot.
It should be at 4.
So looks like the video is at 4 seconds.
Yep, we'll play from there.
And if you could just indicate, hold on, what speed you're at.
We're going frame by frame at this point.
Thank you.
Okay, we've paused at 5 seconds. Is the vehicle now closer to the approximate location where it was near you and your family?
Objection,
Yeah.
hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes.
You described this video camera as being several hundred feet away from your location. Is that right?
Approximately.
In your opinion, if the driver's body were hanging out the window at this point in the video, could we see it on the video?
In my opinion, no.
Okay. There was a question on cross-examination about your use of the phrase open alleyway. So just to clarify, what, if anything, was between the group of the Catholic group and the south curve of Main Street as the SUV drove through that area?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
I would believe that there was nothing in that space. It would be an
Oh,
open
what?
space.
No.
And you testified that you saw the SUV veer from left to right. Is that correct?
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled.
Back,
That
forth,
is
and forth.
I want to make sure that we're at about 40% speed here.
Oh, thank you, Wonder Joy.
This is still exhibit 132. We're going to play from where we stopped, which is 5 seconds.
Why they all scattering like this?
In that last portion of the
Uh-huh.
video, did you see the vehicle veer from left to right?
Yes.
He said no fucks given.
In your description of a mechanical problem, you talked about the engine revving in what sounded like a high gear. Is that right?
Yes.
And almost as though it were stuck in the wrong gear.
Yes.
You're not a mechanic, are you?
No.
You
But you know when
testified
stuff
that
ain't right.
you thought it might be possible if a vehicle was stuck in the wrong gear that the driver could lose control. You remember saying that on cross-examination?
Yes.
Based on your limited knowledge of how vehicles work, if a vehicle is stuck in the wrong gear, do you know if the brakes still work?
Based on my knowledge, I would say yes. They should still work.
Your initial opinion that there may have been a mechanical problem, that changed at some point, didn't it?
Objection.
Objection.
Speculative.
Speculative.
Overruled.
Mhm.
Yes.
Why did that opinion change?
Objection leading.
Objection.
Overruled. He may answer.
It changed when I saw the driver and his body language.
Uh-oh.
What was that body language? What did you see?
Objection leading.
Objection.
Overruled. You may answer.
I would describe him as being in an excited state, not in a state of panic. More, again, excited or almost happy about what was going on, not panicked or scared.
Because most people would be like, oh shit, I ran over somebody. I hit something. Oh my gosh, my car, something. You know, making a wild turn and rubbing my rim up against the what is it? The parking lot, speed bump or whatever. It's just like, oh my God. No fucks given. Look at him. When you confused that you didn't get no fucks, we know you didn't care. We know.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No fucks given.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
He's laughing. He's laughing and he's talking. Look at him.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Hey, Martina, look at him. He's laughing and he's talking shit.
Statement called. Next witness.
State calls Ralph Salyers.
All right, sir, if you would please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand.
Remember, this is the fuck the police stream. That's the topic of tonight. Fuck the police. Those of y'all who are old enough, y'all know about fucking the police. Y'all would know about that. I just gave away my age.
The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Like, oh God, it's another one who's on the payroll. He's being paid. He got his uniform on. I think we didn't crack the code.
Go ahead.
Actually, Ice Cube, you need to go back a little bit further than Cube. No, there you go. B Blanco got it. There you go.
Do you recall where you were on the afternoon of November 21st, 2021
NWA.
Yes, I was at the Waukesha Christmas parade.
in downtown Waukesha?
Yes.
What were you
Cube
doing there?
wasn't NWA.
I was attending the parade with my family. My daughters were walking in the parade with their dance team.
Were you on duty?
No.
That was not the extreme dance team, was it?
No, it was Liberty Dance.
He looked annoyed to be there.
Did you watch them go down the parade route and perform?
Yes.
Do you remember where you were standing when that happened?
Yes, I was standing on the southeast corner of Maple and Main.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Curry Insurance Building?
No.
Okay. Do you remember any other businesses or landmarks in that area?
The corner where we were standing, there's a parking lot right there. It's like one of the only parking lots in the area.
Yes, another employee man.
Did you leave the parade at some point?
Yes, once my daughter's the team passed by, we went to pick them up at the Cutler Park, which was the rallying area.
Oh gosh.
For after the parade.
Where is Cutler Park in relation to where you were observing the parade?
Would be about a block south and a block east.
Look, he's a member of Opera's Choppers. Hey Lisa, welcome. He's one of the Opera's Choppers. That's the gang they in. Opera's Choppers.
Public landmarks in that area other than the park itself?
The library's right there.
The Waukesha Library?
Yes.
What happened after you got to the Waukesha Library?
We picked my two girls up, and we were intending to go back and finish the parade, but it was a little cold and windy, and we decided to head home.
So what happened next?
We were walking back. I had driven separately. I came later to the parade to surprise them, so I had driven separately, and we walked back to the middle school parking lot where my wife had parked. My wife and her mother.
Now, see, Darrell, you don't know nothing about none of this. You don't know about, caring about your children, going to any of their events. I'm gonna surprise my daughter, my daddy's girl. I'm gonna surprise her to one of her school dances or plays or whatever the heck they do in school. None of that. We ain't heard none of them stories. You ain't did nothing for your children. You couldn't even be bothered to read the letter that your daddy's girl sent you. Remember, he said she sent me a letter that she learned how to write cursive. And you're like, Dad, why are they saying these bad things about you? I didn't read the rest of the letter. Because of course, a 7-8-year-old, that would have been so complex of a letter that you couldn't have finished it. Because you got so much shit to do.
Mother-in-law and my youngest daughter left with her, and then my older daughter and I continued to walk toward my vehicle.
What happened as you were walking towards your vehicle?
As we were walking south down Maple, on the east side of the sidewalk, I saw an SUV driving behind the houses on the west side of Maple. And I just assumed it was driving in an alley or a driveway. As I lost visual of the SUV, which was driving behind houses, I heard a crash, which I'm familiar with vehicle crashes. It sounded like a vehicle crash.
Now, listen to how he describes this. This is what I love.
The vehicle then emerged a little bit further south from behind one of the residences there and drove down the driveway of that residence toward the street, toward my daughter and I.
And then what happened?
I saw that the front end of the SUV was severely damaged and put two and two together, thought the damage was from the crash I had just heard. So the vehicle came eastbound down the driveway toward the sidewalk. I was standing across the street from it, and then it came to a stop. I saw the driver of the vehicle exit the vehicle. He came around to the front of the vehicle, looked at it, and yelled, "Fuck."
Can y'all not see that in your mind, him doing that? He said he cut the umbilical. So it was the biblical cord. That's what he cut. The umbilical cord. He cut all the umbilical cords of his children.
And appeared to be panicked, went back and got items out of the driver's side of the vehicle and then ran southbound.
Mm-hmm.
the vehicle that you're talking about, do you remember what color it was?
It was a maroon Ford Escape.
Mm-hmm.
What direction was the front of the vehicle facing when it came to a stop?
It's facing east.
And where were you in relation to the vehicle and the street?
I was directly across the street from it on the sidewalk.
Were there any vehicles between you and the red SUV that you've described when you saw the driver get out?
No,
Were there any other obstructions between you and the vehicle as you saw the driver get out?
no.
Do you remember approximately how long in seconds or minutes you saw the driver as he was getting out and then leaving?
It was just a few seconds.
Mm-hmm.
If I had to guess, 10 to 20.
Okay. And you've already said it was across the street. Do you remember approximately how many feet it would have been between you and the driver?
Objection, speculative.
Speculative.
You may answer.
If I had to guess, maybe 50 feet at most from one side of the street to the other, plus
Back. Give you
length
50
of the
feet.
vehicle.
Could you describe the lighting conditions at that time in terms of sunlight and street lamps, if there were any?
Objection,
Yeah, it was-
relevancy.
Overruled, you may answer.
It was pre-dusk, I would describe it as.
How would you describe the physical appearance of the driver
What he was wearing?
and any other physical descriptors?
He was a black ass thug,
He just looked to be kind of in a panic. Obviously, I
ugly,
thought he was involved in a crash.
Mucinex snot
And,
ball.
he was wearing a gray hooded sweatshirt and blue jeans.
What about race?
I would
Objection.
have
Speculative.
Overruled, he may answer.
I would have described him as a light-skinned African American or possibly Hispanic male.
And you, in fact, you you gave a statement to a fellow officer shortly after this happened, the next day, is that right?
Yes.
And that's the description you gave to that officer?
Yes.
You've seen news reports about this case in the days or the time since November 21st, is that right?
Yes.
And you've seen photographs of Darrell Brooks in other contexts, is that correct?
Objection, I do not consent to being called that name, nor do I know that individual.
Who is you?
Go ahead, you may answer the
That's the
question.
business.
Speculative,
It's not speculative.
clearly.
Yes.
Clearly it's speculative.
The person you saw get out of the driver's seat of that SUV on November 21st,
Mm-hmm.
do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Objection is hearsay. How he's speaking as a first eye-hand witness.
That's not hearsay.
Overruled. I believe he answered, but could you state it again?
Yes, I see him. He's sitting at the defense table wearing a suit with a blue tie and a white surgical mask.
And just to be thorough, could we please have Mr. Brooks remove his mask?
Come on, Mucinex snot ball.
Mr. Brooks, please remove your mask.
Mucinex snot ball.
The record to reflect.
There
the
you
mask.
go.
How confident are you in your identification today?
100%.
Is your identification in court today colored in any way by seeing pictures of Mr. Brooks in other contexts?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled, he may answer.
No.
Can you describe the difference, if any, between Mr. Brooks's appearance today and his appearance on November 21st?
Objection, hearsay, and speculative.
It's neither one of those things. The objection is overruled. The witness may answer.
Objection is irrelevant.
It is relevant.
He may answer.
Not if he identified me already, so he said.
Mr.
Wait a
Brooks,
minute.
please. The objection's been over.
Wait a minute. He said not that he identified me. Me? But I thought it wasn't you. If he identified me, how did he identify me? If it wasn't you, you were a third party, remember? You're authorized representative of your client. So, see, folks be talking too much. You're running off at the mouth, diarrhea of the mouth, and you just let things slip. You let them slip. Me. Meth boy fly. Me.
The witness may answer.
Soft hard.
He's got very short hair right now, and he didn't then.
And he's ugly. He's still
What
ugly.
did his hair look like on November 21st?
Ugly.
Objection,
Overruled, you may answer.
relevancy.
Go ahead, you may answer, sir.
He had longer hair.
I'm going to ask that we put up for the witness only exhibit number 65, please.
Okay.
Do you see a video on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
We're going to play a few moments from that video just to give you a chance to see if you recognize what's shown.
Tony, why they got to be black? Why the robes got to be black?
Okay, that's good. We played 7 seconds out of the total of 36 seconds out of this. But you recognize that video?
Yes.
What does it show?
It shows me walking southbound on the east side sidewalk of Maple, just south of, I think that's Prospect. Walking my dog Elvis and walking my oldest daughter Ava.
Is that an accurate depiction of that scene as you saw it that day?
Objection.
Overruled.
Move exhibit.
Yes.
Thank you.
Move exhibit 65 into evidence and ask to publish.
That's been the main issue with these people, right? Did this man not only threaten their lives, but more importantly, he threatened their children. And he's just up here playing games with these people. And he could have killed these people's children. You know, like the what was the officer's name? The cute one that had Darrell ran over his 3-year-old, his 7-year-old. I think it was a 9-year-old. His wife was 6 months pregnant. Could have killed his entire family. That's why these people are mad.
Exhibit 65 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Look, I can't make fun of him for Hallmark. Thank you. I can't make fun of him for naming his dog Elvis. I mean, Paisley is named after Prince. So I can't say too much. Because, you know, Prince lived at Paisley Park, so I named him Paisley.
Section. Relevancy.
Overruled.
This is 36 seconds. Let's play it through one time at 100% speed, please.
Yep.
Go ahead.
No lies detected, AO. No lies. Look at him. Being a good father, well, the only criticism I have is that he is walking here and he should be here just in case a car comes and crashes over the on the sidewalk. He's supposed to be out there, so the car's supposed to hit him first. I learned that when I was in Mexico for a semester. One of my little male friends was like, no. And he moved me over from standing on the outside. So I learned that from them. Oh, is that him? That's him. That's that fool right there. Hold on.
Go back to the beginning.
Damn it.
And pause. Let's play it through one time at 100% speed, please.
See, I don't ever notice stuff like this until I'm actually watching it when I'm doing a stream. I watch it, but I don't register every detail like I can now. So Dusty Darrell is going to pop up. Where that bitch at? There that bitch go right there. There that bitch go right there. Out the vehicle. Uh-huh.
Go back to the beginning.
Uh-huh.
And pause it at the beginning there. Do you see yourself at the beginning of this video?
Yes.
Can you circle yourself for us? That's a touch screen. Just use your finger. Thank you. We can clear that. You're the only person walking a dog in this video. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's play, and we'll pause at another point.
That's right, Lady Clay.
pause there at 4 seconds. You mentioned Prospect. Could you draw a line down Prospect for us? Okay, so that's the only cross street we can see clearly in the video. Correct?
Yes.
In a one
And
way.
do you see any vehicles on Prospect at this point?
See two.
Could you circle the one with?
Clearly more than two vehicles.
What?
On Prospect.
I'll
was the question.
clarify.
No, you said on Prospect. He answered. His answer may stand.
Where's Prospect?
Right here,
You already
bitch.
drew a line.
Hell.
The witness would redraw the line for Mr. Brooks. Thank
Right
you.
here.
Go ahead.
Do either of those vehicles have appearing to you today?
Look, bitch, if you're trying to be your own attorney, you got to be paying attention to these shits right here. They said the crosswalk, there's only one crosswalk with Prospect. They told you where it was. Like, seriously, pay the fuck attention. I'm getting to know it. Pay
Have an
attention.
inoperable headlight?
Yes.
Which one? If you could circle it, please.
Obstruction leading.
It's not leading. He may answer.
Thank you. Can you clear that?
Wait a
And
minute.
we'll resume at 4 seconds.
You said the reason that they keep one on the inside is we're on the outside, not only to protect the woman, but it's taken like you're selling your woman. Lord. Listen, I'm not gonna I'm going to reject that. I'm gonna go with the chivalry thing. Okay? You don't go with the chivalry thing. Even though, you know, me being in Guadalajara, I think I could have caught a couple of dollars. Because, you know, a lot of Mexicans in smaller cities have never seen Black people in real life. And so I used to have people like come up and talk to me and want to touch my hair. I had braids. Want to touch my hair. I was in a bus going somewhere and one of my braids fell out. So this cute little Mexican woman tapped me on the shoulder and she was just like, I had one of my braids in her hand. She just looked at me and she was just like, I was just like, gracias. Anyway, let's continue.
Thanks, please.
Oh, I knew that they never. We had this conversation before we
Pause.
left. There you go.
Paused at 27 seconds.
Yeah, so we had that conversation before we left. We actually had a class, and we discussed. You know, a lot of these people in smaller cities have not seen, you know, Americans and especially Black people in real life. So I was very well aware that there might be some looking or whatnot. Now, I wasn't aware that I was going to be, people were going to come and take pictures of me and, you know, want to talk to me and touch me and stuff. They were mostly complimentary, was telling me how beautiful that I am. And, you know, I can't not agree with them with that. I met a Mexican drug dealer in a club. He came in there with a girl. He left the girl to come hang with me. His name was Alejandro. Oh, and he was so cute. I remember Alejandro to this day. Love me some Alejandro. Anyway, let's continue.
Do you see on the video right now the person you recall being the driver of that vehicle?
Yes.
Could you please circle that person for us? I'd like to mark and preserve this annotation as Exhibit 65.
That's you, bitch!
And move it into evidence.
That's
Objection. Hearsay.
The objection is overruled. Exhibit 65A is received.
That's you, bitch.
Go ahead.
Yes, please. The clothing worn by the person you just circled, does that match your memory of what the driver was wearing that day?
Well, Karen, I wish Karen would. It wasn't like that. I mean, again, I had hair extensions. I had micro braids. And I'll tell you how long ago that was. And they wasn't really like trying to touch me like that. but they were genuinely curious about me. So I did not take it as offensive. It was tiresome, actually. I felt like well, I kind of know what it feels like to be a celebrity, because like people would stop and they'd be like, oh wait, guapa, bonita. I walked past a Mexican it was a Mexican construction site, because I was in Tequila. I went to the Cuervo factory, past a Mexican construction site. And of course, they was catcalling and all that stuff. But I mean, genuinely, people that were very nice, they were very friendly, and they were just curious. They never seen Black people except on TV, the Cosby Show or whatever. So I didn't take it as offensive. It was cute sometimes. But when we did see other Black people there, we're like, hey, it's another Black person. Are these people acting crazy with you too? Yeah. Anyway, let's continue. I'm sorry, y'all. Let's continue.
Yes. Okay. And let's play from this point, 27 seconds. And we'll stop there. From the 27-second point to the end of the video, the person who you circled, does that match your memory of what the driver did that day after he got out of the SUV?
Yes.
What did you do next?
I attempted to call 911 to report a crash.
If we could take the video down, please. Did you get through on the first call?
No.
What about the second?
No.
Third?
No.
Did you eventually get through?
Fourth time.
Objection, hearsay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the answer. The objection is overruled. Could you please restate your answer, sir?
So y'all see what Glenn put. An out-of-court statement being offered for the truth of the matter asserted is hearsay. Not when you hear somebody say something, what somebody feels or hears or sees, that is not hearsay. Okay? It's not hearsay. And yes, 911 was jammed. That's why it took a while to get through, because you had just ran over, I don't know, about 80 people, and you killed 6. So people have been calling 911 because there's dead bodies everywhere. I don't know.
I believe I got through on the 4th attempt.
And that's when you reported what you saw?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right.
Any questions on cross-exam for this witness?
I do. Can we pull that exhibit back up again and publish?
5 will be shown. Go ahead.
And publish.
Oh, he back.
Granted.
He's standing up
Motion granted to
again.
publish. It's been received.
Look at him. That's when he ready to intimidate. He's standing up. He ready. He is ready.
Let me know, jurors, when
Oh, okay.
65 is in the jury box. It's up. Okay.
Okay, right as this pause right now, it's not playing. It's at 0. Would it be fair to say that to the, I guess that would be my right of the screen, you can see a white looking SUV by the walkway where people would be able to cross the street? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Yeah.
And would it be fair to say that the side street that you lined as being Prospect, I think you said it was,
Right here, bitch. Here.
where the 2 do not enter signs are, that would be the side street you're referring to? Would
For the
that
love
be fair
of
to say?
God.
Yes.
Do you see another side street anywhere on this exhibit? You see one side street here, one, and he put an X right here to note that was Prospect. Let me continue. Oh, I can't stand stupid people.
Would it be fair to say that from the position that you're in, approximately here?
Oh, not
And
here, but here.
the side,
Look, he didn't even draw it right. This is the daughter here. He's here. The X is here. Y'all see that? X is here, she's here, he's here with Elvis.
Street being here.
And just so the record is clear, Mr. Brooks has annotated
What is
the
your point?
touch screen with a line depicting the direction of Prospect, intersecting with the street, the perpendicular street. I apologize, I don't remember the name, and then an X where
Prospect, you said?
Prospect is the street in the direction of the line, but there's a cross street there.
Okay.
But the X is indicating where this witness, his dog, and his daughter are in the video. Go ahead.
So from where you're positioned right here by the X,
By the X,
you can see
exhibit, yeah. What?
down this street from the position you're in.
No.
So how were you able to see if a vehicle would be coming from this way from the position you're at?
I didn't see the vehicle driving on Prospect. I saw it driving behind the houses through the yards.
So you were able to see the vehicle behind houses.
Between houses.
Between houses.
You said behind. You said behind.
Right, through the yards behind the houses.
And you were able to see that from where you were?
Yes.
Can we take those marked lines and stuff down? Can you play it a little bit? I'll tell you when to pause.
Yes, he did, Monica. Yes, he did.
You just confirm you want full speed?
Yeah, I guess that would be regular, whatever is the regular speed.
Yes, please.
I'm sorry about that.
Go ahead.
Oh, well, thank you, Shannon.
Would it be fair to say from?
Look, hold on.
No, not yet. Just
wait a minute. We just saw the vehicle. This is amazing. I'm enjoying this. We just saw the vehicle. Let me slow it down a little bit. Y'all know I like to slow stuff down. Oh, that ain't it. Hold on. I feel crazy as hell. Playback speed. Let's slow this down so we can see the vehicle. We just seen the vehicle.
yes,
Look over here.
I'm sorry about that.
Look at the vehicle. Here it come.
Go ahead.
There you go. There you go, bitch. Right
Would it be
there,
fair to say,
motherfucker.
Do you want to pause?
And you can see the damage hood. One more again.
Go ahead.
Look. Look. That's the vehicle.
Would it be fair to say?
Look. You can see the damaged hood on the vehicle.
Say from.
Look.
Do you want to pause?
So he's behind the houses. Behind them houses. Y'all can't see what I'm doing. So he's behind these houses. Y'all see my mouse. He behind these houses. And then he pop out down here. Y'all see this? Y'all see this? See, I never noticed none of this until I told you I don't be noticing nothing.
No, not yet. Just you can let it play. I'll say. I think it's 36 seconds. So. Would it be fair to say from?
Well, hold on. The video's showing, so wait till it's done playing and then ask a question, or have us pause where you want to pause.
Pause. So it's paused at 18 seconds for the record.
For the record.
Would it be fair to say that in the 18 seconds shown to this point, you're pretty much just walking the dog, moving around, just walking normal? You don't make any sudden moves to the left to look, or you don't stop in your tracks or anything. You're just walking along. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And you also made reference to hearing a crash.
He's so stupid.
What point did you hear the crash?
Sometime while the vehicle was driving behind the houses.
Why didn't you immediately stop in your tracks and say you just heard something? Why did you just keep moving as if you heard anything? Nothing.
Because he was off duty, because I know you don't know nothing about being having a job and having an off day, and 2, had his daughter and dog with him, and he was not going to put them in a dangerous position. Who takes their child with them to run and investigate shit? I wouldn't take Paisley nowhere. Oh, I heard a noise. Let's go investigate.
Turned my head to see if I could see anything, and I didn't see anything.
And so you just kept moving.
Correct.
So basically, it was just like, oh, walking the dog.
Like a
Yes.
dog. Yes, bitch. Yes.
Can you play? Pause it. Would it be fair to say that another roughly 8 seconds to play, from 18 seconds to 26 seconds, still you didn't stop in your tracks, still you didn't turn to look at the other side of the street in any manner? You're continuing doing what you're doing. Is that fair to say?
So is that fair to say that because he didn't immediately stop what he was doing to come find your dusty ass, you would have been caught sooner? Is that what we're trying to say? That you wanted to be caught earlier than when you were caught? I mean, you at least got a chance to get a sandwich in your pocket and in a coat. So you wanted to be caught sooner. That's what he's saying to me. I wanted to be caught earlier. Like right immediately after I committed the crime. Not 30, 40 minutes later, but within minutes of me committing the crime. Fool.
Yes.
Why so nonchalant?
When the vehicle emerged from the back of the house, I saw that it was damaged, and then in my mind, I knew what I had heard.
With all respect, that wasn't the question. Why so nonchalant at that point?
I didn't think it was anything of great emergency at that point. I just figured that an intoxicated driver may have just struck another vehicle in the back of that alley, and now he was going to take off and run.
And being being in law enforcement,
here we go.
Why would you not investigate that if you heard something crash? Why, being an officer of the law, why would you not investigate that if you heard that?
I was with my daughter, and I would in no way put her in harm's way.
Hello. He don't know nothing about that.
I would think it would be fair to say that
He confused. He don't know nothing about that.
Can't handle yourself. You're obviously a officer of the law. You're trained to be able to handle yourself. Would it be fair to say that you could have at least investigated the sound that you heard, the sound like a crash, at least?
Objection.
Bitch, he was there with his daughter. So even though he can handle himself, she can't handle herself because she's a child or she's not a trained officer of the law. So no, he's not going to put his child in jeopardy to follow your dumb ass.
Grounds.
Sustained. It's also a compound question. Please rephrase.
So all these thoughts, maybe it was just a drunk driver and they're gonna run anyway.
Or dumb ass, yeah.
All these thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
And that never piqued your interest to investigate?
Sometimes being a good witness is the best thing to do. That's why I called 911 to report it immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's fair, but
what?
Being an officer of the law, you're right there.
So what?
Again,
objection. That's not a question. Also asked and answered. Also argumentative.
Sustained.
Extremely
Just
argumentative.
to be form of the question. You don't need to answer, sir. Next question, please.
What if someone may have been hurt at that point? You don't think you would have an obligation to investigate if someone may have been injured at that point?
May have been injured, may have been. No, there were people injured. You left a whole bunch of chaos in your wake. There was no may, it was definite. He didn't know that you had killed all these people and injured all these people. I guarantee you, had he known that was you, he probably would have came and got your ass. Daughter or not, probably would have sent Elvis out on you.
that's why I called 911.
Can you play the rest of the video?
Mm-hmm.
We sure can. Go ahead.
Play it. Incriminate yourself some more. Here you go. Right here.
It did a weird little motion thing. That's probably from the camera. I would guess. But in that entire video, is it fair to say that you did not reach for a phone and take out a phone from your pockets or anything in any way? That'd be fair to say?
I can't tell if I did from the video itself. I know.
So when did you make the call?
At some point after you started running.
Oh,
Who is you?
you bitch.
The defendant,
Look
the
at
driver of the vehicle.
Wait a minute. Look at his face.
So
Oh, Lord.
how?
A vehicle was driving behind the houses.
Why didn't you immediately?
Oh, Lord, I went back too far.
Anything of great emergency at that point. I just in the back of that alley, and now he was going to
allow you to be able
Lord,
to.
sorry, I went back way too far.
You don't think? Take out a phone. So how long after you saw the driver of the vehicle?
At some point after you started running.
Reach for a phone and take out a phone.
Yeah, I made it back
from your pockets or anything in any way? That'd be fair to say?
I can't tell if I did from the video itself. I know.
So when did you make the call?
At some point after you started running.
Look at
Who is you?
The driver of the vehicle.
So how long after you saw the driver of the vehicle did you make the 911 call?
Now, what I enjoy about this bitch, right, that he will find any word he can think of to not to be a third party intervener. It's the suspect, it's the detainee, it's the driver of the vehicle. Who is you? Anything to try and to make it seem like it's not him. How in the world are we so stupid that we believe our own eyes that that's Darrell?
Within seconds, I believe.
Is it fair to say that we don't see that on the video?
The video is very small at that point. It's hard to.
Is it fair to say we don't see you do that on the video?
Yes.
Can we pull the video back up?
He want to jump out that chair.
Take it to 27 seconds and pause at 27. Maybe 28. I may be mistaken. Maybe just go one more second. Maybe 28.
Whatever. Just one more
or
second.
You know what? No. Keep it paused right there.
Right there. Yeah. Because I didn't prepare for none of this.
Would it be fair to say that you noticed the vehicle in this area right there?
Yes.
Can you remove the X? And what do you see right there?
A dumbass. You.
I don't understand.
Do you see anything right there?
Ain't that you walking?
An individual?
Yes, you. I can see
anything.
you.
Do you see anything right there?
It's hard to tell from that picture.
Bitch, that's you. I see the sweatshirt. That's you. Right there. Come on.
Can you move it? Can we blow it up a little bit or move it closer? Just a little bit.
I don't know that it can be zoomed in. Does that the state have that capability?
So we can zoom in as long as the defendant's okay with dispensing with any technological foundation issues there. But we can zoom in. We have the ability to do that.
Would you like it zoomed in?
What do you mean by not? Say that again. I'm sorry.
We can zoom in if you want to.
So, he said we can zoom in, pending the defendant dispenses with technological foundation. And then girl's like, well, what did you say? What does it mean? And Zach was like, we can zoom in. How many people have done that? You told somebody, you say something to somebody, and they're like, what? And you just be like, we can do it. Mm-hmm. Because I'm not going to repeat all of that shit again.
Can you zoom in just a little bit?
I know, Mama T. And here's my question. Why would you want to zoom in, period? So people can clearly see you? Why would you want to zoom in? Oh,
That's the extent of our zooming capabilities with this
No,
software.
that's fine. That's fine. Can you see anything there?
yes.
It looks like something white. I don't know if that's the driver.
Looks like something white.
Yes, it's light colored.
Uh-oh. He cracking the
Light
cake.
color what?
It's light colored.
Light color, but you did say white. Is that fair to say that you just said white?
I just did say white.
Well, y'all, he said white. So we either talking about he had a white sweatshirt or he's white as in white. Open the jailhouse, open the door, and let him free. He just proved his case that it wasn't him. Because he didn't have on white, and he's not white. Bam! Bam!
Can you erase the circle? Zoom back out. Take it's like a box there in the corner that's kind of throwing the whole
Shut up.
exhibit off. Take it back to the regular.
He broke that case wide open. I'm not white, and I wasn't wearing white. It wasn't me.
Testified earlier that you saw the driver with gray hoodie, as you referred to it. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
What I just circled right there?
Right there.
Would you, from your recollection, say that that was the driver you saw?
I don't know what that is at this point.
You don't.
It's
You
just
don't
a
know.
paused video.
It was
could be
you.
a glare. Could be a person. I don't know. You could play it again.
Well, let's play it again.
Oh, okay. Play it again.
From the 27th.
Stop right there.
Okay.
Yeah, from the 27 mark. I think it just played maybe a second, half a second or something like that. Did you see that whatever you said you didn't know what it was, could have been a person, could have been something else? Did you see it move from the position that it was before?
Yes.
Yes.
And you also identified that that was white, right? That's what you said, correct?
It's not white.
I did say that.
He got it, y'all.
And would it be fair to say that you saw the driver in gray? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
But you said white.
Take the circle off.
He got it, y'all.
You also stated that
He cracked that.
you were about 50 feet from the well, you added the vehicle in too. You said maybe 50 feet, and then depending on the length of the vehicle, would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And from where you are here to here, because it would be fair to say we can't see a vehicle in the picture at that point. Would that be fair to say we can't see a vehicle that would be facing you, because you said it was facing you? We can't see a vehicle. Would that be fair to say?
No.
From this angle of vehicles obstructed, yes.
So that would be 50 feet from, approximately 50 feet from X to X.
Approximately.
And you were able to see the driver and a description from where you're standing now to where the other X is.
Yes.
And you were able to make out the race of the driver from where you were at.
I guessed.
You guessed. So you're not for certain.
I wasn't for certain at that time.
Look at my baby. Look at my baby.
So what conclusion were you coming to at that point?
Hey, Andrea.
Just an educated guess, or
Can you explain further?
how
For what?
Would it be fair to say that your guess could have been inaccurate?
Could have been.
That's why it's a guess, not the answer.
You also stated that you saw news reports and a description of the driver on the news. Would that be fair to say?
Here we go.
Yes.
And you made reference to the driver's hair. Would that be fair to say?
Shitlocks,
In my
yes.
testimony, yes.
You brought up the hair is what I'm saying. You said long hair. That'd be fair to say?
Yes.
And you will be able to see hair if you describe the driver wearing a hoodie?
Yes.
You'll be able to see hair and tell the length of the hair.
If it's hanging out of the hoodie, yes.
Well, you didn't say, all fairness, you didn't say it was hanging out of the hoodie. You just referred to the hair.
Oh my God. This is why you do not be your own attorney. That right there. Don't do it.
Yes.
It's not a question. It's argumentative.
Is it?
Hold on, there's been an objection. I believe the witness understood the question, so I'll overrule the objection. His answer may stand. Next question.
Is it any possible way you could have gotten a description from the news reports instead of what you actually recall?
Not his eyes. Not his eyes.
And how did you determine that?
His eyes.
In the report I gave in my statement, I described what I saw that day, not what I saw in the news.
And you also described two different colors of dress. Once you said gray and one you said white.
Oh, because that's so vastly different.
I said that the item in the video appeared to be white.
Did you not say that the item moved? As you say item, did you not say the item moved from where it was at?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that there can be no movement to an item if it wasn't a person?
What?
Yes.
A person that you described wearing white.
On the video screen, it appeared white. It appeared light colored or white.
Would it be fair to say that you said white? That was your first?
Yes.
Let open up the jailhouse door.
At any time in that video, could you see hair?
In the video?
In the video.
You can't see very much in the video. No.
Let him out, y'all. Let him out, let him out, let him out. Come on. Let him out.
After making the 911 call, did you return back to the scene where you noticed the vehicle?
Yes.
And did you investigate at that point?
Yes.
So what changed from the point that you heard a crash, as you say, and then returning back to where you saw the vehicle? What changed between those times?
Let me guess. See, I don't remember his testimony. Let me guess. His daughter wasn't with him. Let's see if that's the answer.
As I was talking to the 911 dispatcher, I wanted to give them better details about the vehicle, so I walked back over to.
So at the time that you initially made the 911 call, there were still details about what you saw that you were unsure of. Would that be fair to say?
I believe they asked me what the license plate was, and I couldn't see it from where I was at, so I walked back over to give that to them.
The license plate. So they want the license plate. So the police want the license plate. So all the questions about you see the license plate, he saw the license plate.
So you couldn't see the license plates of the vehicle.
There you go.
From where you were at.
There was no license plate on the front of the vehicle, so I could not see it.
So you came back to investigate
the license plate.
If there was a license plate that you can identify.
License in place.
Did you investigate what you may have heard the vehicle strike?
No.
Any reason why not?
By that time, a large crowd had gathered and there were sirens. I could hear them in the distance, and the police were responding rather quickly.
So you didn't take the opportunity to see if anyone from saying that you heard a loud crash, you didn't take the opportunity to investigate if anyone may have been hurt from that loud crash?
I didn't know.
Any reason why not?
No reason.
Here's the reason. It's not a horror movie where anytime in a horror movie, a white person hears a noise in the pitch dark, they're like, ooh, there's a noise. Let's go investigate. It's not a movie. It's real life. Sometimes it's best to not run headlong into something that you have no idea what's going on. And plus you have your child there. Oh, that license place. The lights in place that he has, that's the reason why he had those shit locks. the license place, the lice and place. Right, it's not Friday the 13th. Let's go outside and let's investigate. That was a weird noise. Let's go out there and see. No. And look, I am a horror lover, and I'm not just saying that white people do stupid things. Black people died in the first 5 seconds of the movie. It's just one of those horror tropes, and I love them all. Halloween's coming. It's almost time for Halloween. Okay. Let's go outside and investigate. There's a confirmed killer running around. Let's go outside.
Any other details about the driver that you can recall? As far as further clothing?
No, I thought at some point I saw a Packers logo on his clothing
or
something to that effect.
You had on some Packer flip-flops.
Did you put that in your report?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
At any time, have you read or saw a complaint in this matter?
Oh, here we go.
No, just my report.
Any other officers that came to the scene? Because you made reference to officers was responding by the time you came back to give more details to the dispatcher. More officers were.
Look at his nails.
Arriving. Do you recall if any one of those officers investigated the loud crash you heard?
I'm unaware.
I'm sure they did.
But it would be fair to say that they gave reports from what they observed when coming to the scene. Would that
How
be fair
would
to say?
he know?
Yes.
Do you recall any of them asking you a description of what you saw?
I didn't speak to any officers on scene that day.
Any reason why not?
I just left.
Seeing as how that you made the initial 911 call, I'm sure the officers were probably responding by that time anyway, but seeing.
Yeah, they were responding by that time anyway, because you killed people and you ran over people. So yeah, there was a lot of officers coming in your direction that day. Correct, sir. Correct.
Seeing as how you made the 911 call, you didn't collaborate with the other officers to try to, like piece together what you may have saw?
Oh, like Matlock. I'm sorry, Blacklock. That right. And off-duty police officers, they're gonna sit and they're gonna piece together, everything. We're all gonna get together and we're all gonna go to the coffee shop and have donuts and we're gonna talk about it, right?
That was the first 911 call.
I didn't say first. I said he made the initial 911 call.
Initial means first.
Initial means first. Hold on. See, I love me some Judge Darrell. She is shady sometimes. She is shady boots.
Piece together what you may have saw.
I'll object to the characterization. That was the first 911 call.
I didn't say first. I said he made the initial 911 call.
Initial means first, so sustained is to this one.
I didn't know initial meant first. I'm telling you, man, America. That's why they beating us. You didn't know initial meant first.
Besides, well, let me back up.
Back that ass up now. Make sure y'all hitting the like button. Get
After
out.
seeing the description on the news.
On the news.
Did you say to yourself, that's the driver that I saw?
I recognize the driver as the person I saw on TV or social media. Yes.
Social media or the news?
Doesn't matter.
Probably both.
Both.
He was everywhere.
Did you report that?
When I gave my statement, that's what I told them. Yes.
Thank you, Ashton. Someone please call 911.
And did you report that description before or after you saw it on the news or social media or both?
Or both?
I gave a statement the very next morning. I worked at 6 a.m.
Hey, Ruby.
I reported it to my supervisor, who contacted Waukesha investigators and had one of our detectives take a statement from me that morning. The statement that I gave them was from my experience at the scene, not from what I saw on TV or social media.
So it would be fair to say by that next morning, you had already seen reports on the news or social media.
Yeah.
Or
yes.
both.
Yes.
Well, they're saying you had been on the news like immediately because there were people there, and I mean, you did kill a lot of people and you injured a lot of people. So yeah, you're going to be on the news that night. And so he said, "Oh, that's the black ass bitch that I saw. That's him." Because you got arrested that night as well.
And your report was the next morning. So could it have been fair to say that that's where you got the description?
Oh.
No.
Oh. Great setup, sir. Great setup. Nice try. You didn't see me. It wasn't me.
Did you learn any additional information that you don't recall having via social media or the news after you had already made your report?
I don't understand the question.
It makes no sense.
Did you learn any additional information after you had already given your report?
Yeah, there was you.
Information about what?
About the description of the driver, what had happened.
What had happened?
At the parade, anything.
Anything.
Well, originally I had no idea what had happened at the parade. I thought it was just I witnessed a hit and run crash. I had no clue what had happened at the parade.
So you just said now you witnessed a hit and run crash, but you also said that you didn't investigate the crash that you heard.
Correct.
So how would you characterize it as a hit and run crash if you never investigate what you heard?
Well, because I heard a crash and then the driver ran.
Hit and run.
You also stated, to be fair, that you didn't investigate the crash. So how was it any way to know what you were witnessing if you didn't investigate it?
Because I heard a crash and I saw the driver run.
Hit and run.
So in my mind, I assumed that was a hit and run crash.
So it was an assumption, you didn't know?
Yes. I heard a crash. I didn't see the crash.
That's what he called the police.
So
correct. Come on.
Would it be fair to say that from the assumption that there was a hit and run crash, as you say, the only way to know for sure where the crash came from would be to investigate it? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And you stated for the record that you did not do that, correct?
Yes.
So why would you report it as a hit and run crash if you were not sure what it was?
Well, based on my training experience as a crash investigator, that's what I thought it was.
Move on, pimping. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Please let it go.
Did you talk to any of the people that lived in those houses to see if they had heard the same thing you heard?
I spoke to maybe a resident of the apartment or the house right there who just said that the vehicle didn't belong there.
Did they report to you that they heard any crash?
No, not that I recall.
What is the point of this?
Did they report to you that they saw a driver?
No.
Let it go. Let it go.
So as far as you can recall, you were the only one that heard the crash.
As far as I know, yes.
How the hell would he know? I'm telling you, man, we need to let him go. He got me convinced that it wasn't him. I'm convinced.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Look at my baby.
You testified that you didn't investigate the sound of this crash, correct?
Yes.
Were you off duty that day?
Yes.
When you're off duty, do you carry a police radio with you?
Objection. That is irrelevant. It's an officer of the law.
What?
Overruled. He may answer.
And you asked that question.
So you-
then the scope.
If you did get into a pickle, you wouldn't be able to call for backup, would you?
Objection. That's speculative. Still has a cell phone.
It's not speculative.
Oh.
He may answer the question.
Speculative.
Correct.
Your daughter, the one that we saw in Exhibit 65, I believe. 65. Is she a sworn law enforcement officer?
Objection. Irrelevant.
Overruled. He may answer.
You asked about it, pimping.
At the time you heard the crash but didn't investigate it, did you know that the vehicle that you saw had been involved in hitting dozens of people on Main Street minutes earlier?
Objection.
Objection. Asked during cross. Answered.
Overruled. He may
Not
answer.
asked and answered, sir.
I had no idea.
When the driver got out, and just to clarify again, who was the driver?
The defendant.
That bitch.
Darrell Brooks.
Darrell Brooks.
Objection.
Brooks.
I don't consent to being called that name.
Mr. Brooks, I'm sorry.
I don't consent to being called that name.
So he don't consent to being Darrell Brooks, Mr. Brooks, and he doesn't consent to being he. Because remember, he's like, I object to being called he because I am a human being, a living human being. And he doesn't consent to being a defendant. That's my favorite, by the way. Defendant.
So noted. Next question, please.
Did you see anybody else get out of the vehicle?
No.
Oh,
When you
nobody.
went back to check the vehicle, was there anybody inside?
Oh,
No.
oh no.
On this issue of the white clothing, can we please show for everybody exhibit number 120, which has previously been published?
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, don't forget you. Mm-hmm.
You see exhibit number 120 on the screen in front of you?
Uh-oh.
Yes.
You see the person who appears to be behind the driver's wheel of the red SUV in that picture?
Objection. What is the relevancy?
Bitch, it's
Overruled. He may
you.
answer.
Yes.
How would you describe the color of the shirt that that person's wearing?
Light gray or white?
Move, bitch. Get out the way. Get out the way, bitch. Get out the way. Uh-huh. Ain't nothing else to say.
That's all I have for this one.
There you go.
All right,
Drop
thank
the
you. He may
mic.
step down. He may.
Let me see.
All right, I am going to excuse the jurors and actually take a recess. It's a little bit later, but we'll take our mid
All
late morning
right.
break at this point, about 15 minutes or so. All rise for the jury, please.
Yeah, you can tell she got back issues. Her back hurt. Look at him. Look at him. He's very aware of what's going on. That's why his eyes, he's shifty. He's trying to see what everybody doing. Look at him listening. Look. He trying to listen to the he and kin. Y'all see that? Look at him. He's doing what everybody doing in the courtroom. And he gonna listening. Huh?
All right, we are in recess. Please be back in 15 minutes.
Sneaky. And y'all know my little warrior, our warrior, Skolton.
About that.
We've already played him before. So we're going to do this last guy. And then after that, I'll open up the panel and we can chit chat. Anybody who wants to come up and talk.
Also for the record.
Hold on.
Also for the record,
And
I
we'll
hate
have the
him.
jurors brought out. I will go tell them since I had Madam Clerk step off the bench for me.
Look at his ugly self.
I was writing. Sorry, I was with him out, so I'm telling you.
So you notice he looking, because the jury about to come in. He got to always say something when the jury either comes in or exits. Say, this is my opportunity.
Record was my ICF received.
I have not looked at my mail today. I can't tell you that.
Well, bitch, you better go look. The fuck you mean?
Also, for the record, I'm appearing by special appearance on behalf of my client.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't hear you. Could you start that over?
It wasn't important.
Oh, that's what happens when I send you on errands. All right. The audio is now on. I did call the case earlier. Just noted that the appearances are as they were before. The jury is on its way in. And I just will state in case it wasn't clear, Mr. Brooks asked about an inmate communication form. I have not reviewed my mail today, so I can't tell you whether I've received anything, but I'll take a look, and at the next break, if need be, we can address that.
And I just wanted to state that I'm here. I'm here under special appearance on behalf of my client with all rights reserved.
All rights reserved.
All right, I'll rise for the jury, please.
God, he is so unattractive.
Okay.
Look at him. Rolling his eyes. He's like, I couldn't give a fuck about none of this. I just want to go back to my cell so I can go lay down and play with myself with soap. Because you know he played with himself every night. Every night.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Statement called to next witness.
He does like a serial killer.
State calls Officer Christopher Moss.
All right, officer, if you
There goes my
make your way
baby.
to the witness stand.
There goes my baby. Oh, he look cute in blue too. But I still like him in all black though. But there go my baby right here.
And which is on my right, upper riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa.
That's
who's on my left,
Sicario.
will swear you in.
That's Sicario. Right there.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing?
That's Tony Montana. Oh, I know Darrell hate him because he's cute.
First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last name.
Now see, look. So he is making it hard because he's not wearing a uniform, right? He's not wearing a uniform. So I don't know who paying him because he ain't got no uniform on.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
How were you employed?
Currently employed with the City of Waukesha Police Department.
Remember, this is part of the game. Now, this is one of Opera's choppers. This is one of the game. So we gotta ferret out these gangsters that is that Opera is controlling because she is the kingpin. Okay, she runs all of this, all of it. This criminal enterprise here.
How long have you worked in law enforcement?
I've been a sworn law enforcement officer for 14 years.
All of your time was spent with the City of Waukesha Police Department?
No, ma'am.
Who else did you work for?
6.5 years was spent working for the City of Oconomowoc Police Department, and a year, or just over a year, was spent working part-time for the Village of North Prairie Police Department.
Were you working for the City of Waukesha on November 21 of 2021?
I was.
Do you recall participating in the Waukesha Christmas parade that afternoon?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What was your role, please?
For that event, I was tasked with the City of Waukesha Police Department's Honor Guard unit. Specifically, I was part of the Color Guard, which is the group that leads the parade carrying the American flag and the state of Wisconsin flag.
And you were there right at the beginning of the parade, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Do you remember about what time the parade kicked off?
Approximately 4 p.m.
He is eloquent. I love men like this. Incident.
Without incident.
And after you completed marching the parade with the color guard, did you go someplace?
Yes, upon completion of the parade route, as we were the first entity to finish since we led the parade, I subsequently returned to the City of Waukesha Police Department.
I would give him my
Why
phone
did you go
number.
back to the department?
That evening, I was assigned to late power shift, which is from 5 p.m. to 3 a.m., and I was designated to work area 308.
Okay, so you marched in the parade with the color guard.
Look at
then
it.
you were going to go work a full shift that
So we're not listening to what the dude is saying, because of course you can't do that. But you see him reading. You see that head going back and forth, back and forth. He's reading. Whatever the fuck he's reading. But he's not paying attention to what's being said at all.
evening.
That's correct.
Got my Beyonce fan blowing.
As you were back at the police station, what do you recall happening?
As I was changing out of my honor guard uniform into my duty uniform, I heard multiple police sirens emanating from the downtown area. I subsequently checked our reporting system and observed that there was a call for service that officers were responding to in emergency fashion, reference a subject with a knife.
And where was that response directed to? What location?
I believe that response was directed to the area of Frame Park in the city of Waukesha.
Did you do anything at that point?
I was still technically off duty, so I would continue to get dressed quickly in the event that they needed additional resources to that location.
And did you ever get called to that location, sir?
No, I was never called to that location.
What happened next?
She's like, that's beneath
As I continued to monitor my handheld radio while still getting dressed for duty, I heard via our primary channel fellow officers screaming hysterically on the radio, requesting people to respond to the downtown area and the parade route.
What did you do?
Got dressed as the fastest I've ever gotten dressed before, and subsequently sprinted out of the police department, entered a fleet, and responded in emergency fashion to the downtown area.
Specifically, where did you go?
I arrived in the area of Clinton and Main Street.
And can you briefly describe for us what you saw when you arrived at that intersection, sir?
Upon arrival, to describe what was just absolute chaos. As I exited my fleet, I looked east and westbound on Main Street. There were civilian subjects lying on the ground in every direction I looked, screaming, yelling, etc.
Did you attempt to render aid to these individuals?
I did. I ran in a westerly direction between Clinton and Maple, attempting to render aid to two elderly female subjects.
Did you, at some point, leave that duty and speak with Officer Skolton?
Yes, I did.
Where did you speak with Officer Skolton?
In the vicinity where I was, I ran into Officer Skolton, who approached me from a westerly direction. Upon making contact with him, he advised that he had fired rounds at a red Ford SUV, specifically an Escape. I asked him if he was okay. He stated that he was, and he subsequently said that we needed to find the vehicle.
The vehicle.
And did you in fact set out to try and find this vehicle?
I did.
Prior to Officer Skolton telling you that, did you have any vehicle description?
I did not. The radio traffic was complete chaos with people screaming about injured participants of the parade being all over the downtown area.
So where did you go to look for the vehicle?
As I was moving my fleet near Donny Boy's Tavern on Main Street, I subsequently observed a male Hispanic running towards me, waving his hands frantically to garner my attention. And as I asked him what he needed, he subsequently stated he knew where the vehicle was.
Did you understand what he meant by that?
I clarified with him that he was speaking of the vehicle that was indeed involved in the incident in the downtown area, as well as the vehicle that Officer Skolton had fired rounds at. He confirmed this, and I subsequently told him to get into my squad car and began traveling with him.
Do you know the approximate time this was occurring?
The subject approached me at approximately 4:49 p.m.
And so you took the citizen with you in your squad?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And did he direct you to a specific location?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Where did you travel?
From my location where I met up with this individual, we traveled westbound on Main Street and subsequently made a left-hand turn to travel southbound on Maple Street. We traveled approximately 2 blocks to the area where I subsequently located the vehicle in the driveway.
How did you know it was the vehicle you were looking for?
Based off what Officer Skolden had previously described to me as a red Ford Escape, I observed a heavily damaged red Ford Escape in the driveway of 338 Maple. This particular vehicle was heavily damaged in the front end. I also observed that there was clothing embedded in the hood, as well as a headband with blue lighting hanging from the side mirror. Additionally, I observed a bullet hole in the windshield on the passenger side.
Did you secure this scene?
I did.
What did you do?
As I exited my fleet, I drew my firearm to clear the vehicle to ensure that it was clear of persons that could potentially harm me based on the information that I had garnered up to this point. And
so that means there was nobody in the vehicle, okay? There was nobody in the vehicle.
After that was done and rendered clear, additional resources that came to my location, we secured it by taping off the entirety of this particular residence as well as the street.
When you cleared the vehicle, were there any subjects present inside the vehicle?
There were not.
Not now.
After you had secured the scene, did you have an opportunity to take photographs of the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what device did you use to capture these
That's
photographs?
true.
So each of our City of Waukesha police squads are assigned a cell phone. I believe this one in particular was an iPhone. We utilize that to capture photographic evidence as well. So I utilized the cell phone from the squad.
Oh, so they use an iPhone. I wondered did their mama buy them an iPhone too. I got my first ever iPhone. My mama gave me my first ever iPhone.
All right, I'm going to ask that exhibit number 99 be put up for the witness, please.
Go ahead.
Sir, do you see exhibit 99 on your screen? If not, it'll be up in a minute or so. Just let me know, please.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. Do you recognize that photograph, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you recognize the photograph to depict?
It depicts a heavily damaged Ford Escape in the driveway.
And where is this location?
338 Maple in the City of Waukesha.
Is this a photograph you took
Yes, ma'am, I took this photograph.
using your iPhone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Move to admit permission to publish, Your Honor.
Objection.
Exhibit 99 is received, permission to publish is granted, the objections overruled.
Sir, is this what the vehicle looked like when you first observed it?
Yes, ma'am.
And you had testified earlier that you were able to see some articles of clothing on the vehicle. Do you
Look
see
at
those
this.
items in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Could you please point them out? And that's a touch screen in front of you so you can mark it with a dot. Or
How did he think he was going to get out of this with this right here? How did he think that he was going to get away? This is amazing that he did all of this damage. And somehow he thought that he was going to be able to get away. Like nobody would see this coming.
or an arrow or whatever you choose.
So here on the hood, near the windshield, was a hat, and then clearly seen hanging from the driver's side mirror is a headband that's partially illuminated.
What do you mean illuminated?
This particular headband had multiple, appeared to be blue LED lighting.
Okay.
Was that Sorensen's headband? Was it Machine Sorensen? Was that hers?
The front of the vehicle, it appears to me that the front bumper is laying on the ground. Is that accurate, sir?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, you may answer.
Yes, ma'am, that's accurate.
May we take the annotations down?
Yeah, we can deal with that. Thank you, Judge.
Oh, don't do that because that's the closest to
So to your
that's the closest Darrell's gonna get to boobs. See, Don't take it down. That's the closest he's going to see boobs in a long time. So let him get what he needs to get. The car has boobs. She paid. Oh, she did. I mean, caricature. She has stuff going like all the time. I was like, okay. Hey, what's the newest? What's the latest? I go to her and see what she got.
So to your knowledge, no one had touched or disturbed this vehicle, at least since the time you were present. Before you photographed it.
Objection, speculation.
Oh, Jenny. Okay.
Overruled. You may answer.
To my knowledge, no, there was no manipulation of this vehicle prior to my arrival.
Okay. And at some point, did you look inside the vehicle? And I don't mean just to clear it of persons. I mean, take a closer look inside the car.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What was your purpose in doing that, sir?
Due to the nature of what was happening and the exigency of trying to identify who may have been inside the vehicle, I did locate documentation of identifying in nature.
And do you remember the name on that paperwork?
Uh-oh.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What was the name on the paperwork inside the vehicle?
The name on the paperwork inside the vehicle was one Darrell Edward Brooks Jr., black, date of birth 2/21 of 1982.
God dog. They know all your information. They know all your shit. They know who you are. Bitch, they know you. All of them get up there like they know his address, his social security number, his date of birth, his address. They know all of that. Who is you?
In fact, was there more than one piece of paper inside the vehicle containing that same personal identifying information?
Objection, speculative.
Shut up.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, ma'am, there was more than one item.
Oh, more than one item.
I don't see a front license plate in this photograph. Do you, sir?
No, ma'am.
Where's the license plate?
May I draw?
Yes.
It was determined later that this is actually the license plate.
Oh, the license plate right there.
Not from the photograph, but from your recollection, was the rear license plate clearly visible?
Objection.
Speculative.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, ma'am, the rear license plate was clearly visible on the vehicle.
Did you attempt to run the license plate for this vehicle?
Yes, I did via police radio.
What information did you learn about the registration of this vehicle?
The vehicle displayed a Wisconsin registration plate of A. Adam D. David P. Paul 9256, which listed to a Don L. Woods out of the city of Milwaukee.
Do you remember the approximate location of the street where Don Woods lived?
Objection.
Speculative.
Irrelevant.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
No, I do not recall that information.
You just remember city of Milwaukee?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. And the vehicle was registered to Don Woods solely?
Objection. Leading. Relevancy of who's it related to.
What?
The objections are noted. I'll sustain as to the form of the question and ask Attorney Upper.
She's related to you.
Was the registration only in one person's name?
From what I understand, it was.
Okay. Do you know the relationship between Don Woods and Darrell Brooks?
Objection. Speculation.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
No, ma'am, I do not know the relationship.
Speculation.
At a later point, as you were, well, strike that. Let me ask this. Did you remain with this vehicle for some time?
Yes, for some time.
And were other resources, law enforcement and other resources called to the area to deal with this vehicle, sir?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
And as that was occurring, are you aware of other police activity that was occurring nearby?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And what was that, please?
I had heard via police radio Officer Luling advised that he was out with a subject in the 500 block of Elizabeth Street, which is just a couple blocks away.
And did you hear Officer Luling indicate a name for the subject that he was out with?
Yes, I did.
And what was that name?
Officer Luling aired over police radio that he was out with a male subject identifying himself as Darrell Brooks.
Objection. You're not gonna say nothing?
All right, sir, thank you. I don't have any other questions. We can take down 99. Oh, I'm sorry, I do have one other question about 99. I apologize, Your Honor.
Objection.
Oh, overruled. She may answer.
You can offer.
She may ask.
I'm so tired of him.
Do you know what time you snapped that photograph of Exhibit 99?
Yes, ma'am, I took that photograph on the date in question at 5:01 p.m.
Thank you, sir.
Come on.
All right, thank you. You're cross, Mr. Brooks.
Let's get it on. You got to stand up. Come on.
You stated that you were flagged down by
There you
Hispanic
go.
male running at you waving his hands. Would that be fair to say?
There you go.
That's correct.
Do you recall his name?
I do.
Abel
And
Lascano.
would you state it for the jury? And for the record?
Lascano.
His name is Abel Lascano.
And do you recall if Mr. Lascano gave you any additional information during your traveling to where the vehicle was located?
I don't understand your question.
You stated that Mr. Lascano got into your vehicle and you traveled to where the vehicle was located. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Did you learn any additional information from Mr. Lascano? How do you say it? Lascano?
Lascano.
Lascano. Did you learn?
Dumbass, that's your
travel
witness.
to where the vehicle was located? Did you learn any additional information from Mr. Lascano?
Not while we were traveling to the vehicle.
Y'all know what else pisses me off about Darrell is that they will say the guy's name, Abel Lascano, and then or Kolar, and his how do you pronounce your name? Kolar. He just said his name. How you say it? Lascano? How you say it? Lascano. That's what the bitch just said.
So you traveled to the vehicle in complete silence?
No, he was trying to direct me with the location of the red Ford Escape.
Did he say?
Yeah, they traveled to the vehicle in complete silence. They used telepathy to talk.
He saw anyone driving the vehicle?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
So all he told you was where the vehicle was. He didn't tell you if he saw anyone driving it?
Objection, hearsay.
The witness may answer the question as long as he does not answer with hearsay. Go ahead. Overrule.
Can you restate your question, please?
So all that the Mr. Lascano already told you was the location of the vehicle, not if he saw anyone driving?
I object. That question calls for hearsay response, Your Honor.
I would agree hearing that again. Sustained.
Uh-oh.
Did he at all tell you that he saw someone in the vehicle?
Bitch! Hearsay!
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
My God.
Grounds for the sustained.
Hearsay!
Hearsay. To ask him what
Somebody
Mr.
else
Lascano
said.
told him would be hearsay.
Why didn't you crack open that burgundy book, the same color as your vehicle? Why did you crack that book open? And it would have given you a definition of hearsay. Why?
So all Mr. Lascano did was just direct you to the vehicle?
That's correct.
That's all you guys talked about during your trip to the vehicle?
Objection, asked and answered.
Grounds.
Sustained. It was asked, and I previously sustained the objection. So next question, please.
When you were able to locate the vehicle, where did Mr. Lascano go?
Once the vehicle was located, I had Mr. Lascano stand by in my fleet until other officers arrived to assist me, and then I transferred him over to someone else.
Do you know if he made any report at that time?
Define report.
Did he make any report to law enforcement at that time?
I'm not sure if he did or not.
Do you recall Mr. Liscano yelling that there were subjects standing outside of the building?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to excuse the jury while I take up a legal issue. I'll rise for the jury, please.
Uh-oh. It ain't my fault. Did I do that? It ain't my fault. Did I do that? And of course, we are, no disrespect to the jury. The people's going to determine guilt or innocence of your dusty life. I don't think he understood how this goes. He couldn't have. He could not have. You're all just being slick. Yep, it ain't gonna work. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work.
Thank you. Be seated.
You know that's not right.
Mr. Brooks, before I have you question this witness any further, it sounds like to me that you are attempting to offer through this witness the statements made by Mr. Liscano. If that is what you are trying to do, you may not do that. You will have to call Mr. Liscano as a witness if you so choose, if he's on your witness list.
Look. Here go the book right here. Y'all can see my mouse. Here go the book right here. Right here. There go the book. Ain't been open. It's right here. It's right here under all these papers. Right here. The Bible, it takes a more prominent position than the book with the law in it that he needs. Take go the book. Right here.
But that your questions are seeking to elicit hearsay from this witness. That's why I had the jury removed so I could explain my ruling and why I'm going to direct you not to ask this witness questions about what Mr. Liscano may or may not have said.
That one little curl.
Reading directly from his report.
It's not his report.
That would be double hearsay then. Because it's not you need Mr. Liscano here to say what he told this officer. If you are attempting to offer it for the truth of the matter asserted, which is what I believe you are doing, you're attempting to establish the veracity of something Mr. Liscano either said or didn't say through another witness. That is hearsay.
So it's not hearsay for the prosecutor to bring up.
I'm not going to talk about other rulings. There's been an objection by the state, and I'm sustaining the objection, and I'm directing you not to ask this witness questions that would call for this witness to say what Mr. Liscano said. That is hearsay. That is textbook hearsay, Mr. Brooks.
Had you read the book?
I think it's fair for me to object to hearsay from the prosecution along the lines of the same type of thing.
I'm not going to have a debate on what may have
sir.
come in previously. I know you've made a number of hearsay objections, many of which the answers that were being provided were not hearsay. But I would direct your attention to 908.01 of the Wisconsin statutes. You have that book in front of you that I provided to you a number of days ago at the beginning of this trial or near the beginning of this trial.
Look.
There's the definitional section of the statutes, which defines hearsay. It also, and then if you go on to
look, he can't be bothered.
I'm reading directly from his report. That's what I have.
Doesn't change the fact that it's hearsay.
Look.
You said what?
That doesn't change the fact that it's hearsay.
So
it
his
actually
report
creates
is
another
hearsay?
level of hearsay. It's an out of court statement.
So
not this witness made, but what?
Oh, I went back too far.
For me to object to hearsay from the prosecution along the lines of the same type of thing.
I'm not going to have a debate on what may have come in previously. I know you've made a number of hearsay objections, many of which the answers that were being provided were not hearsay
at all.
But I would direct your attention to 908.01 of the Wisconsin statutes. You have that book in front of you that I provided to you.
Look at him. He just like, fuck that shit. I'm not going to read none of that stupid shit. I know what the fuck I know what I know. I know what I'm asking is the truth. It's not hearsay. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, white bitch.
And then if you go on to 908.
I know what hearsay is.
0.02.
You heard him? He know what hearsay is. He don't need to read it because he know what it is. He knows what it is. He knows what it is. But how come every time you object to hearsay, it's always overruled? But you know.
That's obviously one you may want to look at.
Oh, he mad.
As well.
He mad.
90803 has the
I know what it
exception.
means.
So unless you
Clearly.
can give me an exception,
Clearly.
sir, as to why this witness should be allowed to answer those questions, I'm gonna again direct
I'm
you
reading
not to
directly
ask
from his report.
It's not
The
his report.
that he wrote.
He didn't write it.
Nothing is coming from. I'm reading directly from his report.
Not his.
That's what I have
doesn't
in front
change
of
the
me.
fact that it's hearsay.
You said what?
That doesn't change the fact that it's hearsay.
So
it
his
actually
report
creates
is
another
hearsay?
level of hearsay. It's an out of court statement.
So
Not this witness made, but what another witness made. So you have to.
So I can't read from his report that he wrote.
You can't ask this witness questions that call for a hearsay answer unless there's no objection from the state. Or you can convince me there's an exception to the hearsay rule that applies.
Open the book.
You have an exception you'd like to offer to the court.
He don't know.
I might as well not read the report that he wrote then if I can't question him about the report that he wrote.
Dumbass.
That's your misunderstanding, sir, what is hearsay. And I all I can tell you is I'm sustaining the objection. I'm going to bring the jury back out.
Why won't you open this book? Why? That's the simplest thing to do is to open the book. Open the book. They're telling you, hey, this is hearsay. You clearly know, but they're saying it's hearsay. Maybe I will go look in the book.
And
fuck that shit,
we'll bitch.
There. You know what the fuck you talking about? Fuck you, bitch.
All right.
Don't like bitch. Fuck that shit.
Clear bodies.
Right.
Mr. Brooks, I understand you may disagree with
agree to being called that name. For the record, again, I'm here as a third party intervener on behalf of my client.
Bitch, bye.
I don't know why that's not understood by now.
I'll be right back.
So I guess I can't bring up the plaintiff either, huh? Tacit agreement.
All right.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
So y'all know that his attitude is about to get extremely, extremely, extremely bad.
That last comment.
I don't know what.
Continue with your questions, sir.
Listen.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Look at him. He mad as hell.
Continue with your questions, sir.
I gotta tread lightly.
The jury will disregard that last comment.
I don't know what.
And that one as well.
It's not your opportunity to testify. You'll be given an opportunity
testifying.
should you choose later, sir, but please question the witness.
If I could ever get to it, I'll do that.
Shut the fuck up,
Again,
then you
the jury will
can't.
disregard that statement. It's not evidence.
How did he think this was going to make him look good in front of the jury? How did he think? Oh, hey, Munchkin, put back over here like a ghost. How he thought this was going to make him look good in front of this jury? Having a stink ass attitude. I got all the exhibits. Let's get it on.
You
Come
made
on.
reference to a hat being on the hood. Can you pull exhibit 99 up again?
Are you
Wow.
asking the state to do that, sir?
Yeah, can it please be pulled up and
Sure.
published?
It can, and it will.
Hold on. Woo, that attitude is awful. Hold on, I'm trying to. Okay, here we go. What y'all watch this? Hey, Larita. Look at this.
And on the hood, can you pull exhibit 99 up again?
Look at that attitude. Look, you can see it, and his face is covered.
Are you asking the state to do that, sir?
Yeah, can it please be pulled up and
Look at him. Look at him.
published?
It can, and it will.
Wow. In front of the jury.
The jury can let me know when it's on the screens in the jury box, please.
Boy, look at him. He got that look on his face. I bet he's snarling. Look at him.
All right, it's in the jury box. Continue, please.
Oh boy.
You testified to this being the hat, right?
That's correct.
And from this picture, can you tell what that is?
Not specifically.
So how do we know if that's a hat from looking at this picture?
Idiot.
From looking at this picture, it would be difficult to determine if that's actually a hat.
So it'd be fair to say you don't know what that is.
Based on this picture, you're
Based
right.
on this picture.
Based on this picture, I'm not able to determine what that item is.
Would it be also fair to say we can't even determine if that's outside or inside of the vehicle at that point?
I would disagree and say that is on the exterior of the vehicle,
And how
between
would
the
you make
hood.
that assumption if you can't tell what it is?
See, you know when he get mad, he start interrupting people and directly challenging them. So he's mad. He's mad.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Can you clear that?
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
He mad.
You can definitively say from this picture that you can tell where the item is based on this picture.
Yes.
Definitely meet the Fokker.
Are you going off what you found or what you can see from the picture?
What?
I can see from this picture that that item is on the exterior of the vehicle between the hood that is destroyed and the windshield.
So it's on the hood?
It is between the hood and the windshield of the vehicle.
He was like, dumbass, let me say this a little bit slower for you to understand. It is between the hood and the windshield. Let me talk slower for you.
And you can tell that from this picture.
Yes, bitch.
As an answer,
Grounds.
argumentative.
Sustained as to both grounds.
And from this picture, you can tell what this is.
Yes.
Just from the picture.
Yes.
And how do you come to that determination?
Dumbass.
Based on the fact that it's hanging on the exterior of the vehicle from the driver's side mirror, that it is in the shape of a headband and it is partially illuminated in this photograph with LED lighting.
And I was there.
It could be fair to say that it's anything. Would you not say that that's fair? Just from looking at the picture, it doesn't necessarily say, or it doesn't, it's not 100% identifiable from this picture. Would that be fair to say?
It look like a hairband to me. Does it look like a hairband to you? It look like a hairband to me from this picture. Like a hairband. But what do I know? I just won't believe my lying eyes.
Compound question.
Sustained as to the form of the
Hey,
question.
Munchkin.
Please
Hey,
rephrase.
Munchkin.
Just from strictly looking at this picture, you can't positively say what the item is.
Objection. That's a mischaracterization of his testimony.
Sustained. Please rephrase.
Clear the photo.
You're asking Madam Clerk to please
Clear the
clear it?
photo.
Mr. Brooks, I'd ask that you show some deference to my clerk and not bark orders at her and use simple courtesy. Thank you. Clerk, please.
Clear the photo.
You're asking Madam Clerk to please
Clear the
clear it?
photo.
So you gonna overtalk the judge? Clear the photo. Clear the photo.
Clear the photo.
Clear the photo.
You're asking Madam Clerk to please
Clear the
clear it?
photo.
Mr. Brooks, I'd ask that you show some deference to my clerk and not bark orders at her and use simple courtesy. Thank you. And thank you, Madam Clerk.
Will I be awarded the same, Your Honor?
Please ask your next question,
Will
sir.
I be awarded the same, Your Honor?
Nobody gives a fuck about you, sir, ma'am. Nobody cares. Okay? Like, I don't know what in his brain made him think that he was on equal footing with everybody else. Like, Judge Darrell was not being tried for 1,300 years. You were, bitch. So nobody cares about would you be awarded the same. I hope that you afford the same when you go to Gen Pop at some point, and I hope somebody. Let's just say that you're going to be somebody's wife, okay? You be somebody's wife. You got the nails. I got some lipstick for you. I got plenty of lipsticks for you. Know, you be ready. You will be ready to go. We need to send him some Mac so he'll be ready for being a wife.
Please ask your next question.
I will. I just want to know if I'll be awarded the
I have
the
been.
same.
Thank you.
How does he think this is going to help his case? How do he think this is going to help his case?
Please continue.
How you nasty with a mask on?
Did you talk to anyone who lived in the residence?
I don't recall the specific persons I talked to or where they resided.
So it's fair to say you talked to someone.
There were multiple people outside of the residence and in the area at that time that I spoke briefly to.
Yeah, it's fair to
But
say
you don't
talked
know
to
if any
someone.
of them was the renter or owner of the driveway.
I do not recall.
You can rent or own a driveway? I didn't know that.
Do you recall asking anyone if the vehicle belonged to somebody who may have stayed in that general area?
I do not recall asking that question to anyone.
Because we all know the answer to that question without asking it.
You did state that you cleared the area. Would that be fair to say?
No, I stated I cleared the vehicle, not the area.
Did you clear the area?
No!
Eventually, we did clear the back portion of the residence to ensure there were no suspects or victims.
Who is we?
Persons of law enforcement.
That's who we is.
And did you wait until law enforcement came before you started to do that? Did you start on your own kind of way?
Upon arrival to the location of the suspect vehicle, I was by myself, so I initially cleared the vehicle to ensure that there were no potential threats to myself. When I advised dispatch that I had located the suspect vehicle, numerous officers came to assist me and were there relatively quickly to help me secure the area.
So it's like you have a dumb, like you have the Darrell said something incredibly stupid and ignorant, and then it goes through him and out of his mouth comes something intelligent and articulate. It's like the reverse. It's a articulate thing.
So would it be fair to say when you found the vehicle that you didn't locate anyone inside the vehicle?
Correct. No one was located inside the vehicle at that time.
And you also stated that you cleared the vehicle for possible threats to yourself. If no one was in the vehicle, what did you need to clear the vehicle? What would be the threat?
Idiots.
Based on, again, as I earlier stated, what had occurred in the downtown, plus the fact that Officer Skolin had fired rounds at this vehicle, I was unsure who or what may be inside the vehicle. Given the time of day, as it was becoming dusk, it was getting harder to see outside. So to ensure my own safety, I cleared it the way I earlier stated.
So would it be fair to say that, well, let me back up.
Back that ass
you took this
up.
photo, correct?
Yep.
That is correct.
So that would mean you were,
What?
at least by that time, sure that no one was in the vehicle. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
So did you clear the vehicle before taking the picture or afterward?
I cleared the vehicle before I took the photograph.
Dumbass.
Did you find any threats in there?
In there.
After I initially cleared it, no. It was deemed to not be a threat to my person.
Did you do any other investigating after you had took this photo?
Can you rephrase the question?
Did you do any other investigating after you took this photo?
Oh, that was rephrased.
After the photographs were collected of the vehicle in place from multiple angles, I did locate identifying information inside the vehicle.
Gina, the response would have been, if the judge asked who his client is, it would have been a fool. That's the answer. Who his client is, a fool.
What I'm asking is,
come on.
So let me back up.
Come
so
on.
That was
come on.
The extent of your investigation was
Come on, get it out.
finding whatever you found in the vehicle
Whatever
at
you
that
found.
point.
Correct.
Grounds.
I'll let you. Thank you.
Correct.
Come on.
So when you were clearing the vehicle, would it be fair to say that you could have done the same investigational work at that time?
What?
No, that would not be fair to say.
And why not?
Because when you're clearing a vehicle to ensure that there are no threats to you, you're not looking for anything specific as far as evidentiary value. You're looking for a threat to your person.
So you would clear the vehicle of threats after being in the vehicle to do that, and then go back into the vehicle and look for, or start investigating rather.
What a dumbass.
Correct.
Why not do them all at once? Is that a procedural thing, or?
Asked and answered, Your Honor. I object.
Look, the look on his face. He looked like Jesus in heaven.
Is that a procedural thing, or?
Look at his face. He's like, this is a dumb ass. Like, why? What did I do wrong to deserve this in my life? Fuck my life.
Asked and answered, Your Honor. I object.
That's look at his face. Fuck my life.
Next question.
Is it usually procedure to investigate later on after clearing for threats?
Yes, you always want to ensure that where you're working on an investigation is clear of threats and that you are safe.
Would that be the same protocol if you were searching a home?
Objection relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain.
Irrelevant. Oh, he talking shit. Y'all heard him? He said it's a joke. Dang, I can. Dang.
And you mention that the vehicle wasn't, I guess I would say, touched or between the time that you were flagged down with the location of the vehicle until you actually observed the vehicle, you stated that you don't believe the vehicle was touched in any way in that time?
Objection. That's a misstatement of his testimony.
Grounds. He said something similar to that.
Sustained is the form of the question.
Are you sure that the vehicle was not touched in the time that you were flagged down about the location of the possible vehicle and observing the vehicle?
I am unaware if the vehicle was manipulated in any fashion from the time that Mr. Lascano flagged me down and to the time that I located the vehicle in the driveway.
Do you know approximately how long it took you to get to the vehicle when you were initially flagged down about the location of the vehicle?
I do not know how long it took me to get to the vehicle upon being flagged down.
So it's possible that it could have been manipulated.
Yes, it's possible.
And aliens and reindeer can fly. It's also possible for that too. Shit is sugar. That's possible too. It's all possible. My God.
At the time that you located the vehicle, were you aware of any suspect identification or name?
Can you restate your question, please?
At the time you located the vehicle,
Vehicle.
were you aware of any suspect or name of suspect?
No, I was unaware of any names of any suspect involved in the incident at the time I located the vehicle.
Did he forget that when he went into the vehicle, they found your information with your name on it?
And when did you learn of that information, if you learned of that information?
What?
I only learned the information of a possible suspect upon locating the identifying documents inside the vehicle and subsequently providing that information to dispatch.
At the time you found that information, did you immediately regard that information to be the possible suspect?
Yes, since it was in the vehicle that was heavily damaged, the red Ford Escape with the bullet hole in the windshield. Yes, I believe that that information indeed belonged to a suspect.
You bitch. Come on.
And at some point you
ran
the license plates number. Would that be fair to say?
Correct, I did.
And you also stated that it was registered to someone that was not the suspect. Would that be fair to say?
As far as I know at that, or I'm sorry, as far as I knew at that time, I did not know if the person registered the vehicle to was a suspect or not.
There's your bitch ass mama.
You also stated that you found identifying paperwork in your investigation of the vehicle. Did that information match the identity of who the vehicle was registered to?
No, the identifying information again for Mr. Brooks that was inside the vehicle did not match the registration on file with Wisconsin Department of Transportation for the registration of the vehicle, which was Don L. Woods.
For the record, I don't identify by that name. Yet again, stating that
nobody gives a shit. Nobody cares.
For the record, the jury will disregard that commentary by the defendant, and it also mischaracterizes the witness's testimony.
It does not. I was just stating for the record.
Again, the jury will disregard that
So-
commentary as Mr. Brooks is not present and testifying.
The information you found in the car.
Why are you asking these questions, sir?
The vehicle was not registered to that person, correct?
That's correct.
So there's a possibility that at any time, multiple people can utilize that vehicle. Would that be fair to say?
Objection, speculation.
Grounds.
Calls for speculation, sustained.
Would you agree that a vehicle registered to one person and information found by another person constitutes that more than one person used the vehicle?
Objection.
No.
Grounds.
Go ahead,
Or it could be that you have bad credit, and it could be that you owe like $40,000-$50,000 in back child support. There's no possible way that you could get a vehicle, or you've had some repos on your credit. No way you get in the car. No way. So your dumbass mama enabled you and got you a vehicle, and she signed for it, but it's your car. See how that work? That's how that work.
The question was, does that prove that more than one person could drive the car? That's an improper question.
That wasn't the question.
Well, sustained as to the form of the question and assumes facts not in evidence.
State that last part again.
It assumes facts not in evidence, your question. Your next question, please.
Is it fair to say that
You're an idiot. Yes, it's fair.
people leave all types of information in family members' vehicles at any time?
No.
Irrelevant speculation.
Sustained.
No.
Ground.
I don't have none of my personal information in my husband's car. He doesn't have any of his personal information in my car. The only thing that will have his name on it is the insurance, because it's my car. What the fuck is he talking about? What's wrong with him?
Sustained.
Ask your next question, Mr. Brooks, please.
May I have the grounds, please?
The objection has been sustained. Ask your next question, please.
May I have the grounds?
The court's not answering that. The record is self-evident.
Is that a tacit agreement?
The jury needs to know.
Sir, I don't know what a tacit agreement is, so please keep going.
No one knows.
Clearly know what it is.
Clearly. Oh boy. Stick your head in the noose, sir. Stick it in the noose.
Would it be fair to say, and this is along the lines of the same question,
Okay.
would it be fair to say that at some point you've left items in other people's vehicles?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Sustained.
Grounds for the substantial.
Basically, I'm confused.
Next question, please, sir. I've sustained this question multiple times, multiple
wasn't
ways
the
you've
same
asked it.
question.
Next question, please.
May I have the grounds?
90611, sir.
90611.
Next question, please.
Bitch.
Is it to relevancy? Is it to
Under
hearsay?
90611, ask your next question
You
or I
better
will
respond to me, bitch.
cut off your cross-examination. Please ask your next question,
You
sir.
have to give the grounds, though, Your Honor.
I know more than you, bitch.
Especially if I'm merely just asking for the grounds.
Come on, Snowflake.
Sustained.
Sir, ask your next question.
What's the point of me asking questions if I can't ask anything?
The jury will disregard his commentary
Can't even
that he
ask
just
anything.
stated right now.
I'm going to have a full-on temper tantrum right here. Bitch, man. That's right. What's mine is mine, and what's his is mine. That's what I tell him all the time. I don't know.
Do you recall speaking to, well, you said you spoke to a few people. You didn't know if they were the owner of the house or the driveway or the renter. Would that be fair to say?
On the driveway.
Yes, that's correct.
Did anyone you spoke to give you a description of a possible driver?
I was given multiple descriptions by multiple parties of multiple suspects that had fled the vicinity of the vehicle.
And what do you mean by multiple descriptions of multiple suspects? 2, 3, 4 people, 5?
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I was given information that one male black suspect that was taller, wearing blue pants and black, had run southbound on Maple towards College. Additionally, I was given information that 2 shorter male blacks wearing gray sweatpants had run in a westerly direction from behind the residence at 338 Maple. And then later I was also given another description of a male black, unknown height, wearing like a gray sweatshirt and pants.
You said medium height for the last description?
Unknown height.
Unknown. Okay, I'm sorry. Unknown height.
I would see he was making sure that you did not say short. Medium height. Did you say medium height? Y'all better get it right. I'm not short. Do I look like I'm 5'9", 165, 160 pounds?
Did anyone you talked to report the sound of a crash?
No, no one I spoke to at this location reported anything regarding the sound of a crash.
Did you see any signs that there may have been a crash once you and other officers were securing the area?
As far as the vicinity around the vehicle or the vehicle itself?
The general area.
As far as the general area, given the time of day, I was unable to determine if there was any signs of a crash in that vicinity.
Who does this? Who does this? This is amazing to me. Look at this. Left to right, left to right.
When talking to the people that you, while talking to the people that gave you the descriptions, did they identify themselves as living close or living in any of the houses in that area?
No, due to the chaotic nature of the event, I did not ascertain where these individuals lived or if they were associated with any neighboring residents.
Do you know if they made any other statements to any other law enforcement that was there present with you at that time?
Not to my knowledge.
Does it matter? Does it matter?
Why do you think you received so many different descriptions of suspects?
Oh, I don't know. It could have been chaotic. It could have been, a whole lot going on, like 6 people being murdered and dozens and dozens of people being ran over and hundreds of people being traumatized. That could be the reason why. I don't know.
Multiple people from multiple angles observed different things, and there was a lot of people there. It was a very chaotic event. Even this particular scene was chaotic and hectic with numerous people coming to and from. So it was difficult to determine that information.
Ashton, this is evolution going backwards. That's regression. We're not moving up in the chain. We're going down. Darrell is going down. We're like a generation or 2 or 3 back with him. It's just like he's still he's not really in the primordial soup, but he's not a Homo sapien yet. I don't know what happened. There's some incest or something in that family. I don't freaking know, but it's something wrong there.
Did any of the people that you spoke with give any reason to why the suspects that they identified were run from the scene?
Objection. Speculation also calls for hearsay.
And it's stupid.
Rounds.
Next question, sir.
He thinks it's gonna make him look good. Because Shannon, he has better things to do. He can be in his cell and he's sleeping. He's rubbing a few of them out. Who's got time to prepare for a murder trial of this magnitude with all these boxes he hadn't had time to go through? Who got time for that? Prepare? What's that mean? Read?
Do you recall any of the officers that were securing the scene with you having a K9 present?
Yes, I do.
You should have picked you too.
Do you recall what officer that was?
That was Officer Bausman, who was a canine handler with the City of Waukesha Police Department.
And he should have bit you where the devil split you. Come on. Come on.
And eventually you left the scene where the vehicle was found and started searching the area?
Yes, I transferred command of that location to Officer Butron and had him remain at that scene for scene security with additional City of Brookfield officer. And then myself, Canine Officer Bausman, and numerous other police officers from various departments conducted an area search as we were conducting a canine track. Based on the information I had obtained, multiple suspects running from the area.
Translation, they was trying to find your ass with the dog.
And do you recall what time you went back to where you initially observed the vehicle?
I do not recall what time I made it back, but it was some hours later.
And did you go back to your department after leaving from the scene where you found the vehicle?
Yes, I was directed by my command staff to return to the police department as the scene was still secured by other law enforcement officers of various agencies.
And were you instructed to make contact with anyone at that point?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall who?
I do.
May you stay for the jury and for the record?
Yeah.
Yes, upon arrival to the police department, I was directed to make contact with District Attorney Sue Opper.
Oh!
And when you say Sue Opper, are you referring to District Attorney Sue Opper?
Yes, that's what I said.
Is she here in court today?
Yes, she is.
Can you point her out for the jury?
Look at her.
She's seated at the prosecution table wearing the gray card.
She trying not to laugh. Oh my God. What'd I do?
So would it be fair to say when you found the vehicle that you didn't locate anyone inside the vehicle?
Oh Lord.
I'm sorry. I know. Did anyone?
Hold on. Is that where I was at? I don't know. Lord, what happened? Oh. Well, I was leaving here. I don't know what happened. Tick tack it toe.
Do you recall
Sorry, y'all.
any of the officers that were securing the scene with you having a K-9 present?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall what officer that was?
That was Officer Bausman, who was a canine handler with the City of Waukesha Police Department.
Ugh. Expel that funky air aftermath. Bruh.
And eventually you left the scene where the vehicle was found and started searching the area?
Yes, I transferred command of that location to Officer Butron and had him remain at that scene for scene security with additional City of Brookfield officer. And then myself, Canine Officer Bausman, and numerous other police officers from various departments conducted an area search as we were conducting a canine track. Based on the information I had obtained, multiple suspects running from the area.
And do you recall what time you went back to where you initially observed the vehicle?
The vehicle?
I do not recall what time I made it back, but it was some hours later.
The vehicle.
And did you go back to your department after leaving from the scene where you found the vehicle?
Yes, I was directed by my command staff to return to the police department as the scene was still secured by other law enforcement officers of various agencies.
And were you instructed to make contact with anyone at that point?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall who?
Here we
I
go.
do.
Sorry, y'all.
May you state for the jury and for the record?
Yes, upon arrival to the police department, I was directed to make contact with District Attorney Sue Opper.
Opper the chopper.
And when you say Sue Opper, are you referring to District Attorney Sue Opper?
Yeah, she just said district
Yes,
attorney.
that's what I said.
Is she here in court today?
Yes, she is.
Can you point her out for the jury?
She's seated at the prosecution table wearing the gray cardigan.
Let the record reflect that the witness has identified Attorney Opper.
No objection, Your Honor.
The record will still
And do you recall what the nature of the contact was with Attorney Opper?
Yes, I was directed to locate Attorney Opper in the downtown area at the scene of the parade incident and subsequently transport her back to the City of Waukesha Police Department.
Oh, man. This criminal enterprise.
I'm assuming make contact with her at the parade, so you went and picked her up?
That's correct. I picked her up in the area of Maple in Wisconsin.
Uh-oh.
Correction, I'm sorry. The area of Maple and Main Street.
That's what preparation do to you, Darrell. He's like, come on. Come on.
And
Yeah.
did you continue that contact after picking her up? And let me back up. Where did you go after picking up Attorney Opper?
As I stated, we once I picked her up, I transported her back to the City of Waukesha Police Department.
No, they went out and had a 5-course
And did
meal.
you continue to have contact at that point?
I did.
And what was the nature of that contact?
It's sexual.
District Attorney Opper and I worked together to draft a search warrant for the 2010 red Ford Escape SUV that was in the driveway of 338 Maple.
Ooh, didn't that sound sexual? We worked together to draft a search warrant on that escape. I escorted her back to the police station, and we got together and we worked really hard on drafting this search warrant so we could go back into the red Ford Escape. Oh, it was so hot and steamy. Oh,
You said a search warrant?
oh,
Correct.
oh, Lord. That was very special, deep contact.
Initially, when you secured the vehicle and then investigated the vehicle after securing it, what did you need to search for at that point that you needed a search warrant?
That's the law.
After I cleared the vehicle and located those items of identifying nature, that was done due to the exigency of the event and identifying any outstanding suspects.
Using big words.
After that was done and photographed in place, I resecured the vehicle and it was no longer touched at that point. So therefore, later on, it was required to have a search warrant to continue processing that vehicle for items of evidentiary value.
He's talking way over his
So
head.
you just stated that the vehicle wasn't touched between those times. So what if anything new did you need to search for?
Well, see, he had to touch. See, he didn't touch the vehicle. He was touching Opper the Chopper, and Opper the Chopper was touching him in the vehicle. Maybe that's where we're going with this. That's got to be where we're going with this. That y'all was touching and communicating in that special way.
Argumentative.
Wow.
Overruled. He may answer.
The basis of the search warrant was to ensure that, again, any items of evidentiary value I may have overlooked due to, again, the exigency of trying to find identifying information of an outstanding suspect, as well as clearing the vehicle for safety reasons. That is the purpose of the search warrant, is to do a more slow, methodical search of the vehicle for said items of evidentiary value.
Tell him.
But it would be fair to say that after initially clearing the vehicle, for, as you said, for any possible threats to you, and investigating the vehicle further a second time, what did you feel would be of evidentiary value at that point that you hadn't already observed before?
Bitch, he didn't know. That's why they have to go back over it. Oh, I can't.
Objection. Asked and answered.
Grounds.
Argumentative.
And stupid.
I'm referring to him stating the evidentiary value.
Asked and answered.
1,000 times.
So what was the evidentiary value that you were looking for
Same
with
objection.
the search warrant?
It's the same question a different way, so I'm going to sustain it. It's been asked, it's been answered. Next question,
30
please.
million times.
Can you give an example of what evidentiary value is?
God.
Something of evidentiary value can really be anything that's pertinent to the case. An example would be like a shell casing or a spot of blood that can render DNA results, things of that nature.
Hair.
Did you find any of those things when obtaining the search warrant?
Objection.
Grounds.
Well, that's factually inaccurate, Your Honor.
It assumes a fact, not an evidence. I'll sustain the objection as to the form of the question.
Did you find, upon obtaining the search warrant, were you able to find anything of evidentiary value?
Yes.
Same objection. Assumes a
Grounds.
fact, not an evidence, Your Honor.
Sustained. It assumes facts, not an evidence. Please rephrase and establish a foundation.
Please.
Related to whether this witness performed that subsequent
Like,
search.
bitch, the fuck you talking to me for? Shut the fuck up, bitch.
After obtaining the search warrant, did you yourself go back and
Come on.
search the vehicle?
No.
Do you recall what officer was dispatched to do to execute the search warrant?
No, I do not know who ultimately searched the vehicle for items of evidentiary value.
They're gonna do with me. I wrote the shit. I'm not executing the shit.
Do you recall if the vehicle was then towed from that area at some point?
Yes, the vehicle was removed at some point. I do not know when or by whom.
Of course, it would have to be towed from that area because that's where you left it. Disabled. So where?
Do you recall where it was moved to?
I do not know where the vehicle was moved to.
Your ass.
You stated earlier that you did observe a gunshot in the windshield. Did you notice any other bullet marks?
Bullet marks.
No, the only mark that I observed related to a gunshot was the bullet hole in the windshield on the passenger side.
And we hate he missed. That Skelton missed.
And was that
The kill shot, yeah.
you said on the passenger side, was it to the passenger side window, the passenger side chair?
No, it was at you.
The passenger side dash? Do you recall where the bullet hole was?
It should have been in your head.
As I previously stated, it was in the windshield, front windshield on the passenger side.
Were you at any time given a copy of the search warrant?
Yes, upon completion of the search warrant, I was given a copy. The original went over to the command center.
You see a complaint?
Is it
Look at that.
standard protocol that Being that you were the one that obtained the search warrant, is it usually a thing where you don't have to be the one to execute it? Any other officer can execute it?
Based on the requirement of the search warrant to process this vehicle for items of evidentiary value, that's with my training and experience. So therefore, it was relayed to persons that are capable of actually doing that.
But you can, you said it's beyond your level or something. I didn't catch where you said it's
Beyond the
your
scope.
level or something.
It's beyond my scope of training and experience.
Beyond your scope of training.
Dumbass.
The actual writing of the search warrant isn't above your scope and training. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
But the execution is.
Of this particular search warrant, yes.
What made this particular search warrant different than any ones you've ever written or obtained before?
This particular search warrant was for a search of the vehicle involved in the Christmas parade incident. And given the gravity of the situation and the resulting effects of what this vehicle was used for, persons that are highly skilled in collecting items of evidentiary value are obviously the people we want to do that rather than a patrol officer.
And you were able to get that search warrant signed, correct?
Oh, here
That's
we
correct.
go. Here we
Do you
go.
remember by whom?
Here we go.
Yes.
Can you state for the record and for the jury?
At that time of the search warrant, the on-call judge was contacted, and the on-call judge was the Honorable Jennifer Darrell.
That was
Dun, dun, dun. It's all full circle. Opera the chopper, the police, they all part of the gang. Judge Darrell, they all part of the chopper gang. Opera choppers. They all in it together. Open up the prison door, let him out. I'm convinced that is the reasonable doubt I needed, and I could, vote him, not guilty. I could be like, yeah, he didn't do it, man. Even though I saw him, but he didn't do it.
be the judge right now in the courtroom.
Yes, that's correct.
Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun,
Did that complete your part of the investigation for that incident at that time?
Yes, upon getting the search warrant, I was relieved of my duties.
Did you ever come back into the investigation in any way after that point?
After that point, no.
No further questions. Come on. Left, right. Left, right, ding. Left, right, ding. That's ridiculous. That's the dumbest shit ever.
After your part of the investigation ended, were you able to obtain any more information that you didn't know the night of your investigation?
That's the dumbest question.
Objection made, cause for speculation.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
Please ask your next question.
Rounds for the sustain. That dude her face. I don't know if he's singing a song in his head or he's gone someplace. He's in Paris.
Do you recall having any more contact with Attorney Opera after that initial night?
Oh, yeah, we had a date.
No.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it was one night stand.
When were you aware that it was a possibility that you could be called to testify in this matter?
When I received a subpoena to testify in this manner.
Uh-oh.
Excuse me, I didn't.
When I received a subpoena to testify in this manner.
Get him.
Was that subpoena served to you by the district attorney's office?
Yes, it was.
Was it served by Attorney Opera?
I don't recall who served me directly. I believe it was via electronic.
Do you recall when you received that subpoena?
Does it matter?
I don't recall the exact date, but it was a few months ago.
So it's pretty recent, but a little time since you received it.
Yes, that's fair to say.
Doesn't matter. Da 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 da. Come on, plaintiff.
Would you by chance know who the plaintiff is?
There you go. There you go.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Ever seen or talked to the plaintiff? Had
There we
any
go.
physical interaction with the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection, vague and compound
Grounds.
question.
Sustained.
You even know if there's a plaintiff in this matter?
Objection,
Grounds.
irrelevant.
Sustained.
You know who filed the complaint in this matter?
The people you killed.
The complaint was filed by the district attorney's office.
Do you know if it was filed by Attorney Opper?
I don't know particularly who filed the complaint. I just know it was by the Waukesha County District Attorney's Office.
That's a love note between Opera and dude right here.
And during your time in law enforcement, would it be fair to say that whoever files the complaint is a party to the matter?
Objection,
Grounds.
beyond the scope of the witness's knowledge, Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor?
Next question.
You're an
please.
idiot. That's the grounds.
Any reason why the state of Wisconsin would be identified as the plaintiff when they did not file the complaint?
Objection, argumentative, misstatement of the law.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Woo! No further questions, bitch. No further questions, please.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
Ask your next question, please.
No further questions. Quit embarrassing yourself.
Was that the grounds?
Next question, please.
The jury deserves to know.
No, the jury
will
deserves to
disregard that
know.
last statement.
They need to know.
I've sustained the objection, sir. Ask your next question, please.
I'm
Nothing
aware that it was
further.
sustained. I'm aware. I just wanted to know the grounds. You can't keep hiding stuff from the jury.
Mr. Brooks, the court is not hiding anything from anyone, and the jury will disregard that last statement. It is not evidence in any way in this case.
Gaslight them, baby. Gaslight them. Set it on fire.
Would it be fair to say that any case has a plaintiff?
Objection.
Grounds.
Lack of foundation beyond the scope of the witness's knowledge.
Sustained.
Would it be, can I rephrase the question?
Go ahead. I can't say whether it will be answered or not, but you can go ahead
But
and
I can't,
rephrase it.
I can't rephrase, just so we're clear. Whether it's answered or not, I can still rephrase.
You can take a shit, or you can go to sleep, or you can eat it. You can do all of those things. So yes, you can ask a question. Dumbass.
I don't know what the question will be, sir, so I can't make
Just
a
ask it.
ruling that's advisory. So ask your next question, please.
Are you aware that
Hell.
in any case
Oh boy.
brought into a courtroom, there has to be a plaintiff?
Objection.
Grounds.
Same question.
See, he mad because he's hitting that jailhouse pen. He mad.
Grounds is
It
not
also
the same
misstates
question.
the law, so sustained.
There's no plaintiff, how's their case?
Move to strike.
The jury will disregard the last comment and statement made by Mr. Brooks.
Grounds. There's a
It's a
defendant, there has to be a
misstatement of
plaintiff.
the law. It's not relevant. This jury will be the judge of the facts. The court is the judge of the law. Please continue.
And the
sir,
law
under
is right
9611.
here.
I will
Law right here.
stop the cross-examination.
If there's a defendant, there has to be a plaintiff.
Mr. Brooks, please stop. The jury will also disregard that statement. It's a mischaracterization of the law. It's a misstatement of the law.
Based on what law or fact, Your Honor?
Open
And
this.
I'll address that with Mr. Brooks once again after the jury has been excused. One final time, you may ask another question. Otherwise, I will, and it must not be along the same lines or under 90611, I will ask the state whether there's any redirect.
You asking or telling?
Do you know of anyone who filed a claim in this matter?
Objection,
Grounds,
irrelevant.
grounds.
It's also vague, so I'll sustain it.
So the grounds is vagueness.
And relevance.
Is it vague or is it relevant?
Sustained, Mr. Brooks. Next question.
See, when he go in this red folder, that's his sovereign citizen fuckery is in this little red folder. So you notice he got all his little book report papers here, and he'll ask these questions, and then he'll finish, and he'll get them, and he'll get them all together and put them to the side, and then he goes for the red notebook of fuckery, and then that's where all this plaintiff sovereign citizen crap comes from.
So since your initial night of investigation, you've done no investigation since then in this matter?
Correct.
Bruh, come on. We were in the box?
And have you seen any news reports?
Objection, relevance.
Can I finish the question?
There's been no identification, so under 90611, meaning of, I'm going to sustain the objection without hearing the rest of the question. I don't see how it would have any relevance. I'll let you make an offer of proof after we're outside the presence of the jury, and if necessary, you can recall this witness. Next question.
In that case, then, since that is stated on the record, no further questions. I would like to finish at some point.
Sir, finish your cross-exam as to
Just
that
said
limited.
no further questions.
Okay, but as to that limited topic only. So if there are other things outside that topic, please finish your questioning.
I just said 2 times. I'm going to say it again. No further questions.
All right, thank you then, sir.
But you did say, since it's on the record, I had no question, but I would like to finish at some point. So that would give the impression that you're not finished, right?
Have any redirect?
No, nothing else. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Thank you.
Dumbass.
You may be excused.
They got us all his little papers.
I'm going to excuse the jury momentarily to take up a legal issue with the parties, and hopefully we'll have you brought back out shortly. You can use this opportunity for a comfort break, though.
Judge Darrell's like, oh God, I'm sick of this. I'm sick of him. Let me see. We're almost finished with this, so I will go ahead and drop my link if anybody is interested in coming up before I take my little booty to sleep and take Munchkin to bed. Look at Judge Darrell. She's like, I'm so sick of this dude.
Please be seated. You may make an offer of proof, sir, as it relates to why or what questions and what information you believe this officer would provide about news reports that he's seen.
So the offer of proof would just be to that one question?
Yeah.
What would the question be?
The question was, would have been if I was allowed to finish it.
Just answer the question.
Had he seen any news reports directly connected to the incident?
But what's the relevance for him?
The same thing that many other witnesses have been asked, and it was never sustained. It was never even objected to. So it was the same. It was essentially
Let's focus
one of
on
the same
the
questions.
specific objection that was posed, and my
And what was the grounds for
willingness
it?
to give you an opportunity to provide the court with an offer of proof. This was what relevance would this particular witness seeing news reports have to his testimony?
The same thing that any other witness that was asked the same question.
Which would be what? You have to be specific, sir.
I'm not gonna
assume I understand what you are saying.
Have they saw any reports related to the incident?
That's
the same question that's been asked by numerous
Well, there would
witnesses.
be a follow-up to that. So how is it relevant to this witness's testimony?
It's relevant to anyone who gets on the stand's testimony.
What's the legal basis you believe it's relevant to his testimony?
No legal argument here. No legal argument.
It obviously forms an opinion.
Right.
Again, you need to explain to me, sir, the legal basis why you believe I should allow that witness to be asked that question and then any follow-up based on his response.
What would have been the follow-up?
You're supposed to know.
I'm asking you,
You're
you're the one who's the proponent of this particular testimony
It is.
and this questioning and the evidence. So explain to me your legal basis
He's never used the
for
word
why
probative.
you
right?
believe
No.
That's the basis of everything here.
or any other reason, any legal basis you believe it's
Legal.
that I should allow that question to.
He doesn't cite a single statute ever.
No. Oh, God. You have a nice voice.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, yes. It's nice and
I'm
deep.
kind of a techie, kind of an audio guy. I play some music here, so
You play the cello.
that's it's actually it's upright bass.
Okay.
That's what that is. Yeah. Hey,
Awesome.
it's great to meet you.
It's good to meet you too.
Yeah, very
Yeah.
nice. I'm a huge fan. Like I said, you're saving my marriage. Because
Say what now?
you're saving my marriage because like I get it out watching you. I react to you instead of like playing this over and over for my wife.
Look, my husband is over it. He's like, what have you been doing today? I said, I've been listening to Idiot. There's nothing this exciting. There's nothing.
Oh my God, it just delivered. There's more and more. I can't believe I thought I'd watched everything, but I'm still discovering more, right?
Yes. Every time you discover something new.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, I got my little notebook and I write all this down.
Oh, you're organized.
Yeah, look, he taught me, make sure you're prepared.
Oh my God. It reminds me of like, my worst days in high school where I never did the homework, right? This is him.
Yeah.
This is him. He never has done homework.
Ever.
He doesn't have those
I'm
muscles.
the person that he would go steal. He would cheat off of.
Oh yeah.
Hey, you got to answer number 5. Yeah. And I'd be like, it's C. Let's answer number 6, C.
Oh man. Yeah, right. Like somehow he must have gotten a payoff for acting this way, right? He learned to do this stuff and it got him a certain distance.
Mm-hmm.
But eventually he ended up in a car in his mom's driveway, right? That's where he was living. So it really wasn't working, but
we're going to continue to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's incredible that we produced a person like this, right? I wrote that, right, about either evolution or society. How did we create this? It's incredible. Yeah.
Maybe it's the water. It's
I know.
Global warming, climate change. A lot of things just coalesced together and created that.
Yeah. Everyone has the same reaction, right? Nobody likes this guy. He's different than some of the other crazy cases we've seen, right? Like everyone universally hates him, and he just like I wonder, does he feed on that? Like it's incredible.
That's Ashton, Tony.
Oh, I'm not watching it. I shut off the chat because I was having echoes. So
no, you're fine. Tony was like, I couldn't see who's on the name.
Okay,
who's the guest? So this is Ashton.
Hello, yes.
And he got a nice voice, Ashton.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, it's Ashton.
Yes. Connecting from Denver here.
Okay. So you're closer, because I'm in Alabama. So.
Oh yeah, a little bit. my experience, I don't know, in college once on a road trip, we drove through what's the capital, what's the liberal city, the capital of Wisconsin, Madison, right? Drove through Madison when we were like 20. Wow, this is the best. I think I was a camp counselor in Wisconsin once. Lots of trees, right? This is what I think of. It's amazing to see this other. I'm kind of jealous. This small town, they have these real connections, right? It's something else. Oh my God. So okay, we're just talking about Judge Doro. I can't imagine like just how fast her brain is working, right? Like oh my gosh. Right? She's like, what is your legal argument? You're like, what makes this what fact does this testimony make more or less likely, right? That goes to the case. So I went to law school, you did too.
Yes.
Right. Like that's what she's waiting to hear. What the probative, and he's just,
he opened that book.
Yeah, he's not giving anything like that, right? And
that pristine book.
That's amazing. Yeah,
pristine, just pristine. Not even touched. But it obviously forms an opinion. But what does that have to do with his testimony? Because he wasn't given an opinion. It was an opinion. But anyway.
I lost the original thing he was actually trying to. I forgot what was it he was trying to even get in that they were fighting over. I forgot. I lost track of it. But
what one of his fake defenses.
Okay.
I think he was trying to say.
Okay, one of the soft sit things.
Yeah, and I think that he was trying to say that because these are officers of the court, that they're going to I'm trying to remember that soft sit.
Oh man, it's a brain teaser.
But because they're officers of the court, they're all working together. So it's not there cannot be any impartiality here. They're all working together to get help.
Yeah. The funny thing is that like there's a kernel of truth to everything, right? I mean, this is a team, and it's the adversarial system we have of law, right? Which is kind of a cool thing, that like there's this fight and the judge is in the middle and somehow the truth comes out. They are there to put you in prison. That is their job.
That's their job.
And he's getting mad about that.
But then, at the end, he's like, I can't be mad at y'all for doing your job, except for Attorney Alper.
That was a crazy speech. That was insane. That was
great.
Off the hook.
Great.
That was his closing argument. That's how I loved. You said this. You're like, okay, make the jury love you. You said that in one of your streams.
Yeah, make them love you. Come on.
So I think and to answer you, I think he thought he did. I just I rewatched again one where the verdict is coming out. I think I mentioned the stream. Okay, let's take these shackles off now. Right? I think he made a connection. I think we got some glimpse of the real him there for a second.
I mean, he thought at first with his intro, his opening statement, that he had made a connection. He's like, I'm just going to speak from the heart. I'm going to speak from the heart. I don't have any well-prepared speech. I'm going to speak from the heart.
That was his way that he was able to. Yeah. He was going to really separate himself from them, right? These like fancy lawyers with their, with their studying and their written prepared speeches. Oh my God.
I'm just going to come up here. I'm just going to just talk to you guys just straight from the heart.
But like I could see pushy bullies like that. They get far. Most people just are like, okay, fine, whatever you want, right? Like, how do they get
exactly?
Yeah, and that's worked for him.
Exactly. That's how he has made it his entire life. He's pushed people, and people are like, I'm so sick of hearing your mouth. Whatever you want, just stop talking, please. Just stop talking.
Totally. So what is it about this that I every time you do this, I rewatch all of your streams. Like there's something about him. There's something about people commenting on him. It's just too, I don't know. Is it just too far outside our usual, what we experience in life? Like we can't believe.
We can't believe it. I mean, that a person would behave this way with the amount of evidence against him.
And what's on the line, right? His life. This is it.
Like several lifetimes. Like he's going to be in prison when the earth explodes. I mean, he's going to still be here.
Yeah, 1,000 years or something, maybe.
Yeah. He's going no place. And so, I mean, we're watching this and it's like, wow, this is real?
Yeah. This is a cool little thing you have going on here. I feel like I'm in your living room. Paisley is somewhere.
He's right over there.
He sounds more relaxed. You're not freaking. He sees you upset. Right? Is that what's happening? Usually he hears you yelling.
Paisley's over it. Paisley's over it. And he does not like Darrell. So he was earlier. He had went to the bedroom. He was hiding under the bed. My husband just came home. He had a date tonight with one of his friends. I just say it's a date. But he came home and he went upstairs. So Paisley likes to hang with me. So he's over laying. He's actually asleep.
Oh.
He just wants to, be around, but he's asleep. He's not into Darrell.
So your husband, what does he do? Did you two?
He's in IT.
Oh, that's it.
So that's why I know some nerds speak because of him.
Okay, got it. Did you all know meet back when you were in law school or?
No, we actually met in undergrad.
Oh wow. Oh.
He was a friend, and so the one interaction that we had was I was telling him, that I had a boyfriend, and it was a boyfriend that I had not seen in like 2 or 3 months because I was a good girl. And so, but since I was a good girl,
okay,
that means I wasn't going to be high on my boyfriend's priority list.
Oh, I see. Oh, you were doing it like that. Okay.
I was a good girl. So he had said to me, you don't have a boyfriend then. You don't have a man. I'm like, yes, I do. We've been together for 3 months. He said, no, you don't have a boyfriend. And what do you know? I didn't have a boyfriend.
He showed you what a real boyfriend is.
Well, no. So he was with individual.
Okay.
And we'll just call her Bufferilla as a name.
All right.
So they actually got married and they were together for almost 10 years.
Oh, wow.
And then they got divorced. And I used to write a lot of, before I came on YouTube, I used to write a lot of articles about cults and serial killers and stuff. And so,
wow.
Yes, I'm
wow.
into this. Yes, I'm into this shit for real.
Oh, wow. Nice. True crime.
Yes. Yes. Love it. So he was like, connected on Facebook because of a friend and whatnot. And he was like, I really enjoy your writing. You're a really good writer. And so we became friends. And then we just, went out and hung out. And as time progressed.
Oh.
Yeah.
Right on. So what was this with law school? Were you and did you ever work as a lawyer or what happened there?
Well,
I mean, I have a crazy law school stories too, but I know that our paths take us on crazy places. So that's, I'm not attacking you or anything. I get it.
Yeah. So I had wanted to be an attorney all of my life. And everybody said, you're so argumentative and opinionated. You'd be a great lawyer. So that's what I always pursued, that path. And I always expected to be like a prosecutor. I told my uncle, I said, I would prosecute you myself. Because he's one of those career criminals, one of my drunk uncles. And I'm like, I would prosecute you myself. You're ridiculous.
It's just business. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Not
so
personal.
The bar exam, though, is a different animal.
Yeah.
And so, and I also worked in probation.
Oh, wow.
And, so dealing with probation and the court system in that way, I saw some things that I really wasn't comfortable with. And it was a lot of corrupt behavior and activities.
I can imagine.
And I work for a for-profit probation company.
Oh, that's interesting in maybe a bad way. I've never heard of that.
Okay. So basically, just think of glorified debt collectors.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And so we had the appearance of being an actual probation officer. They even had little badges for us to wear, which I was not
Wow.
going to ever.
Well, we have private prisons. Why not private probation manager?
Yes.
Right.
So we would charge them. So they had a monthly fee of $135, but they had to pay their fines. So we would tell them that they would have to pay $135 per month. So imagine during the recession back in 2008 and 2009 and 2010, people weren't working.
Yeah.
So a lot of people were unemployed. They weren't even hiring in fast food back then. So we're telling them that you have to pay us $135 or we're going to put a warrant out for your arrest.
Right.
And it was some courts that were contracted that if you did not pay, that we had to immediately take them back to court, and we would scare them to the point where they were foregoing medicine, they weren't eating. Eventually there was a lawsuit that was filed against this company. They were all over Florida, Georgia, Tennessee, and Alabama. And they were just spreading all over the place. And I had, I was a probation officer with numerous courts within the state. But yeah, they got sued and got ran out of town.
Wow.
So I took the bar exam. I took it 3 times. And I have not taken it since 2012, maybe. So it's 23. A lot of law has changed.
Yeah.
Since then.
And what state? You're in the South?
Alabama.
Alabama. I don't know anything about the reputation of the Alabama bar.
It's not like the New York bar.
California has is supposed to be the worst, most difficult one, right? I
can believe it.
Yeah.
But I just was like, well, I'll try it again. But I mean, I'm so far behind. Excuse me. Now I would have to, like go back and take some classes to even get caught. Oh, excuse me, caught back up. Like I can't spit stuff out like Glenn does, because Glenn is there, and so he's talking. I'm like, yeah, I remember this, but I can't recall this. Just, I still know hearsay.
Yeah.
I know some things, but I can't recall it as quickly as he does.
I hear you. Glenn? Who's Glenn?
Glenn is the gentleman that was on my stream the last time.
Okay, I think I saw that.
That's the law school student, and that they're really intelligent, and he'll be in my comments and be like, this is not this, this is this, If you go to the last stream when we had the little chat, Glenn was the one that was on the panel, and he was giving all the little legal, what's the word I'm looking for? He was giving all the nuance.
Cool.
Love him.
So, okay, just maybe one or two questions about probation. I don't really I never really got too much into criminal law, although I find it really fascinating. So I guess probation, the idea is that this is like almost a privilege offered to someone who's convicted, right? Because as opposed to the actual sentence or punishment, which would be prison or paying money or something like that, probation is like this alternative. It's
right,
like
they're going to suspend your sentence.
Diversion, basically.
Yes. And so you have to do certain things. So if you have like domestic violence, they'll put you on probation for domestic violence. You actually have a charge for that and fines and court costs. Then you have a class you have to take. So you have to complete the class, you have to pay your money, and then this case will be dismissed.
Okay. Right. Wow. Yeah. The wild, yes, people are, okay. I got the chat up. Yeah. People are talking about this like a subcontractor for the court.
Yes.
Yeah. This does sound like it's just so many ways that corruption or bad things can happen. Right. And in a way, actually, it plays right into like, the sovereign citizen kind of conspiracy theories. Because like there are contracts going on here. It is a corporation literally that you're hooked up with now.
It's crooked as hell. As hell.
Yeah, I could see that would be a real turnoff.
It was. So now I do work in the legal field, but I work on the compliance and due diligence aspect in law.
Oh, good for you. I think there's a lot of money in that.
I love it. I get to sit in my office and do stuff and not be bothered. Like talking to people on the phone. It's just like, let me just run these people through and make sure that there's no conflicts of interest. Love it.
prospectively helping people giving people nice setups so for the future they don't have problems, right? There's lots of good stuff in law that's like that. That's nice.
Love it.
This is cool interviewing you. I've always kind of thought.
Oh, I'm being interviewed. Awesome.
You are.
Yes.
We're going through your life history. What brought you to YouTube? So let's continue.
Okay.
I bet people want to know. Auntie B. I mean, I don't know if I need to get too personal. There is a miracle. Miracle is big in your logo. So is there something there that particular in specific that you could talk about, or?
Obviously that's my name.
Okay. Was there some miracle that happened like that?
Well,
a formative event in your life that refers to, or
Well, my mother, she had lots of miscarriages when she was younger.
Oh wow.
So she had 3 before me and then 2 after. But she had something that was wrong with her inside parts. And so she prayed to the Lord, that she would have a child. So she had prayed with me.
Oh, wow.
And she said that she almost lost me. And she said she felt the hand of the Lord push me back up into the womb.
Wow.
So then I was born, and my mother wanted to name me Rhonda.
Okay.
Because she said there was a cute little girl that she saw. She's so pretty. I want to name her Rhonda. And my dad said, she don't like no Rhonda. God said name her Miracle. That's how I got my name.
For real. Okay. Well, that's a good story. Wow. Thank you. Nice.
But I get asked that a lot, so
Well, yeah. Well, you do put it out there. That's cool. That's very cool. So you were So you were like writing, kind of like for fun, out of passion.
Yes.
In like the whole doing true crime stuff.
Doing true crime, yes. Or like if it was a celebrity that did something stupid, I would write and make fun of them.
So this is probably like pre-YouTube, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Right? When like people were blogging, blogging was the thing. Yes. That's how we were all out there.
Yeah. So it was MySpace, between MySpace and Facebook, is blogging.
Wow.
Now, I'm telling y'all my age, y'all.
I know you make these references that make me think, well, she's like my age, and I'm 50 something, but you look like half my age. No, you do not. You don't look anywhere near my. Yeah.
Like I'm 29 and holding.
Okay, excellent, very good. Yeah.
But I'm proud. I'm a proud Gen Xer. I'm a Gen X.
Excellent. Same. Yeah. Same.
But I'm a baby Gen Xer. I'm a baby Gen X.
Closer to the yes. Okay. You can just go with that. That's cool.
But I'm Gen X though. Proud Gen X.
Good night. Yes. Excellent. Good night, Sherry. I'm trying this out here.
Night, Sherry.
Yes. Wow.
Bye, Tony. Thanks for coming. I'm being interviewed, y'all. I'm a celebrity.
Yeah. So when I first found your channel, one of the first things I saw was the stuff with Carbon Nation. And I honestly didn't know. Wow, is she like in this cult, or is she like
no,
or is she like making fun of it? I was like, wow, that is amazing. So until I really sat and watched some of these, I'm like, oh my god, that's really something else. Like
so Carbon Nation, the Nature Boy thing, it was really big when I first came to YouTube back in 2019, 2020.
Okay,
he was really popular on Instagram and on YouTube. And so there was a lot of people on YouTube that they were like collectively trying to get this cult shut down.
Oh, nice.
So it was really, really like big thing. It was Nature Boy 24/7. Nature Boy. And so Nature Boy would go live on Instagram, and then they would bring it over to YouTube, and they would talk about it and try to debunk what he used to say.
Oh my god.
And then Nature Boy, he'd be like a bitch in his chats. He'd be like, I'm gonna block everybody. I'm gonna give you the thank you screen. I'm kicking you all out. So then we couldn't see him on Instagram. They would stream it on YouTube. And so we had like a little collective going on because of Nature Boy.
Wow.
All the Nature Boy haters.
There's something kind of scary about him. He has this like a way he can just talk, and I can see him being, for people who are maybe impressionable or looking for something, right? I could see him picking up. Yeah, really, really wild. He has that. And he talks about himself, like he talks about Jesus, but he talks about himself that he's Jesus. It's kind of hard to know what he's. It just goes everywhere, yeah.
And see, and you haven't seen him toward the end. You saw him, the videos that I had when they were still in the tropics.
In Hawaii, I think.
Yeah, Lord. So he had been kicked out of numerous countries in South America.
Wow.
Because he goes there and he mistreats the people there. They use all the resources. They always rent Airbnbs. They act a fool. They trash the place.
Right.
They would piss and poop on trees. And then he would beat all the women. And so people were calling. They would call the police there. They would call the embassy there.
And that's what led to his downfall, right? The domestic violence. Is that right?
Yes, that's exactly. And then him recording it.
They all do. Oh my God.
And that's what led to his downfall. So,
oh my God.
You can't call it a witch hunt when you find witches. And there was a bunch of witches. There's a lot of snakes on that plane.
Yeah. So looking at your channel, the Darrell Brooks videos, they get lots of people want to see this. I mean, I do. But yeah,
I tried to move on,
but you can't.
I can't. So, as long as people keep coming and I'm getting, like 100 people in the chat or more.
This is nice.
Fine. Let's continue.
People are really funny here. People are really, really friendly. It's cool. It's pretty nice.
I like to have a fun, friendly atmosphere. You can say what you want to, you know.
That's cool. Have you gotten any trouble with YouTube because of language or anything like that?
I think one of my streams, I could not get it fully monetized.
Okay, so they don't shut it down. It's just whether or not you can make money, basically. That's
correct.
Okay.
Now, if I play somebody's copywritten material, like if I was to play Mushmouth Joe's, for instance, and he uses a lot of copywritten stuff.
Oh, yeah. Well, remix culture, anything that's and a lot of stuff is like that, right?
Mm-hmm. And so that would get the video demonetized or I get a copyright strike.
Right. And
like this song that I'm playing now, I have to make sure I put it in the banner because it's free, but I have to make sure that I quote that I'm using this song. Otherwise, I'll get a copyright strike.
I had that problem on Twitch. There are some really cool music producers who make music that's totally free and licensed for Twitch, but I still got a strike because whatever, the algorithm doesn't know that, hey, what does the license say, right? That actually you're free to stream with it.
Yep.
Totally, I get it.
Pain in the ass.
So let's see, B Blanco, it says 52 on the 17th. Yeah, I think I'm 54. Shannon,
awesome.
53. We are all the same. We are all Gen Xers.
Boom, boom, boom. And y'all are Leos.
I'm an Aries, but yeah.
Okay. Well, my birthday was July the 21st.
Okay.
So I didn't come up to my birthday because I wanted to do nothing for my birthday. It was my only wish was to do nothing and eat crab legs. That was it. And I played Diablo for.
Oh yeah? Oh, you're kind of a gamer?
Kinda.
Uh-huh.
Kinda. My husband is more of the gamer.
Okay, right. The IT
guy.
He
does he can play. I can't do consoles. I'm a computer gamer.
Oh, this is like a whole split, right? What side are you on? Are you console or computer?
I'm computer.
Yeah, okay.
I don't understand consoles, like the buttons and the trigger. He's like, use the stick and the trigger. I'm like, I don't understand. Let me hit 1, 2, 3, X, Y, and the mouse. I'm good.
Yeah. Well, it's like going backwards using this little thing made for kids, right?
But he's just there. He'll just be laying there. He'll have the thing behind his head playing. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? I'm running a strike.
Excellent. So you have I'm noticing, I forget what's that called? That kind of, I just bought a house. So I'm into the whole thing with walls and whatever, that molding behind you. Is that that's chair molding, right? So that theoretically in grand old houses, if you bump your chair against the wall, you're not damaging the wall.
Well, you see, I have my chair.
That's beautiful.
Paint.
It does hit it here and there, but that's beautiful. That's beautiful. I wish we had that kind of thing. That's really nice. Are you in some kind of a vintage house, or is it neo?
I would say neo. I wouldn't call it. It's not vintage. No, okay. I think it was built in the 2000s. Maybe.
Okay.
2000s.
Oh, hey Shannon. Yes, fellow Gen X folk. I'm trying to remember, Auntie, what it was that you said. I'm like, wow, she's tossing out these references.
Beavis and Butthead, what?
Yeah, it could have been stuff like that for sure. I don't know, anyone in the chat remember like what is it? But yeah, you give these clues. Yes, you just drop these little clues.
Like, look at Gen X, I'm old. 90s, I'm a 90s baby. I mean, I was a teenager in the 90s, I should say.
There's a pretty goth black cup there you have right there.
Well, you know, you can't go wrong with black on black. Black on black crime.
It's true. Very nice. Wow, yeah, usually you have more people jumping in and joining you here. But
yeah, but you know, sometimes people don't really want to, or they're not, you know, like Jay Jones is one that likes to talk, and I don't see her in the chat, and
oh yeah,
Glenn's not in the chat. So, you know, whoever wants to come up and talk is cool with me.
That's neat. So what are we on? StreamYard.com? This is cool. Yeah. This worked right away.
Yeah,
That's
we're on
nice.
StreamYard. Mm-hmm.
Very nice. Was it like a couple months since you've done a video? I was just looking at your stream a couple nights ago.
It's been about a month.
Okay.
Because sometimes I'll do a stream and I'm like, I'm going to come back next week or the week after. And then because of the weather, the weather changes so often.
Oh, yeah?
I get migraines because of the weather change.
Like pressure?
Yes, the barometric pressure, it affects my head. And I'm just like, I can't do it.
Well, so you probably have a life, like a real life off of the internet.
I do. I'll be watching videos and I've got my notes, you know, getting ready for the next stream. And then sometimes I can't even decide what I want to do. Like the whole, you know, like the fuck the police thing that I was doing today. That just came to me.
That's what it was. That's oh my God, don't tell me, because I had yeah, like they also had was the album something Compton. God, what?
Straight Outta Compton.
Straight Outta Compton. Thank you. Yes.
And
so I'm like, wait. That is definitely a Gen Z reference. Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Fuck the police. Yep.
Right.
I knew somebody would get it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I heard that.
One of my coworkers, he's a Gen X too, and I was having him check something that I did because he was teaching me more nuanced stuff with, you know, analysis.
NWA, yes, NWA. Okay, I'm sorry.
Hey, Sasha. And so I said, I sent him a message. I said, "Don't forget me." I said, "Don't you forget about me." Yeah. And so then he responded back, "LOL." I said, "I knew you would get that reference." Don't you forget about me.
Oh my God, this is really wild that we're able to keep this conversation going. Because like another thing occurred, you were talking about code switching. Code switching fascinates me, and Darrell Brooks's code switching or lack of it is fascinating. Because like I feel like he does change. It depends. Like what's his game? What's he trying to manipulate that day?
That's the code switch. What he's trying to manipulate, and he's gonna look at what they did and then try and copy it. But he's stupid and he's inarticulate and he doesn't understand what he's doing. Like, again, why do you ask questions that you don't have the answer to?
Yeah, right.
Like you're asking police officers about,
oh my God,
about police procedure. Like,
he just seems generally interested. He's like a fanboy. He's like, wow. How
like, I wish I'd have known this before I did this.
I think, well, he's just been sitting in his cell. He has no idea how they found him and how they know all this stuff. This is no one's telling him.
Right.
This is how he's, I'm trying, this is what I've came to, right? Like, this is how he's piecing it. He's like, wow, that's how they got, okay. I felt like I could see the wheels turning as he's asking the questions. Oh my God.
Definitely.
Oh, and the whole not, like he stole that from Opper. Right?
Sure did. Yes.
You're right. He's just a copycat and he doesn't even know it. I don't think he even realizes it.
Yep. That's exactly, because I caught that because after the many times I've watched it over and over. I was like, Opera said that.
She did. She did.
He hates Opera. Ooh, he hates Opera.
Oh my God. Oh my God, does he hate her? Oh yeah. Like you stopped it one or two times during the video where he's just like looking at them as side of his eyes. Either he's trying to eavesdrop or he's just like sitting there like fantasizing about cutting their heads off. I mean, that's what it looks, right?
I think he was trying to eavesdrop. He was looking and he was just like,
oh my God. I'm surprised the court didn't call him out. Like it looks like sir, yeah. she doesn't engage. She's so good. She doesn't go in and be like, she doesn't poke the bear. She just really is just a judge calling balls and strikes.
And I would be poking the bear.
Yeah, but right. It's kind of what he wants, kind of what he doesn't want.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
Psychic. Psychic said I was calling him a parrot at the beginning of the trial. Absolutely.
Oh, good call. Yeah.
Absolutely, he's a parrot, a dumb parrot, a retarded parrot.
I feel like he just spent his life watching lawyers on TV, and that's what he's doing.
I think that he watched lawyers on TV before court started, and that's what he thought it was going to be like. He thought it was going to be Matlock.
Yeah, going for that zing with the witness, right?
Yep.
Instead of just asking questions and then in your final argument wrapping up everything you heard into a story, he ignores it all. It's all
there was
gone.
no story. There's no story. The only story was Erica Patterson.
Yeah.
That was the only story.
Yeah.
I beat her, but I didn't beat her enough.
Oh my God.
I hit her, but I didn't hit her hard enough.
It takes two.
It takes two.
I can't believe he said that. Was that the closing arguments or
that was close? That was the
oh my God.
The 2 hour the end.
It takes two. Holy shit.
It always takes two.
It just I have this involuntary sort of shudder when I hear someone say something insane like that, right? Like an abuser saying, like, I can just imagine. I don't have any court experience, but what I've heard is that you can see when you've lost the jury. You can see they won't make eye contact with you, right? This must have been going on.
Had to be.
He cannot read a room, right? I'm thinking that's one of his things.
And I think that he thought that he lives his life being the victim in his mind.
Yeah.
And he thought that, I guess, all these people are coming against me and I'm here, I'm on my own trying to wing it and do this by myself. They're going to see me as a victim.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, no, they're not seeing that.
We saw the people that you hit, the victims as victims.
Yeah.
People you killed, those are your victims.
He's like making he's showing the jury how he makes a judge into a victim. I think even though she was not out to elicit sympathy, right? Like you just can't help but feel it for her, right?
Yeah, you want to just like give her a hug, like girl.
Yeah. So I'm sure the jurors feel that way. Someone, I don't know who it was, mentioned that like, okay, the massive stack of for the jury to go and deliberate, they had what, like 70 charges times 2, 140 pieces of paper, and they came back 2 hours later. That's like
they had already had it. It just took them
like
time.
2 minutes per charge. They were racing through that thing, right?
It's like, why are we even back here? Come on, guilty.
I know, it's amazing. Especially like a good lawyer, right, could have made something out of this. Like, well, what was with the car and all these things that he tried to imply, right? But oh wow,
he didn't follow through with it.
No follow through.
The only thing he really needed to argue is intent, that he did not intend to do it.
Yeah, that's a good weak point, right?
Intent.
Yeah, they had to infer intent, and pretty strong in inference, but still, yeah.
I mean, it was a very strong inference, especially considering Darrell is the best defense. I mean, he's the best prosecutor.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I mean, he's hands down better than Opper and Zach. Hands down the best prosecutor.
You're going off on that in the stream just now. Like you're like, yes, zoom in on you. Like all this stuff that would never have come in but for him focusing on it.
It was so dumb. It's so dumb.
Over and over. Have you talked yet in a stream about the whole music video and how it wasn't going to come in, but he opened the door to it?
Yes.
I wonder if that was just like an elaborate trap that prosecution set, knowing that he would just take the bait, he would not let it drop, and boom, they got it in. It was like kind of beautiful.
It was great. It was freaking fantastic. It was fantastic.
Yeah.
It was great. I was getting my hair done. I was getting my hair. I was at the salon. I was listening to it with one of my earbuds in under the dryer, and I am trying not to laugh hysterically while I'm in there.
Yeah.
And I'm just seeing people in the chat like kicking the door wide open. Like everybody don't have to go to no type of law school knows he's kicking the door wide open. Yeah, go ahead, kick the door open, kick it open. And he kept asking about you do not know who this is in this picture. It's 2 people in this picture. How do you know in the picture?
Thanks,
like,
Pete Blanco.
In the video.
these are smart. Like, that is a smart crew at that table, those 3 attorneys, and there is a lot of strategy, and I don't think it's too underhanded, but yeah, there's strategy, and you put things out there, and oh my God. And like,
And they've been working on this for a year.
yeah, that's true, right? Yeah. Wow, the 3 of them. I wonder what they're doing while he's just going on and on. They're amazing. They're so freaking organized. They just pull. Was it tonight during what you were playing? Boom, went right back to like some exhibit from like a week ago, but the perfect one, right? So like that takes work.
They knew this case backwards and forwards.
Yeah.
Sort of like
you
Juan Martinez and Jodi Arias' trial.
Yeah, that's a crazy one. There's so many details of that, right?
But he knew it, and he could get up and talk without notes, without asking. He just knew it. I mean, there's on YouTube, it's an audiobook of Juan Martinez's book, which I do recommend listening to it. If I can find the name of it. It's a really good book, even though Juan Martinez is Juan Martinez, but
yeah. He had some problems afterwards.
Yeah,
But yeah, that's a different thing, right?
That's a different thing.
Exactly.
But he did a great job for what he had to do.
Yeah, I agree.
He was great. I was like, this is why people go to law school, Juan Martinez.
Yeah, I mean, so if you just can't, right? It doesn't pass the laugh test. What, stabbed 17 times, throat slit ear to ear, and shot in the head, all in the name of self-defense. Like, it just doesn't
at all.
Like, it's awful that come on, right?
So here's the link to the Juan Martinez's audiobook.
Okay.
It's a full book.
Oh,
and
nice.
so he talks about his process. So it's really interesting. It's about 12 hours.
Cool. I'll take a look at that.
But I think that you guys will like it. The book is called Conviction, The Untold Story of Putting Jodi Arias Behind Bars. And it's a lot of stuff that they talk about the trial. And like Jodi, according to the book, that she tried to represent herself briefly. You remember when they had this thing about that the book, the magazines that she tried to get smuggled out of the jail?
Oh, I did not hear about that.
So they had the jail caught the book. So she had put like notes for one of her friends in the book, you fucked up. You contradicted what I said for the last year. We need to fix this. And she would write messages over different pages in the magazines. So they had caught that. And so she decided that she was going to cross-examine, or she's going to represent herself. And she was trying to establish with her cellie that it was her book, not Jodi's book.
Okay.
So Jodi embarrassed herself big time. And after that one time, she was back sitting not as a counsel. She learned her lesson there, not to play with Juan.
Wow. So
she learned her lesson.
So that already tells you so much about her, that she was one of these who's going to represent themselves.
She was because she's smarter than everybody as well.
Right. That's what that tells you. That's those. Oh my God. Yeah. So I watched some trashy show at 48 Hours or something about her. What's life like for her in prison? That's and like her ex-cellies, like, telling us now how awful she is and everything.
Like we didn't know.
Yeah. That's an interesting story about the book. I'll look into that. And like, I'd love to see what it would have been like her trying to represent herself. Yeah. Oh my God. She has a real punchable face, doesn't she? The expression she makes when she's just in being interviewed by the media.
Yeah. She's an awful person. She's really awful.
Seems that way. Yeah, like she insists on going through this whole. Now we're just like, we're ranting. Like, just she went and just trashed this guy's reputation. Who knows what kind of freak between the sheets he really was or not? But like, it kind of doesn't matter. You murdered him.
Him.
Why even have a court? Why not just plead out? Why even take this to trial? What were you think? Yeah.
Well, see, I thought who's it? What do we say right here? B Blanco. I'm gonna try to find it and post it. The link. Vicky, I'm trying to find it. What was I about to say? I don't know why. I mean, I think that she thought that by her being cute, and that she could, you know, she's very intelligent, very articulate, that she could flirt and talk her way out of it.
Yeah, like it's worked for her in the past. Kind of the Brooks thing, probably. It's worked in the past. Yeah.
And then, you know, when you saw her demeanor when she was talking to the detective, the guy detective, her demeanor, she was more of the damsel in distress, the victim. You know, I didn't do it. I promise I didn't do it.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know? And then when it was the woman that was interviewing her, she clammed up and she wouldn't say anything.
I believe it that she works with men better.
She does work with men better.
Yeah. B Blanco usually can find stuff on Live Leak if you want unedited news footage and things like that. Yeah.
I mean, there is a video, and I'm trying to find it because I've posted it before.
Oh, you are a gamer. Listen to that keyboard. I hear it. Oh, those are like the nice keys. A mechanical keyboard.
It's just.
Or is it just you're just percussive with it? Okay.
Yeah, I'm percussive with it. My husband, you know, he got me my keyboard and my mouse. I mean, my mic and stuff.
Cool.
And
cool.
he's got me one of these huge monitors. So I have technically 3. So I have my monitor here that's off. And then I have my big monitor that is a split screen monitor, which I'm not using the split screen part.
Oh, okay.
And then I have my laptop, which is right here.
So that way you can, for streaming, I can see it's really, really comes in handy.
Before I ever started working on, multiple screens, I did not know how wonderful it was. Having dual and triple screen. Oh my gosh. Like, how can I go back to one screen?
Yeah.
Ever. I'm gonna find this video. If I don't post it in the video tonight, check on my community wall and I'm gonna try and have it posted there because I found it and I know where it is. I just can't find it as of right now. But I'm gonna make myself a note to do it. Y'all know my memory bad.
So while you're looking at that, I have another theory about Darrell Brooks. I think that it seems like he really he picked up the sovereignties and stuff. Basically for the trial.
Correct.
That this was going to be his get up. But I think he really then started to believe it. Unless he's like just such a good actor that I'm just completely fooled. Because he keeps going after the judge. Oh, this is all about your Sestiq trust or whatever. Which is part of the sovereign citizen belief that if judges find you guilty, somehow the judge gets your personal magical fund, right? That's the
that $1 billion that you get.
That's the Sestiq trust. So he was like, yeah, let's hear about your trust. Under his breath, and I think he's very impressionable in some way. It comes through there.
I think that somebody may have told him, look, this is how you're gonna get out of this. I got the answer for you. You gotta do this right here.
Yeah, well, if you search for it, they will. So on Reddit, there's a subreddit for him, right?
I'm on it.
Oh, are you?
I am in the Darrell Brooks subreddit. Yes.
Excellent. It's good. It's good. So someone posted they found online all the shit that he says. Well, they just by Googling what he says, right?
I found it.
Oh, was that maybe your post? I saw. I don't.
It may not have been my post, but I found it.
There's these multiple lists out there, right?
Yes.
62 ways to shut down a court case. That's what they're called. And it's you see him just going down the list. He doesn't understand what he's saying. It doesn't matter. And the judge, she doesn't call him on it. Sir, what are you reading from? You're going to read this. You've read this 20 times. She doesn't. She does it so well, right?
I'm a third party intervener in that matter.
Oh my God.
I accept for value and return for value.
Is that lawful law? So at some point, right? Yeah. Then she starts as soon as the lawful law thing. Then she's like, "Okay, you're done. You waived your right to whatever this time."
Yeah.
Okay. I bored the hell out of my wife because I was like, "Wow, this episode, the one where I caught one that I hadn't seen yet, where it really came out that she she actually found him to have forfeited like 3 important constitutional rights. Like
Mhm.
she ended his testimony
Yes.
completely, right, in his case in chief. Like, you're done. We're done
That
with
was
the evidentiary
day-
phase.
That was day 13.
Yeah, that's actually really amazing. That's a big deal, right?
Mhm.
That's a solid right we have. But like, she went there, and then she does not sit on the fence. She's like, nope, I made my judgment. You have waived. That was really something.
But
to see,
she
that kind of
tried.
strong.
She tried so hard
Yeah.
to get him to respond, and he was
Oh,
like,
well, sure.
I don't have to answer. Okay, well, you don't have to answer, but
It's true.
you forfeit your right to,
Yes.
to testify.
Yeah.
Like you really needed to testify. All that bullshit filings that you had, you needed to testify to get those as evidence. Oh, sorry, Munchkin.
Oh, right. There was that. He didn't want to understand the difference between filing and actual evidence, right?
Right. It's part of the record, but it's not evidence.
Yeah, he would. I mean, yeah, right. That to me is the coolest and most interesting part of this whole thing. But yeah, he doesn't want it. It helps him not understanding.
Yeah, I don't understand. That's his get out of jail free card.
Right.
I don't understand.
Yeah.
But you wanted to be your own counsel, but you don't understand what's happening. But this is what you asked for. You wanted to be your own attorney. Surely you should understand basic fundamentals.
If he was worth all his money, why didn't he pay the Vicky Vale, pay child support, pay for this, pay for that?
Thank you.
Yeah. The whole
Yeah. Why was he in his mama's backyard with a in the mama's back with an extension cord running from the house to the TV in the car?
Yeah. So I guess she had like restraining orders against him over time. And I guess she had kicked him out of the house, something like this. Do you know?
He pulled the gun on her.
Oh, so she was kind of there too when he took a shot at the nephew, maybe, or I'm sure he's done it multiple times. That was just the time it got reported.
I think that I'm not sure. Other people know better than I do, but I know he pulled a gun out on her, and I think it was separate from.
Oh wow!
But the nephew was living in the house, and that's why he couldn't be in there.
Oh, okay, sure.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So the mom actually, she actually chose the nephew over him.
But he was still living at the house.
In the area, he was outside.
He's in the backyard, but
yeah, that's true. Oh man, I don't agree. Estoppel.
Estoppel. Because according to him, estoppel means stop. That's an estoppel. I don't agree to the estoppel.
A fancy way of saying it.
Stop.
Yeah, totally. I need a drink. I'm gonna make myself a Irish whiskey. That's my current drink. What are you drinking there?
I am drinking some wine.
Excellent. Well, I'll be back in a sec.
Mm-hmm.
We can go as long as you like or not. It's cool. I was doing some computer programming here. This is a nice break for me.
Computer programming?
Yeah. So I haven't talked too much about myself. I haven't figured out, am I anonymous here? Am I not? Ashton, it's not exactly my real name, But yeah, so like I went to law school. It took me a few tries to pass the bar. I did pass it. And I never really worked too much as a lawyer. Did some intellectual property stuff. That's really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And but now I'm getting set up to do pro bono family law.
Oh.
Like it's a place where you can really help people, really make a difference, or what goes on really affects people's lives. That's really cool.
Yeah.
So doing that, and then I also am a software engineer, so I do like some legal programming and stuff, combining the two, making the law easier to access. That's one of the things I'm into.
Okay.
Yeah.
Big brain on Ashton.
Bigger than some, not as big as others. I don't know.
Well, I can't do any computer stuff. It just I cut it on, and anything that goes wrong.
Oh yeah, you got him too.
There you go. Mm-hmm. I got another friend who's a computer nerd, and so before I got married to him, he was my computer person. I got computer people all around.
I was thinking computer guys, computer people. It's like the car guys of like the 70s and 80s. Everyone, you got to know someone who's good with cars.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's like you got to know someone who's good with computers.
Mm-hmm.
It's like what we live and die by.
Yes, and learn how to communicate effectively with your computer people's very unique personalities.
Absolutely. Well, I'm gonna go grab my whiskey. I'll be back in a second.
Okay. Well, peoples, anybody else want to come up? You're more than welcome. You're more than welcome. I don't know where Munchkin went. Paisley! See, Paisley is not like Darrell. Get my fan back. Oh, it's hot in here. Paisley! I'm not convinced that Darrell finished school. I'm not convinced. I'm really not. Let me see if I can find that stupid video. That's not it. Trying to see if I can find it. This is crazy. Now, when I can't, I'm not looking for it, I can find it. And then when I'm looking for it, I can't find it. That's not it.
Okay, so I'm getting ready to make an Irish coffee without the coffee. Can I show these on stream? I don't know the rules.
Yeah.
But you've a title. What was it? Nature Boy and the Sperm Receptacle. So.
Well, that's what I call the women. They're sperm receptacles.
Oh my God! Right. So like, okay, she's anything goes. I think she's cool. We'll do.
Yeah, you're cool. I mean, that's because the reason why I call them sperm receptacles. They have a belief that women, our role is to be homemakers and have children and all that stuff, which is fine if you're going to be out there, planting and building things, and we're living that indigenous life. If we're doing that, then yes, absolutely. I'm not going to go and chop down trees, and I'm not doing any of that. So yes, then it would make sense for me to be home and it to be clean, and you have food when you come home. But if you're not doing anything but playing with video games, playing with your drone, and having sex with every woman there,
right,
and you don't value them for their minds, because I'm supposed to have his mind. I don't have a mind or will of my own. I'm literally his property. And they say that a woman is a man's property. So what are you then? You're a sperm receptacle.
I think there's a what would you say? There's like a strain of this in the sovereign citizen wacko side of things. I've seen some of that. Like, this is men's talk. Woman, back out.
It's the sovereign citizen and Pan-Africanism.
Oh yeah, there's some similarities.
Definitely. It's all of that. The QAnon people, the conspiracy theorist people, the Pan-Africans, and the sovereign citizens. They're all in a big congealed pool of stupid together. and they feed off of one another. They don't know that they feed off of one another, but if you listen to what they say, it's just like, yeah, y'all are all batshit crazy together. Y'all aren't aware that y'all are all crazy together.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be a lot of personal reflection and insight in the whole thing.
No self-reflection at all. No self-awareness at all.
Self-awareness. Thank you. That's exactly the word.
None. Hey, Shannon. Paisley! Let me go see what he's doing. I'll be right back.
Go for it. I'll do something. Hi, everybody. Oh, I'm only good when I can interview someone. I don't know if I can do this on my own here. This is good. So she chose she chose Saturday night. For me, it's 11:39 p.m. That's good. That really works. Luckily, yeah, I guess she's a working woman, right? She has a real job, a real life, not when she's not online. That's good. First time tonight. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna look through the chat here. Now I feel bad for every time I've commented out as obnoxious online. It's like, oh man, I'm not anonymous anymore. Now I'm actually really talking to her, talking to people.
That crazy dog was laying on the sofa. Hey, stuff.
B Blanco, I don't know, you just got to search for stuff there. I know it's been a long time since I've been on Live Leak, but it's definitely not much censorship there, I don't think.
I'm gonna post it. I'm gonna find that video. I'm gonna post it on my community wall.
Cool. So what I'm drinking here, this is actually this should be Irish coffee. It should have coffee in it. So this is really good. This is Irish whiskey and Bailey's. 1 ounce of this, 3 ounces of that, and it don't really taste the whiskey. Just a little bit. You get a little bit of a bite from the whiskey. That's not really. You don't have to be a whiskey connoisseur. I'm not for sure. I used to be a bartender though, so that's how I learned.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's how I worked my way through college.
Okay.
Yeah.
I never got a chance to do that.
Oh, really? Have you worked in food service?
I used to be a hostess at.
Oh, that's a clean job.
Olive Garden. Back in the day.
I still like Olive Garden. Okay, great.
If you knew what was going on in the kitchen, you wouldn't. You'd be like, no way.
The bottomless salad and breadsticks. I mean, that just seems great. How can they? What bad can they do to that?
Well, I can tell you.
Here it comes. Oh
so
no.
if you don't, sometimes if you don't eat all your breadsticks, the ones that's on the table, they will take the basket and
tell me that.
Oh, okay then.
Okay, what they recycle the breadsticks?
Yeah, they'll put it back in the. It's like a cooler. It's like the little ice machine, but it's full of bread. So they'll dump it back in there.
Yeah. No, come on.
Or your salad. So sometimes people don't eat their salad all the way.
It's fresh, or you can tell because it's still got the Parmesan cheese on top. They didn't touch it.
They didn't touch it.
Oh my god.
So yeah, they might get recycled.
This is like I just heard there's a comedy bit I know about doing this, but you're saying this is real life. That's amazing.
I've seen it.
Wow. So I worked in McDonald's in high school, and I came away loving McDonald's and having respect for the company. To be honest, it was.
Hey, Reeve.
I guess depends which one you're at, maybe.
Well, I was not privileged to work at McDonald's, but I did work.
Privileged. Okay.
Yes, but I did work at Arby's.
Oh, okay.
And Wendy's.
Oh wow. Oh, the other two. Okay.
Yes.
Were they corporate, or was it like a franchise owned by just something? Was it super professional, or was it like?
I was on the cash register.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yes, I was in high school. I was.
Okay, you were you had a real job.
Yeah. Yes, I was making. Oh, what was it? $4.50, and I was that was a lot of money.
Yeah, as much Wendy's as you could eat.
Yes, I didn't have to pay for gas. Gas was like 99 cents back then.
Right.
And all I had to do was buy clothes. That's why I got a job, was to buy clothes.
Oh, really?
My parents was like, they would not buy me name brand clothes.
Oh,
And so they said, well, if you want to buy, expensive clothes, get your own job. So I said, okay.
That sounds pretty good deal to me, actually. Mm-hmm. Don't put clothes on your back, but it might be from Sears. It might be the fake Keds. It might not be real or whatever high tops, right? Girl, I didn't
do me that badly.
Oh, really? Yeah, I had to pay for my own Nike. I couldn't get Nikes. Nikes were the thing. You had to have Nikes.
Or the Reeboks, whatever those were. The Reeboks, the little high top Reeboks that were popular. Uh-huh. I had a pair of British Nikes.
Oh, really?
Now, imagine I'm in a predominantly white Christian school.
Okay.
Everybody there wore Bass, loafers, kids. That was the thing with girls, kids.
Mm-hmm.
I had British Nikes.
Oh yeah. So was that like? So what was the differentiating thing there? Was that like extra fancy? Was that extra?
No, it was weird because people weren't wearing those.
Okay, yeah, and just
See, I
weird
needed to
is
be
not
with
good.
what everybody
Yeah.
had on.
Good or bad, right?
It had to be with what everybody had on. I had to fit in. So yeah, I'm wearing British Knights. Nobody has it. So of course today I would probably be like, yeah, that's cool that I had some shoes that nobody has.
Yeah.
But back then, oh no. And then I was one of, like, say there was like 500 white people in the school. There would be like 10 black people. I was one of the 10.
Wow. And was this in Alabama?
Unfortunately, I've been in this shithole my entire life. This is the cradle of idiocy. I mean, I don't even understand.
I don't. For me, Alabama was a drive-through state. You know, going down I-95 from like New York to Florida and back. Right. That's.
Oh, we got a visitor.
Oh yeah. Oh, cool.
J-Dot.
Hey, Auntie, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Hey, Jay.
I'm doing good.
What's going
on? You know, I just wanted to. This is my second time calling in. I love that you open the phones.
Oh,
I think that's amazing.
I know y'all like to talk and make
hello,
fun
caller.
Darrell.
Hello, how you doing?
Hey.
I just wanted to. I just entered your show, so I didn't see everything. I'm gonna have to replay it later on tonight. But
Well, this was the fuck the police stream.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I did. I saw some of it.
Okay.
But I wanted to know, are you eventually going to go to? Are you going to do a video on his last court case with his nephew when he was doing that 15-minute, you know?
Well, see, the
my
problem
children.
the problem with that is I can't stream it because the only person that has it is caricatures. Is the only person that has it.
Oh. There's no other way to get the video?
We'll see if it had been streamed and saved, then yeah, but she recorded it from like the court website, and the court website is separate from YouTube. So unless somebody else got it, I mean, I could go over it and look over, but I couldn't play it.
Oh, YouTube would recognize that it's her video?
Yeah, and she would flag me because in our studio there's like a thing for copyright. So it can stream, it can see if somebody's played your content. So sometimes, like, I'll have content from Law and Crime because I'm obviously playing Law and Crime. But that would be linked up to matching some of my stream, technically. But yeah, if I played her shit and she didn't give me express permission to play it, yeah, she could flag it and get a copyright.
You know, all right. I'm just throwing this out here and tell me what you think. Because you did a poetry one day, like where you read
the Master Bitch Theater. Yes.
The Master Bitch. Why don't you just read what he says? Because it's
well, you know what? I can do that. I can do the Master Bitch Theater and pull what he said and do. I can do that.
Oh, that sounds good.
The way you did it. I mean, it was like we were there. Listen.
Is that up on your stream somewhere?
Yes. Oh, what video was it?
Oh, that's funny.
It's one of my earlier ones. It was right after Erica came. But it's the beginning of the video, and it was Master Bitch Theater. And I read what the jail transcripts were. Yeah.
Oh, sort of like a dramatic reading.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, that's great. That's great.
I did everything he said, you know.
And I pulled it up. Bow down.
Yeah, you better bow down, bitch. That's where I got it. When I say that, that's where I got it from. I got it from him. He actually told Erica that.
Oh my God, I can't believe. Yeah, like unironically to say something like that, right? Incredible.
Maybe I need to do another Master Bitch Theater
of
that
nice.
again, And I was gonna do a Master Bitch Theater with Jodi Arias because I found like the 19-page letter that she wrote to Travis's family.
Oh Jesus.
So I was
Oh,
gonna do a Master
Jesus.
Bitch on that one too.
Oh my God.
So, but yeah, that's a good idea, Jay. I'm gonna definitely do a Master Bitch Theater on his what he said in his hearing. Thank you, Jay.
Because he really got deep. He got
I'm writing
so
it down.
deep, and I appreciate that because
Yeah, I'm writing
you know,
it
he
down.
really.
Tries.
Man.
Oh my God.
All right, I'm gonna talk to you later. It's really been a pleasure. I just wanted to, you know, check in and say hello. I love
I
listening to your
appreciate it.
content.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you
All
so
right,
much.
you guys take care.
Yeah.
No
good night,
problem.
Jay.
No problem. Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you. You too.
Yeah, that's cool. Well, I feel like we're radio talk show hosts here and doing a
I'm telling you.
kind of like comedic foil or something. I'm not being funny, but still, I'm the foil.
Well, no,
And-
your voice is the nice.
Good.
know.
We're in two different registers. It's good. We could have a band. We could, right? Do you do any music?
I used to play piano.
Oh, cool.
Long time ago.
All right. Oh, that was very.
You know, I have long fingers. So
Oh yeah, yeah.
fingers.
Piano playing hands.
I do have piano playing hands.
Mm-hmm. Excellent.
But I quit because I wanted to do dancing, and so when I transferred schools, I mean, I used to do dance, and I transferred schools. My mom was like, "I'm not gonna drive you. It's gonna be too much driving. So you know, you have to quit." I said, "Well, I can drive myself." "No, you can't drive yourself because I only want you to drive at night." Crazy bitch theater for Jodi. Yeah, definitely crazy bitch theater. But yes, I am going to do a Master Bitch. Like I said, thank you, Jay. I'm doing a Master Bitch theater. Yes.
Yes. Okay, chat. So you hear this is the call-in show. All your questions answered. Anything you want to know about MTD. Tonight is your night. Wild card line.
Yeah, come on in.
Right. So,
come on in. Master Bitch theater. Yeah, that was good. I like that. I read the whole thing. He was just like, he would tell Erica, he's like, you know, will you marry me?
oh my
she
God,
was like,
right.
Do you really want to marry me?
That was the carrot he was dangling. That was really
Yep.
just going to seal the deal.
Mm-hmm. And then she didn't answer, you know, him quick enough.
Right.
And he was like, listen, bitch, you better humble yourself.
Wow.
I get all my niggas to come and get you. And they're gonna come when I tell them to move. And that's when she was in that when she was talking to Goof.
Yes, the interview in the car.
And she was scared. She was like, you know, he's gonna kill me. Well, yeah, because he threatened her and he tried to kill her the day before. Yeah. Like, how that this vehicle is the instrumentality of an attempted killing, basically, an assault.
Yes. And then you.
How is he still able to drive it?
Yeah, right. The Wisconsin legal system failed us completely. Right. He'd been jumping. He was like back in court for jumping bail, and they let him back out on jumping bond, whatever it's called, right? And just over and over. Yeah.
I mean, look, I tried to run my baby mama over, and there's evidence that I tried to kill her. But
yeah,
you know
that
what?
car is evidence. Yeah, right. That's the. Yes, I totally hear what you're laying down. Yeah.
Here, take the car back.
Oh my God.
And then he gets out. A few days later, she has to run her over again. Right before the parade, he tries to run her over again. You can see it on the video.
Yeah.
Like, I don't get it. And then, mom, I mean, I know this is your son's house, but like, why were you allowing him to drive that vehicle? He had already tried to kill somebody in the vehicle. And the vehicle is in your name.
Yeah.
I don't. The tree. I mean, the elevator don't go all the way to the top floor.
Totally. And the acorn does not fall far from the tree, right? Oh, yeah.
That whole family is nuttier than squirrel turd. Nuttier than squirrel turd.
I hadn't heard that one.
Look, in the South, there's a whole bunch of
Oh yeah,
of things that we say down here.
uh-huh.
That dog don't hunt.
Yeah. Okay,
I
so
never knew that expression before.
what was the trial? What was the big trial in the South? The stupidly rich lawyer who like ripped everybody off.
Oh, Scrooge.
Scrooge is what?
For Hill South?
No, I don't know. Like the guy Murdoch. Oh, Murdoch is what I'm thinking of.
Oh.
Do you know about that?
I do know about Murdoch, but I thought you were talking about specifically Alabama.
Oh, well, sorry. I don't know.
My bad.
Yeah. Well, so I've learned some interesting expressions, but
B. Blanco, yes, Master Bitch Theater was a live video.
Okay, right. YouTube separates the live videos from the other videos. It's real hard to.
Right, it was in a live, and it was right around the time that I interviewed Erica. So it was either right before I interviewed Erica, or it was 1 or 2 after. But I had this picture as I'm trying to do everything I can to help you. I had this picture as my avatar. This picture here. Hold on. Well, you can't see it, can you?
We see you, but
Okay, hold on. I'm coming. Okay, hold on. Let me do my avatar. Stop cam. I had this picture. It's my avatar. So it was.
Oh, okay, yeah.
In the beginning, it was, I was doing the video. And I'm like, let me just start with Master Bitch Theater, and I think it was going to be the other part of Erica Patterson's cross-examination. It was around there. That's why I would have Master Bitch Theater about Erica Patterson, because I was talking about Erica. So it's one of those. Erica. Okay, so it was like I think it was the Darrell versus Erica, the round 2 part, and I did Master Bitch Theater at the beginning.
Yeah, so that's an amazing one. I'd love to get a trend. Have they released the phone calls of him with his mother conspiring to like subvert the court and send in pictures and things like this?
I think Carrie might have that.
Oh yeah,
if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong.
That would be a good one to do a dramatic reading of.
I would love to.
Darrell,
but I'm not.
mother.
Oh, he said he found it.
Oh yeah.
Like I know it's around about where it is. I just can't tell exactly which one it is, but I try to keep things themed a certain way. So just in case somebody asks me a question, I can be like, yeah, I know exactly where it is to help you find it or point you in the direction.
Excellent. Master
Bitch Theater. That was good. I love that.
So how far in advance are you prepared? Like how many episodes do you have in the can, like so to speak, like that you could go and do?
Well, so if I were to do not a live stream, but if I were to do a upload, I would actually have a script written down. Like I've been trying to prepare my script for the Carly Russell stream that I plan on doing. Okay. That I wouldn't do live. That or Leticia. I won't do another Leticia live. I can't even listen to Leticia.
Oh, there's there's so many crazy cases right now. It's ridiculous. But
I want to do a upload of what's her name? Sarah Boone.
Oh yeah, I don't know about that. Oh yeah, Carly Russell. Well, that's super topical, right? So that's happening right now. Everyone's like, "What?"
And Carly Russell, look, she's from my neck of the woods.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, you're close to where that happened. Oh, I didn't realize. Oh,
yes. Wow. I know exactly where the fuck she said she was.
Oh my God.
And it didn't make sense when she said it.
Is that right?
I've been to the spa where she worked at. I know all this. I'm just like, this is a lie. I heard this. When she said that there was a toddler on the freeway, the part of 459 that she is talking about is well lit. It is by the mall. And it is by this place called the Hoover Met. It's well lit. There are cameras. You can freaking see the cameras up on the poles.
Wow. Okay, so that's maybe how it began to unravel. The police will go and get that footage.
They pulled the footage of her on the interstate. There was nobody there. She tried to make it seem like there was a kid, and the kid was luring her.
Right.
And that there was people that were popped out the bushes and snatched her up.
Right.
And they snatched her up, and they left the phone, the car, the wig, and the food in the car. But she got her box of snacks, her robe, and a roll of toilet tissue, and disappeared.
Right. So what was the deal? Did she just want to like escape and start a new life? What was that about?
Well, we don't know officially because she hasn't told us anything. But
okay.
The simplest answer is typically the correct one.
Okay.
So generally it's going to be about a guy.
Okay.
And the guy cheated on her with a stripper.
Okay.
And so this was her way of getting back at him to solidify the relationship. You know, I'm going to make you understand how much I mean to you. So I'm going to fake a kidnapping.
Wow.
Right? And I'm going to make you scared that you could lose me. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, this is the kind of thing we all think about doing, but then we don't do. She's like, actually,
right. And then thank you. Look, Shannon, but followed the toddler 6 football field lengths that nobody happened to see on the interstate. Because she was on the phone and she called 911 and was like, there's a baby in the interstate without no shoes and a t-shirt and a diaper. And she was on them for the length of 6 football fields. And nobody saw the baby. 6 football fields worth. Nobody saw the baby but her.
That's a gutsy plan. I forgot about that detail. She called. This was done over 911.
911. She could have got away with it had she not called the police.
Yeah.
Because if you are going to say that you're kidnapped and you bring a baby, they got to find this baby. They have to find the baby.
They really will throw resources into it. Yeah.
To find this kid.
Right. Because some kid is being mistreated at a minimum. So, right.
We didn't think about that, but you're doing all these internet searches about, you know, how old you have to be for Amber Alert. You heard about that? The internet searches?
I didn't hear about that's how everyone's getting caught these days, right? But no, I did not hear about that. She was
okay. So she did several internet searches. So one of them was, how do I steal money out the cash register without getting caught?
Jesus.
The plot of Taken.
The plot of Taken. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Taken. Because this is the plot, the story that she gave was Taken.
Oh, really? she, okay.
And people found her social media, her social media, and she had said that Taken 2 is her favorite movie.
Oh boy.
She had asked, what other question she asked? It was a whole bunch of stupid shit related to the crime. Okay. And she stole a robe from her job. So she had planned all this out earlier, either that day, because it don't sound like it was a whole lot of thought put into this. But she decided that she was going to go into the job, at her job, steal one of the robes. And those robes are nice at the spa. Those are some nice robes now. I enjoy them immensely. They're nice and thick and fluffy, and they got some weight to it. It's a real nice robes.
I know. Yes.
They're fantastic. So she decided to take a robe from the job.
Okay.
And one roll of toilet paper. She got fired for a roll of tissue and a robe, a used robe at that. So then she decided she left, and then she went to Target. She got her some snacks. She got some Cheez-Its and some granola. And then she picked up her mama food from Taziki's. And then between where she was on 280, you go down 459, going to Hoover, well, I should say going to Tuscaloosa. So going down 459 is dark. It's pitch black trees until you get to certain areas. Hoover is an area where the lights come on. So had she said that the kid was back further where there weren't any lights, maybe it would have been believable. But she's by the mall.
Yeah, people are gonna. Yeah, anyone would stop if they saw something like this.
Yeah, we would have seen a kid.
Yeah.
The mall. So she that's where she decided that that's going to be where the kidnapping occurred. And we don't know. There had to be a car somewhere waiting for her. But her story when she came home was
who did she work with?
There was a man and a woman and they put her over a fence, and there's no fence over there, by the way. Over a fence into a 18-wheeler trailer. That's where they held her.
Yeah, it's weird, right? It doesn't really make sense, does it?
No sense at all. So they held her in the trailer. They did not have any type of inappropriate touching, but they did make her take her clothes off. And take pictures.
This is the story.
She said that she escaped
Okay.
before, but then they recaught her and brought her back to the same location. But even though she'd escaped before, they didn't want to tie her up because they didn't want to bruise her skin. I'm not lying. This is what she said.
She didn't really go all in, did she? She was not willing to really injure her. Wow.
She didn't want to bruise her skin. So then she fell asleep. The lady, was playing in her hair. And fed her crackers. And then somehow she escaped, ran through the woods, and ended up right in her gated community. So the cameras in the community see her walking down the street toward the house. When she gets close to the house, that's when she goes into a panic and she's screaming, "Ah!"
Oh no.
And then she gets to the door, and there you go.
So wasn't she like missing for at least a couple days?
49 hours, 42, 48, 9.
Do we know where she was during this time? Like she didn't have her car or her wig. So what could she do?
Well,
right? I got that.
Well, the story is that she was at the Red Roof Inn.
Okay. Well, so she had a credit card and an ID.
And she had cash in her pocket. Oh, she did searches, one-way ticket to Nashville.
Oh, that's fun.
See, I thought she was trying to go to the Beyonce concert, but you cannot get anything at a Beyonce concert for $100.
Okay, true.
So she did that. What else did she look for? It was something else, but yeah, they played in her hair. So they didn't kill you. They didn't, try to take your head off to play with your hair. They didn't tie you up. They just played in your hair. Then they was like, well,
Wow. So
and look at the description. They said it was a white guy with orange hair with a hole in the back.
So like Carrot Top the comedian,
or Bozo the clown.
Or Bozo the clown.
Bozo the clown.
So 10 years ago, a person could make a terrible, terrible judgment call like this, and they would not have become national news. Now, for better or for worse, we all know about this. And
well, the reason why it became national news is because Alabama has a racial issue that they will not ever address or correct or acknowledge. We all love each other. It's the South. Bible Belt. Okay. So when black and brown people get kidnapped, it's usually okay, whatever. But if it's a pretty white blonde girl, they putting out the bat signal. Oh, we got to stop everything we're doing because Becky, Karen got kidnapped. So Hoover said, you know what? We're not doing this time. They're not going to say that we got a racial issue. So we're going to put out all the research to find this girl. We're going to find her. We're going to find her. And so they went and they had the FBI. They had the a Secret Service here.
Mhm.
They had people on the news. A person's parent, the girl, the child had got murdered, like really was kidnapped and murdered, was there at the interviews talking on behalf of this girl. And everybody was like, we got to find this girl. We got to bring her home before anything happens to her. She's this young, intelligent girl, and she's doing this, and she's going to nursing school. We got to bring her home. We got to bring her home. And then here you come with this shit here.
Yeah. Didn't she? So this was on 9/11. No, it was on. I'm already drinking too much. I'm a lightweight. So this was on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
And didn't she even like did this dramatic thing, stage it? She actually did like a scream and then
yes,
off the phone. So this is like super dramatic, right?
Yes, she called 911.
911. Yeah.
And then she also called her boyfriend's sister.
Okay.
And so the boyfriend's sister heard the scream.
The scream.
Nobody else now.
Oh, okay.
Didn't hear the baby. You would think
Uh-huh.
that you would hear the baby. She heard them talking to the baby. Like, are you okay? That's what she heard, but no response.
Yeah.
So then there's a scream, and then you hear the freeway.
Oh man.
And then you left your phone unlocked apparently, and I guess she didn't know that they were going to subpoena her phone records and her searches to locate her.
Yeah.
She didn't watch enough crime shows to know that they're probably gonna do that. Maybe the first place they look is your phone records.
It's pretty amazing. Yes. Wow. Yeah. So that got resolved pretty quickly, which is cool.
Yeah, because there's an idiot who was doing this. You didn't plan this at all, at all.
Yeah, she was probably like horrified that holy shit, now everyone knows about it, everyone's looking for her. She thought just sort of nothing would happen.
Right.
And, yeah.
Because it typically doesn't happen. And just this time, it was just either a comedy of errors, or just things, just the stars aligned. And they were like, no, we're not going to be made to look like we're racist this time.
Mm-hmm.
They always say that we don't take black people becoming missing seriously. We're going to show them. We're going to show them that we're not like that Hoover. And then dude came out. He was like, we're going to have a press conference. I'm like, oh, that's not good.
So
he came out and he had his little purple suit on, and he called her everything but a liar. And then every press conference, he got more and more definitive in saying that there's no evidence to support this.
Mm-hmm.
I was at work in tears laughing.
So okay, when I search for Hoover, Alabama, and I look at the news, yes, it's all her. That is now what your city will be known for. That is your claim to fame. They should put a statue to her. I mean, that's it. They should have a theme park.
They should. Carly Russell.
Right. I see it. Hoover, Alabama. Mm-hmm. It's a city in Jefferson and Shelby counties.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just all her. Wow.
So Hoover is part of the Birmingham Hoover metropolitan area.
Okay.
Because Birmingham is where the poor people live, and then the rich people from the gentrification, they've come and they've turned downtown. So that's Birmingham, downtown. And then Hoover is the suburbs. But
I see this. I see this on the map. Yes.
Hoover, Birmingham metropolitan area.
I get it. Okay. And Birmingham is just famous to me from Martin Luther King Jr.
Mm-hmm.
and civil rights things. That's where that name comes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or I call it Boringham.
Okay.
It's called the Magic City. I call it the Tragic City.
Well, I guess you're kind of landlocked. Maybe that's part of it. A lot of these famous southern cities, they're on the coast or they have a river. I wonder if I don't see a big river. You guys need a river for there to be.
We need an enema. This whole state needs an exorcism. Like I said, it's the cradle of idiocy.
Is it?
It
See,
is.
I usually try to stay out of politics personally, although here I am semi-anonymous. But yeah, I don't know much about it. Right? Alabama.
Tommy Tuberville was a football coach for Auburn. He's the dumbass senator that we have, and the only reason he's elected senator is A, he was a football coach, and B, Trump endorsed him. That's it. That's it.
Oh my God, I'm so embarrassed. So I actually said when we first started talking, I just know Alabama because going down I-95, you drive. You don't. Alabama's not on the East Coast. Oh my God, I was getting it confused with Georgia. I'm sorry.
I mean, Georgia's backwards too, but you know, we're all the same here. Dumb, backwards. Yeah, that's us.
Oh, I see. But then you have Mobile down south, and that's you're into the Gulf of Mexico there. I see. Okay.
You know, the Panhandle, the Gulf. Florida Panhandle.
So I'm gonna guess. So you're there in this is the dumbest place in the world, et cetera, et cetera. But you live there. I'm guessing you have family. You have ties to the area.
I've been born and raised here.
Born and raised there, right?
And if I were not married to a person here, I would be on the first thing smoking out of here. I hate the South.
Oh, wow. Okay.
With all of the fiber in my being, I hate the South.
Oh.
I get embarrassed every day. I just shake my head sometimes like, wow.
Yeah.
I live here.
Wow. Yeah, I don't have enough. I have nowhere near enough experience to comment or not. I see Huntsville. Isn't there like a lot of like space stuff?
So yeah,
there?
the smart people are in Huntsville because that's where the NASA is.
Yeah.
The smart people are there. Yeah.
Okay.
So Huntsville's a good place.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mobile, I've heard of. Probably also some civil rights things happened in Mobile. I'm not sure what, but
Mardi Gras. That's where the original Mardi Gras was in Mobile.
Oh, is that right? Well, it is pretty close to New Orleans. I see that down there. You can tell I'm from the north, right? The way I'm pronouncing these names, probably. I was born
Nolens.
Yes, born in New York originally. So.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah. Let's see, Tuscaloosa. I've heard of that. I'm not sure why.
UA, University of Alabama.
Okay. Okay.
That's Tuscaloosa.
Probably, yeah. And then Pensacola, isn't that like a military? There's like a base there or something. I don't know. Why would I know? That's Florida. I know. I get it. That's Florida, but that's right there near the border. Okay.
Yeah, that's the Santa's land.
Oh, okay.
Florida. Florida. Duh.
Oh my goodness.
Selma is another civil rights.
Yeah.
Bridge, Selma.
Yes. For sure. Oh, Selma's in Alabama.
Somewhere? Yeah.
It must be small. I'm looking for it.
It's very small. It's south, so it's past Chilton County. I think it's in Pickens County, but it's further south.
You actually have a county named Pickens. That sounds very south.
We have a county. We have a county called Pineapple.
Oh, so I see. So yes, you're nestled right in between Mississippi and Georgia. Like we have like doing U.S. geography as if I had no idea. But,
good night, Shannon. Have a good night.
This chat as well. Good night, Shannon and people. Oh, hi, Lady T from Australia.
Australia, awesome.
That is a huge place. When you look at that on the map, it's just like ginormous, right? Like massive areas of desert and things. So this is like this is the deep south, is what this is. Kind of is that means this area, right?
So when they say like the what does they call it? The black Lord, I can't think of the thing. It's the Jesus. It's something they call it the black something, and I can't remember what the phrase is. If anybody is from the South, y'all know, y'all done heard the black something, but I cannot remember what it's called. But it's called that because this is the part of the state where it is predominantly rural, but it's predominantly black there.
Okay.
when they were talking about we need to have 2 black districts. So the main black district is District 7. And they have it sliced where it is part of Jefferson County.
Mm-hmm.
And it's some weird way, and it goes down to Selma, Pickens, all these weird counties that's predominantly black.
So you're talking about like gerrymandering?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like the South is gerrymandered to I mean, it's ridiculous. Like if you go and vote, like the entire ballot is like Republican, unopposed. There's no Democrat or any other party to oppose them. It's completely unopposed.
For some reason, I thought it was Democrat, but I guess
There's no functioning Democratic party.
Is that right? Okay.
It's completely dysfunctional.
What about like Georgia and Atlanta? Because that's famously a black city.
So Atlanta is a predominantly black city.
Right.
Fulton County is going to be the predominantly black city. Fulton County. That's where, anytime there's a black county or a predominantly black city, that's where we start attacking. So, you follow the money, follow the culture. If they're attacking specifically Fulton County, there's a reason why. It's predominantly black.
So hold on, who's attacking? Who's attacking and who's getting attacked? I lost.
No problem, because you're not from the South.
Okay, yeah.
So there'll be lawsuits and things of that nature, or like the Fulton County DA is pressing charges against our former president, and there's a lot of whenever they try to discredit, like I said, with the whole black thing, we need to have 2 black districts. There's more black people percentage-wise than is being represented on the ballot.
Okay.
And so with Fulton County, they're another large black city, but they're not the only large black city. But all of these places don't get the fair representation because of gerrymandering.
Basically splitting up the vote or something, however it works out.
They're negating people's votes because they have it to where their vote doesn't really count because it's all one party rule. And there's no way to break that. Like we don't have, like the governor, we don't have debates here. If we have a Democratic governor opponent against our Governor Meemaw, there's no debate that she won't debate. There's none of that here. How we do politics in the South is we go to the church and we have to be introduced by the pastor. And so the pastor will make them, pledge that they have this unwavering faith and they're going to do what's right and family values. These are the buzzwords that we go for. And we're just like, yes, I'm voting for him because he said Jesus, family values, immigrants, all of that stuff. And that's how we do it here.
Vicky just said something like, Mississippi, same kind of thing.
One party rule here.
So these are large black population states. They're Republican states. Do they get the black vote, the Republican Party in these states?
They do, but like and I can't say this is a monolithic that every black person votes this way.
Sure.
But typically, like Jefferson County, that's predominantly black. They typically vote Democratic.
Okay.
Right. But they will go out of their way to negate the other black districts that are large in the state. So they only have, I think we have, I'm trying to remember what it was. We have 5 districts, but we don't have representation. So we should have the number of black people, we should have 2 districts that is really black represented and that they should be able to elect. One of the senators that we have should be a person that the black people elect. But we don't have that option here. We have the one senator, which is Terry Sewell. From the one black predominantly black district. 1. So then we have Tuberville. We had Katie Britt. We have multiple people from the other side, and they have over-representation.
I'm looking up right now, govtrack.us, Alabama. So Senator, okay, I see Katie Britt, Republican, Tommy Tuberville.
That's the
Republican.
That's the judge. I mean, that's the ex-Auburn football coach.
Okay.
That's the one. That's
All
the
right.
racist. The one that said that white supremacists aren't racist. That's
Oh,
him.
is that right?
That's him. That's
Wow.
Tommy Tuberville.
Wow. And
That's
he's
him.
still in politics. He was able to survive in politics.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Of course.
And then I see representatives. Oh, I see Terry Sewell.
Terry Sewell.
7th district. Okay, so so there are 7 districts for the state. Got it. Interesting.
So
And
there
then-
should be 2 that's black and 5 that's white. Predominantly white. But we only got 1 that's black. But the population, that it doesn't reflect the amount of black people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, just like just skin color alone, I see that it's all like white representatives. Although obviously there's a large black population. Yes, I 100% see what you're saying. I just put the link to the particular site I'm on. So here, map of congressional districts. Yeah, gerrymandering is like a really bad thing. It should just be done by a computer, and it should not be anything that like political parties get to fight over, like where the boundaries of these things are.
And the Supreme Court just said, hey, you need to draw another boundary. You need to draw another boundary so there's equal representation.
Oh, is that right?
But guess what Alabama said? Alabama said, nope. We're going to be as racist as we want to be, and we don't care what the Supreme Court says, because we know Alabama better than the Supreme Court knows, so we're going to just ignore them.
Really? So interesting.
So look, Shannon, I agree with you on that. Being a conservative, never voted straight ticket. I agree with you on that. I have voted split party ticket because I am not neither a Democrat or Republican. I am one of those swing voters. I vote for people who are qualified. That is my only requirement. Are you qualified to be in a position of leadership? And I believe in being consistent. So for instance, if your president is not convicted, it's been indicted for committing fraud, trying to overthrow the government, crime, and you can say, it's okay, I'm gonna vote for him anyway. Okay, so then if Barack Obama did it, would you be pissed off if Barack Obama did it? Would that be a problem? I want to be consistent. I want to be fair. If we're mad about this, y'all are mad about this. What was the other thing? I'm trying to remember what it was. Oh my gosh, my brain is dead. I'm gonna come back to it in a second, but I believe it should be fair. It should be fair.
To me, that's called being principled. You have principles, yeah.
But I just want it to be fair. If Barack Obama would do it, did the same thing that this one's doing,
yeah, because
they were ready to impeach him for wearing a tan suit and not having a flag lapel pin. Oh, this is what it was. And so if you were mad at Hillary because of the emails and then having the server, and y'all were like, lock her up, lock her up, lock her up. This one here took government secret documents with nuclear codes to the house, all over the place and in the bathroom. So I'm just saying, if you're gonna be mad at this one, but not this one, I got a problem with that. Be mad at both. Let's be fair. You didn't like Hillary, lock up, well then lock the other one up, because he did the same thing. What's the difference? What's the distinction?
For sure, there seem to be real similarities between the two, and whichever way it goes, either you don't lock either up or you kind of lock both up.
Well, here's my thing, okay?
Uh-huh.
What we all need to understand,
Okay.
all of us here need to understand,
Uh-huh.
all of these people, the Republicans, Democrats, all of them, they're all rich, right? All the people who are in power, they're all rich.
Most, yeah.
So there's nobody that's not a millionaire, right?
I think so. It is a millionaires club for sure, like 99%. Yeah.
So do you think that they really give a rat's ass about us for real? Either way, they care about their money.
Yeah.
And the way that they are able to ensure that they keep their money is by dividing us, because there are more of us than them. So they come with all of these things to distract us. Oh, because every time we have an election, it's always something new to scare us. Oh, it's the terrorists, the Taliban, it's ISIS, it's the caravan of immigrants, it's the gays now, it's they all hide the drag queens. It's being woke. That's what's scary now. Every time it's something scary, and then after it's over, all the things that scare everybody goes away.
Yeah, definitely fear-based.
Where'd the caravan go? Where'd the caravan go? The immigrant caravan. They disappeared. They was all coming from Venezuela on foot. And then after the election, they gone. Where'd they go? But it's because of stupidity. And we allow this to happen. We allow them to manipulate us. They manipulate us on religion and on gender and all this other bullshit that does not matter. I don't care what you do with your genitals. I don't care. I'm not going to be there in the room with you. I don't care. But they do this in order to control us, to control our thoughts, to make us dumb. It's not a coincidence that these people want to have reverse the child labor laws, because they want people to be younger, dumber, and work menial jobs for longer. That is the end goal. And I'm not going into conspiracy theorist territory. I'm going into logic. Why would they say it's okay for a 12-year-old to work and not go to school? Why is it okay for a 12-year-old to get married? Why?
I haven't heard. Is that an actual serious proposal somewhere?
Proposal? That's a law.
Oh yeah, where's that? 12-year-olds to get married?
Hold on.
It sounds a little just. I'm like really avoiding getting into any political conversation, but that sounds a little extreme. I'm just saying.
Oh Lord, and look, my governor is on. Hold on.
But I'm looking at the map. I do see that Alabama District 4 looks crazy.
It doesn't make any sense.
Right. It's this weird zigzag across the state, right?
Gerrymandering.
Yes, I think Texas was like it's a huge issue in Texas too, and that's really bad stuff.
Let me see.
Personally, I'm thinking more and more of the problems are just due to the two-party system that we have, and how our voting kind of keeps it at two parties and keeps the problems basically that we're always choosing the least of two evils instead of choosing a side we want, right? Like, so with Hillary versus Trump, what I just found amazing was that like the Democrats managed to find the only person who like could lose to Trump, basically.
Well, they didn't take Trump seriously, and I can understand why they didn't take him seriously, because I mean,
that
seemed like it was a joke at the time.
Well, yeah.
But but Hillary was not a good campaigner either. She was terrible.
Well, that's kind of my point, right? Yeah, like why are we always choosing at least the two evils? Like now, when Barack Obama ran, that seemed to be an exception, to be honest. That he was actually a quality candidate for a lot of reasons, and a quality person for a lot of reasons.
That charisma, he had all of the things that you need to be a successful candidate.
Yeah.
And
a person you could respect, et cetera, et cetera. But that seems to be such a rarity.
Yes.
That we have that on either side. So like, I don't know, you've probably like heard about this, looked into it, right? Like the voting, I don't know, I forget what it's called. There's like first past the post, which I think is what we have now, where like whichever candidate gets most votes. But then a lot of countries they do something
like ranked choice voting.
Yes, and they found that actually helps fix a lot of these problems.
It will never happen. It will never happen.
That might be, yeah, because like the two parties are invested in not losing that kind of power, right?
Mm-hmm.
If it were to work. I've heard it starting to happen in a couple. Anyhow, that's the.
I know it's happening in Alaska.
Is that right? Is that where? Yeah, somewhere, right?
Yeah. That's the reason why Palin lost, because of ranked choice voting.
Oh, is that right? That's interesting. Interesting.
Because I think she was, like second or third, and so she was not able to advance. I don't know why anybody would want Palin back.
Yeah,
Really, like when Palin and all those idiots were running back in the 2008, 2010 cycle. Like the chick, Christine O'Donnell, was like, I'm not a witch. Her. Oh man. Okay.
I've been so happy being able to stay out of politics. You're going to tell me about it. Okay, that's cool.
Well, the anti-intellectual string started.
Oh, that's bad.
Like right there with the McCain-Palin thing.
Mm-hmm.
So they had a bunch of people.
Yeah.
The Michelle Bachmann. I know y'all remember her.
That sounds familiar. Yeah.
She was another idiot. Yeah. She said that we're gonna beat Obama in Waterloo, take him back to Waterloo where Napoleon lost or something like that. Russia, something she made.
Something historically illiterate. Yeah.
Right. It was Waterloo, Wisconsin or New Jersey. It was something in the north.
Oh, really?
Waterloo.
Okay.
Not actual Waterloo over there.
Got
she
it.
didn't know the difference. That it was another Waterloo.
Got it. That's pretty funny. Yeah.
Oh, I know. They were in Waterloo when they were on the campaign trail, and she said that we're going to send Obama back to Waterloo, something stupid. I can't remember. It had something to do with Waterloo. But anyway, but there was one named Christine O'Donnell, and she was in, I can't remember what state it was, but I think it was like in the Midwest. And so she had, in the 90s, was on MTV. And she had did an interview, and she had said in the 90s that she was doing, she was practicing, but not really a Wiccan. Or she was dated a Wiccan.
Oh, so like an actual witch. Okay.
Yes. And so this was back in the 90s. She had a little crochet vest on that they used to wear back in the day.
Yeah.
And so it was on, I think she was on Politically Correct with Bill Maher.
Oh, yeah.
And so she was like, I've been, studying Wicca, blah, 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 blah. So that came out, like Keith Olbermann or somebody, they were playing that. And then she had to come and do a commercial. And, she was just like, I'm not what people say I am. I'm Christine O'Donnell, and I'm not a witch.
Beautiful. Was that like it said? Was that unironic as well? Like she was just really just gonna.
Yeah, I mean it was unironic. At least I can find it.
That's great.
See, because you don't seem to believe me. She said, "I am not a witch." I am not a witch. Let me find this.
So is your husband a programmer, or is he like into hardware?
He does the hardware. Oh, here we go. Lord have mercy. Here we go. Hold on, let me share this so y'all can see this mess. Let me see. All right. I am not a witch.
I'm not a witch. I'm nothing you've heard. I'm you.
No, you're not.
None of us are perfect.
This is real.
None of us can be happy with what we see all around us. Politicians who think spending, trading favors, and backroom deals are the ways to stay in office. I'll go to Washington and do what you do. I'm Christine O'Donnell, and I approve this message. I'm you.
No, you're not.
I'm you. Wow. Yeah.
Yep. I'm not a witch.
Yeah.
So that's where the anti-intellectual thread kind of started with
Uh-huh.
this crop of people. And it's just gotten progressively worse and worse and worse and worse.
Wow. Yeah. That's amazing. Okay, that looks like Saturday Night Live. I did not. It's hard to
By
believe
the
that's
way,
real.
they did make fun of her on Saturday Night Live.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like you're just teeing up the ball for like everyone to
They
come and take a
grew up
swing
on
at it.
Saturday Night Live.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I won't play it, but yeah, there was a parody. I'm not a witch on Saturday Night Live, and then yeah. So here I'm just show you the picture of her on Politically Incorrect. I'm not going to actually play it.
Okay.
And so let's see here. Got two screens up.
Yeah, Bill Maher is shaped up to be an interesting person and staying relevant.
He's relevant, all right.
Yeah.
At 7:03, time now for
No.
politics and Tea Party.
No. I'm just trying to find her picture. No, we're not talking. So this was
1990s when.
This is her on Politically Incorrect.
Okay.
Look at her.
Wow. Yeah.
This is her in the 90s. Talking with Bill Maher.
Mm-hmm.
She was on there a couple of times.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Mm-hmm. They go, look, Bill Maher with hair.
Yeah.
So this is where she was talking about that she was a witch. This is, I think, right here is when she was talking about the witch. She was talking to this person here, and they're talking about that she did some witchy stuff. And this was October 23rd, 1995.
Wow. And so she felt compelled to respond to that. Like, tell people she's not a witch.
Mm-hmm. Because she got blasted about that. And then she was on, SNL.
Yeah. So I lived in Oregon. I lived in Portland for a long time, like 13 years. And yeah, it seemed like every other person was a Wiccan, kind of get used to it out there. Really interesting.
Yeah. You don't really hear too much of that in the South.
Oh, yeah. I guess not. How would that go over? Yeah. Huh?
It wouldn't go over well. Because, everybody has to love Jesus.
I guess.
And we have, like, they don't teach evolution, really. Like the earth is 6,000 years old. Yeah.
This is a was the Cope trial or the Scope trial that happened in the South somewhere, didn't it? That famous trial, the Scope monkey case, whatever monkey trial, where it was, the school didn't want to teach evolution, etc. Yeah. So what you're saying is this is still the case. This is still what it's like.
Yes, it's still the case.
And you can tell I'm having a hard time believing a lot of what you're laying down, right?
Believe it. Like the thing with like DeSantis saying that there was a benefit to slavery.
Oh yeah, did he say something like that?
Now
you have me looking stuff up. Okay,
that's going to be what they're teaching in Florida for the middle school kids. That there was a slavery provided skills that were beneficial to the slaves somehow. Like it was some sort of internship or something. But in the South, they teach us that slavery wasn't that bad. And that the slave masters loved their slaves and treated them well. It was like Gone with the Wind. That's why they scream about Confederate flags and the South will rise again, because they think the South was like Gone with the Wind.
So I'm seeing a lot of press about this.
Okay.
I'm looking for a conservative newspaper that would be somewhat sympathetic to him. How do they describe this incident of what he actually said? Let me see.
I'm sure Fox has something, or Newsmax will probably have something.
So I don't know if this is the best way, but when I'm pulling up like the latest scan about a politician, I try to go to something on their side to see how they cover it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Feels like maybe like it's sort of like one of the evidence rules. It's like what was it? God, I'm one drink has ruined me, but like a party or statement by party opponent or something like that, or it's like, yeah, like when Fox News says something negative about a Republican, well, then it's probably true, right? Versus yeah,
Hunter Biden.
yeah. DeSantis has perfected the art of using. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, I'm stop. Okay, I'm gonna resist. You know what? I'm not gonna. It's great.
Look, it's a dark hole to go down. It's fascinating.
Yes. Yeah, the districting thing is that's like just very concrete. That should be very concrete and scientific how we do districting.
But we don't believe in science.
Maybe,
because one of the people said back in the day that we don't have to worry about global warming and climate change because Jesus died for all of us and the earth.
Okay, so the earth is in that too.
The earth is in there too. He paid the price for it all, so we ain't got to worry.
Gotcha. Yeah, gotcha.
I kid you not.
Hey, look, I should get going, I think. I'm beginning to run out of steam. Now I know exactly what my limit is too, how much I can drink or not. I think I had 2 of those. After one, I don't know about you. I play pool so much better after 1 drink. The second beer, that's it. That's too much.
I've lost some weight, and so I used to be able to drink a whole lot. And so losing weight, 1 cup.
Oh, and you're still on it. Yeah, very good.
And if I drink more, something about alcohol, it exacerbates my migraines as well. So I'll wake up with a migraine if I drink too much.
Yeah.
Like God just has a bad sense of humor. I need to ask him about it when I talk to him.
I hear you. Well, hey, it was really good hanging out. I'll look forward to your next live stream. Excellent.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming up.
I've never done anything like this. This is great. Take care.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
All right, you guys. Well, you spent a good bit of time with me this evening, and I got to talk to you about Carly and political bullshittery. So, I suggest y'all go ahead and learn about good old Alabama whenever you get a chance. That's very fascinating. What's going on in Alabama, in the South. Very fascinating. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead and call it an evening. Again, I thank you all so much for stopping through. I'm going to be doing a stream soon. Okay. Oh, thank you, Lady T. I appreciate it. I'll be doing a stream soon, and I'm going to be doing a Carly thing, and I am going to do a Master Bitch Theater. So I'll get all of that ready for you so you guys will have some more content. All right, guys. Well, have a good night. I love you guys. Make sure that you hit this like button before I leave, and also share the stream so we can try to get me to 4,000 subs. Why Shakiri have 5,000? I don't have 4. So try to get me to 5 or 4. Try to get me to 4,000. All right, and then we'll have. If I get to 4,000, then we can have a raffle, and I can give some gifts away or something. All right. Well, I'm out of here, and I'm just gonna say one more thing before I go, and that is drums, please.
Drums, please.